As soon as I woke up, I was horrified to find that my gun was gone. After seeing that small, jade-like thing, I was so terrified that I rushed into the bathroom to look in the mirror. And then, what caught my eye was an adorable, white-haired girl. I, an 18-year-old male college student, had actually turned into a beautiful young girl. Before I even had a chance to carefully explore my new body, the notification sound of a system rang in my head. Host has been detected as dumped by his girlfriend of 10 years. Specially rewarding the host with a binding to the goddess training system. What? A goddess system? What kind of nonsense is this? I'm a real man. How did I suddenly turn into a girl? Is there some kind of mistake? Can I change back? Once this system is bound, it is impossible to turn you back into a male. Because this system is the goddess training system. It must naturally cultivate the host into a goddess. Damn it, how am I supposed to show my face in public after this? After struggling with it for a while, I finally opened the bathroom door. I checked on the situation with my roommates. Once I confirmed the coast was clear, I stealthily climbed up to my bed. The system spoke slowly in my mind. Host, don't worry too much. GU, at worst, in the future. Just being a beautiful girl will do. It's actually quite fun. I screamed helplessly in my head, no way. Change me back right now. Just then, Fatty in the opposite bed rolled his head around and shrunk back into his blanket. He mumbled, "Are any of you guys awake yet?" I was so nervous that I didn't dare to move a muscle, seeing that the other three were sleeping like the dead, and no one answered. Fatty plopped right back down. I instantly let out a sigh of relief, patting my small chest to calm myself down. I didn't expect it to feel so soft. It almost made me lose control and swallow hard. My eyes involuntarily glanced downward. I shouldn't have looked. With just one glance, the hot blood in my body instantly started boiling. I hurriedly averted my gaze, terrified that I might actually get a nosebleed. The system said gloatingly, "Host, are you done looking?" Now that you're done looking, what exactly do you mean? Now issuing the first mini-mission. Host is invited to wear the clothes within 3 days. Prepared by the system, and take a 1-hour stroll at Funghua Square outside the campus. The mission reward is a perfect chest binder that won't harm the body. Hearing the mission and the reward, I was completely speechless. What do I need a chest binder for? I'm a man. Why would I need something like that? Host, please watch your words. What do you mean, a man? You are a girl right now. Jami. This thing is very useful, okay? It's true that I'm a girl right now. But what use is it if you give me this? If one day the host completes a mission and causes a certain part to grow larger, and you don't want others to notice, then you can figure it out yourself. .90 Looking at the reward, it wasn't too bad, so what clothes do I have to wear? A form-fitting white shirt plus a pink ultra miniskirt. That covers 1/3 of the thighs. Isn't that a freaking ultra miniskirt? That's right. Rest assured, safety shorts will also be provided to you. Then what about my voice? Just saying those few sentences earlier, I realized my voice was as clear as a girl's. Incredibly gentle. The system replied, "Host can handle that yourself. Farewell." After saying that, the system went dead silent, leaving me all alone to wallow in a mess on my bed. It was past 10 in the morning. Seeing that my 3 sophomore roommates still hadn't woken up, I threw on a baggy hoodie and headed toward the cafeteria. I found my usual noodle stall and practically stood at the end of the line to wait. A few minutes later, I felt someone gently tap my shoulder. I turned my head in confusion. A guy with a smile playing at the corners of his lips was looking at my way. When he got a clear look at me, he admitted to himself that his heart had skipped a beat. A kind of desire to possess me frantically cropped up in his mind. I scanned the surroundings and saw no one I knew, so I just decided to use my real voice. "Is there something wrong?" That cold yet gentle voice instantly captivated him. "Are you an underclassman? I don't think I've ever seen you around the senior class." I nodded. "I'm a sophomore." I knew this guy. His name was Gabriel. He was the youngest son of a local tycoon in the province, a literal second-generation rich kid. Gabriel continued, "Then you really are an underclassman. My name is Gabriel. You probably haven't heard of me before. I'm the youngest son of the chairman of FOF, the Kashi group. I'd like to be friends with you." He originally thought introducing his status would make my eyes light up. To his surprise, I only gave him a flat glance and shook my head in refusal. "No thanks. I have things to do." Taking the bowl of beef noodles from the cafeteria lady at the counter, I walked away without looking back. Gabriel was naturally unwilling to accept this. He had never been rejected by a girl before. Quite a few students nearby began to whisper and gossip. Look at that, Gabriel. As his eyes on a beautiful underclassman who came out of nowhere again. But that underclassman actually rejected him. Good for her. Good for her. He just relies on his family's money. Playing around and acting like a playboy at school. Serves him right. To be completely honest, that underclassman just now was gorgeous. How come we've never seen her before? Yeah, her side profile is absolutely flawless. She's even prettier than the school beauty, Brenda. Gabriel watched my retreating figure as I left, narrowing his eyes slightly. I will definitely have you. After finishing my food, I returned to the dorm. I carried my wash basin into the bathroom and started washing my hair. For someone with long hair, this task was truly a hassle. But I had kept my hair long for 2 years, so I was long used to it. About 10 minutes later, I blew my hair dry and stepped out of the bathroom. By this time, my roommates were dazedly waking up. Four Eyes caught sight of me walking out of the bathroom. He instinctively turned his head to take a look, then lowered his voice and said, "Felix, you look way too much like a girl like this." "Really? Let me see." "Holy crap. You really do." Fatty got off his bed and walked over to stand in front of me, leaning in to examine me carefully. Feeling guilty, I said, "Fatty, what are you looking at me for?" Oh no, could I have been found out? I'm doomed. After looking for a moment, Fatty said in confusion, "Felix, why do I keep feeling like there's a pleasant scent on you? Plus, your skin looks better than before. It has that soft, smooth, and supple feel to it." Haha, Fatty, you really know how to joke. I pushed Fatty away and tried to act calm as I went over to my desk and sat down. My nonchalant expression instead dispelled their suspicions. Four Eyes chuckled and said, "He's probably been single for so long that he's having hallucinations." In the afternoon, I was in a daze. After finishing the class, I returned to the dorm alone, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, an extremely ill-timed voice rang in my mind. What is the beautiful host thinking about? I'm thinking about how I'm going to face my relatives and friends in the future. Host doesn't need to worry about this. There will be a way to solve it in the future. Since you're so free right now, hurry up and go complete the mission. The sooner you finish, the more rewards there will be. There's even a mysterious reward. Thinking it over for a moment, I decided to go complete the mission now. After all, I was still very curious about what that mysterious reward was. The system notified me, "The clothes for the mission are placed in the corner of the wardrobe." Not GS. I quickly got off the bed and opened the wardrobe. Sure enough, I saw the white shirt and the pink ultra miniskirt, along with a pair of white safety shorts, and little underwear printed with a cartoon Pikachu, as well as a small white bralette. Holding the pile of clothes, I questioned the system. "What is the meaning of this?" The system said with a wicked grin, "Don't tell me you don't recognize the little underwear and the small bralette." Even though I was a girl now, these kinds of intimate items still made me feel deeply embarrassed. I hurriedly put them back into the wardrobe, trying to steady my emotions. The system continued, "Host, you are a girl now. Without wearing a small bralette, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Besides, you're already going to do the mission. Naturally, you should change entirely into girl's clothes all at once to get it over with." I could only helplessly accept the mission. Carrying my bag, I stealthily made my way toward Fenghua Square. Right at that moment, it happened to be when the universities let out, so there were still quite a lot of people passing back and forth. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, I blushed furiously and stepped into the women's restroom. After changing my clothes, I stood in front of the sink, looking at myself in the mirror. I couldn't help but stare blankly at that breathtakingly beautiful face. My red lips were slightly parted, and beneath the short skirt were a pair of fair, slender legs, beautiful beyond comparison. Do I really look this good in women's clothes? With a mix of excitement and anxiety, I walked out of the restroom. Amidst the youthful figures walking past, the crowd instantly fell into a stir upon seeing such an exquisite beauty. Holy crap! Where did this gorgeous girl come from? Her figure is absolutely insane. Someone else also exclaimed, "If I could be her boyfriend, I could stay at home all day and never go out." Ignoring the burning gazes from all around, I walked straight toward the shopping mall at Fenghua Square. Entering a cosmetics store, a female employee dressed in business attire immediately walked over. "Hello, do you need any help?" I pursed my lips and said helplessly, "I want to buy some makeup. Do you have any recommendations?" That incredibly stunning face, combined with a cute, bewildered expression, made the employee's heart almost melt. Beautiful. What kind of cosmetics do you usually use? I blushed, completely at a loss for what to do. I've never used cosmetics before. At most, I only use facial cleanser. The employee thought to herself with a face full of admiration. A girl as beautiful as this? Yet she's entirely natural. I'm truly defeated. Then she smiled and began to introduce the cosmetics to me. Then follow me, beautiful. I'll introduce a few to you. It just so happened that not far away, a wealthy young man dressed entirely in designer brands was blocking the way of the school beauty Brenda. Brenda said coldly, "Harvey, do you really need to cling to me like this? Is this university running low on girls?" Harvey smiled and said, "It's not like you don't know my feelings for you. Our two families have been close for generations. Normally hanging out a bit closer is no big deal." Brenda couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and walked straight ahead. Harvey immediately tagged along behind her, like a piece of chewing gum that couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Brenda said coldly, "I already have plans. With my best friend." Harvey clearly didn't believe her. "Really? Where?" Brenda didn't even bother to explain, and walked straight into the cosmetics store. At this moment, she suddenly noticed the employee and me walking toward a counter. Brenda took a step forward and grabbed my wrist, smiling as she said, "Why are you here? You arrived early and didn't even say a word to me." A wonderful sensation transmitted from my wrist, almost making me lose my composure. Seeing Brenda wink at me, motioning toward Harvey beside her, I roughly guessed what was going on, so I smiled faintly and said, "I saw that you hadn't arrived yet, so I came over to look around first. Sorry about that, Brenda." Brenda was slightly surprised, not understanding how I knew her name, but at this moment, there was no time to dwell on it. She smiled and said, "I don't care. You have to make it up to me. You have to obediently go shopping with me later, got it?" Hearing that I got to go shopping with the school beauty, I almost jumped up in excitement. Sure. The two of us walked out of the cosmetic store together, completely ignoring Harvey behind us. As for Harvey, he stared with a burning gaze at the two stunning girls, who were gradually walking away, unable to help but lick the corner of his lips. Realizing that he wasn't thick-skinned enough to follow anymore, Brenda finally let go of my hand gently. I asked curiously, "How did you know my name?" That wonderful sensation suddenly vanished, and a wave of emptiness couldn't help but wash over my heart. But I couldn't let it show on my face. Otherwise, being labeled a pervert would be deathly embarrassing. I giggled and said, "Of course I know. You're the top beauty of our university after all." That gentle voice, combined with a smile as warm as a spring breeze, made even Brenda daze out for a moment. "Are you also a student at the Electronics University? What year are you?" "I'm 1 year below you, a sophomore. How come I've never met you before?" Logically speaking, a girl as beautiful as you would definitely have been posted on the school forum. Maybe because I keep a pretty low profile. I blushed, making up a random excuse. Brenda smiled and reached out to pull me a bit. "That guy has been pestering me for a long time. Dragging you into this just now, I'm really sorry." "It's fine, I understand." I hurriedly held her hand. It felt cool, soft, and very comfortable. Brenda looked at me, smiled and said, "I still have some things to do, so I have to leave first. About this, let's add each other's contact info and be friends. We can hang out together in the future." Sure. Being looked at by her like that, I felt a bit self-conscious, and my face grew even redder. This made Brenda even more certain that she absolutely had to get well acquainted with this beautiful, easily embarrassed underclassman. Returning to the dorm, I opened my phone and found a voice message sent by Brenda. Without thinking, I tapped to open it, hearing her soft, charming voice. "Fiona, when are you free?" The moment the voice message finished playing, the entire dorm fell into a dead silence. Fatty was the first to break the atmosphere. "Holy crap, what's the situation here?" That sounded terrifyingly sweet. "Which girl has such a nice voice?" Hurry. Confess and be treated with leniency. Resist and be punished severely. "Did you go out on a date with a girl this afternoon?" My face paled as I explained, "You guys are overthinking it. That was just the audio from a video. Look at us and see if we believe you." They laughed and joked, then went back to playing games. I climbed onto my bed, put on my headphones, and ignored them completely. Brenda's voice message rang out again. It had to be said, her voice was truly wonderful. I had heard before that her voice could be both melancholy and sweet, and now I could consider myself having experienced it firsthand. Are you free tomorrow and the day after for the weekend? I typed a reply, I'm free. Then tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, come to the Chinese restaurant on the northwest side of Fenghua Square. I'll treat you to lunch. Is that okay? Is that okay? Treating me to lunch? We've known each other for less than a day. To thank you for helping me out of that situation today. Plus, I left in such a hurry today. Thinking back on it now, it was truly too impolite back then. So I want to treat you to lunch. Don't refuse, okay? That last phrase, don't refuse, okay, made my heart itch just listening to it. Alright then, I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. Then I'll be waiting for you. After Fiona finished chatting with Brenda, I suddenly remembered something, and called out to the system, why haven't I received my reward yet? The system replied lazily, you didn't ask me, so of course I dragged it out until now. Congratulations to the host for receiving a chest binder that won't harm the body. It has been placed in the corner of the wardrobe. Just a 7. In addition, the mysterious reward is an entry-level mastery of musical instruments. Entry-level mastery of musical instruments? I looked at the text on the interface panel and muttered, System, since it's entry-level. Is there any higher level above it? Yes, advanced level and special level, the NS. Those require the host to slowly complete missions in the future, before you can obtain them. Fine, although it's only entry-level. It's still fine. No loss, no loss. At 10:30 in the evening, taking advantage of when my roommates had all gone to bed, I took my change of clothes into the bathroom. Looking at myself in the mirror, my old face involuntarily turned red against my will, while a lot of wild and erratic thoughts popped up in my head. About 2 hours later, covered in sweat, with a flushed face, and my entire body trembling, I stepped out. I hurriedly crawled onto my bed and pulled the blanket over my head. Fatty asked in confusion, Felix, why did you take such a long shower today? Usually, isn't it done in 10 minutes? I quickly found an excuse. My stomach hurt, so I used the toilet before showering. The next day, when arriving at Fenghua Square, I saw Brenda waiting at the entrance. There was no helping it. She was simply too striking. Her gorgeous, cold face looked around from time to time. When she caught sight of my figure, a smile bloomed on her face, and she waved her hand. I quickly stepped up to her. I said self-consciously, have you been waiting long? I'm sorry, Brenda. I'm late. Brenda waved it off, then grabbed my hand and said with a smile, it's nothing. I was the one who invited you anyway. You're the guest. So what's wrong with me waiting for you, being held by a beauty of Brenda's caliber? My face turned slightly red. My eyes darted around as I said, no, being late is still my fault. Seeing that I was so easily embarrassed, Brenda couldn't help but feel like teasing me. She took another step closer, her face only a few centimeters from mine. Fiona, why do you blush so easily? Being in such close contact with the school beauty, especially with her breath brushing against my face, my heart could barely take it anymore. My face grew even redder, and I said nervously, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Brenda was almost thrilled to pieces. An angel of an underclassman who was both innocent and adorable. How did she manage to run into her? Adorable? I was stunned. From childhood until now, no girl had ever called me adorable. Now being praised like this by Brenda, I didn't know what to do for a moment. That's right, Fiona. Right now, I especially want to be friends. Best friends with you. Brenda took hold of my hand. With sparkling eyes, I replied, sure, of course. I also want to be good friends. With you, Brenda. On the outside, I looked very happy, but on the inside, my feelings were incredibly complicated. If my little brother were still around, wouldn't I have just walked straight to the peak of life? All right, let's go eat quickly. My treat today. So feel free to eat as much as you like. Okay then, I won't stand on ceremony. I have quite a big appetite. Just eat, everything counts no matter how much. I also have a big appetite. Let's see who can eat more. Ha ha ha, you're on, let's go. Fiona, eat more meat. Look how thin you are. It's making me lose my own appetite just looking at you. Brenda, you don't need to pile more on my plate. You should eat too. I know, but you have to finish everything I gave you first. Inside the private room, Brenda rested her chin in her hands, smiling at me. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the bowl piled high with meat, I could only grit my teeth and finish it all. Fiona is so good. She pulled out a tissue and gently wiped my mouth for me. My face flushed a little, and I didn't dare look at her. After that, I also placed a piece of meat onto her plate. Brenda, you eat too, don't just keep staring at me. All right, thank you, Fiona. After we finished eating, Brenda looked at my cute, dazed expression and asked with a smile, "Fiona, are you free later?" I blinked for a moment and then nodded. "Yes." "Why?" She happily linked her arm through mine, tilting her head as she said, "Let's go shopping, okay?" Feeling the softness pressing against my arm, my little heart pounded frantically without stopping. Blushing, I nodded in agreement. Once I said yes, Brenda held my arm even tighter. I just felt an absolutely wonderful sensation, almost getting a nosebleed. I thought to myself that turning into a girl actually came with pretty good perks. I had never received this kind of treatment before. On the other side, Gabriel was walking around with his lackeys. A lackey suddenly called out, "Boss Gabriel, look over there." "Isn't that the school beauty, Brenda?" Hearing Brenda's name, Gabriel instantly grew interested. Even though he had been rejected by her before, he still harbored illusions. He looked in the direction his lackey was pointing. Sure enough, he saw Brenda. But right after that, he saw there was another beautiful girl beside her. He couldn't help but freeze slightly. Isn't this the underclassman he ran into at the cafeteria last time? It turns out she knows Brenda. After adjusting his clothes, Gabriel strutted with an arrogant air, completely ignoring everyone else, and walked toward the two of them. Seeing Gabriel approach, Brenda knitted her brows. She turned her head and asked me, "Fiona, you know him?" I nodded and said in a low voice, "I've met him once. Yesterday at the cafeteria he tried to strike up a conversation, but I ignored him. I didn't expect to run into him again today." Brenda said coldly, "So that's how it is. Then let's keep walking. Just ignore him." As she spoke, Gabriel had already arrived. "Hey, two beauties, what a coincidence. Are you two out shopping as well?" Brenda gave him a sideways glance, pulling me behind her to protect me. "Don't act like we're close, Gabriel. Are we even friends?" Gabriel didn't get angry either. He smiled and said, "Brenda, even though you rejected me before, I really want to get to know this underclassman. There's nothing wrong with everyone making friends." Brenda glared at Gabriel and said coldly, "Who wants to be friends with you? At the Electronics University, who doesn't know about young Master Gabriel's Playboy history? Don't come over here and corrupt my Fiona." Being shielded behind her, I instantly felt an overwhelming sense of security. It was my first time being protected by a girl, and the feeling was unspeakably awesome. After that, I pretended to be fragile and said, "I don't want to make friends with you. Please stop bothering me." Being treated with cold words by two girls in a row, Gabriel's expression turned a bit ugly, but his family's financial situation wasn't much better than Brenda's, so he could only leave in silence. Brenda said seriously, word by word, "Fiona, with that kind of person you have to be firm. Otherwise, they'll be like chewing gum. Even if you want to shake them off, you can't." I nodded. "I understand. Let's go, Brenda. Let's keep shopping. We can't let him ruin our mood." After that, every time we walked a short distance, Brenda would excitedly point at a women's clothing store. Clutching my arm, she would call out enthusiastically, "Wow! Fiona, look over there. That store looks pretty good." Watching her expressive gestures, I couldn't help but think, is this still the rumored cold school beauty? "Fiona, what are you spacing out for?" She raised her hand and waved it in front of my face. I snapped out of it, smiling as I explained, "It's nothing. I just suddenly realized that you're not like what the people at school say. So that's it. Those school rumors about me are all fake. Being cold basically doesn't fit my personality at all. In front of good friends, I'm actually very enthusiastic, just like right now." "Am I also considered a good friend to you, Brenda?" "Of course, even though we've only known each other for a day, my judgment of people is always very accurate." "Or is it, Fiona, that you don't want to be good friends with me?" As she spoke, Brenda knit her brows, pouting aggrievedly, as if she would burst into tears right away if I said I didn't want to. "How could that be? Of course I want to. Brenda, you're so good to me. How could I not want to?" Seeing Brenda's pitiful, aggrieved look truly made my heart ache. I had absolutely no thought of refusing. "Fiona is so sweet." Brenda happily pulled me into the women's clothing store. After browsing for a while, she picked up a white dress. "What do you think of this one on me?" "It's nice. I think it looks pretty good. Why don't you go try it on?" "Sure." Brenda smiled and grabbed my wrist, heading toward the fitting room. My mind was full of question marks. "Brenda, what are you doing? Why are you bringing me into the fitting room? I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the zipper on my back later. Be a good girl, Fiona. Help me out, okay?" She used a sweet, coquetting tone, and my bones were about to turn completely soft. I could only grit my teeth and agree. The two of us stepped into the cramped fitting room. She changed her clothes right in front of my face without any guard up. Her perfect figure made my eyes glance over involuntarily. Those slender, long legs were completely testing my willpower. Even though I was a girl now, on the inside, I was still a guy. I kept muttering to myself, "See no evil, see no evil." Brenda noticed my unusual behavior and said teasingly, "Fiona, why is your face so red? We're both girls, yet you're still shy?" I hurriedly turned my back and said, "I've always been like this. Hurry up and put your clothes on." This silly look directly made Brenda burst out laughing, causing her to drop the idea of teasing me further. After a moment of rustling, she said helplessly, "Fiona, turn around and help me pull up the zipper." I closed my eyes and turned around, saying, "Where is it?" "Where is it exactly?" Brenda said structural banteredly. "Oh my gosh, you really are a dummy. Open your eyes. How are you going to pull it up with your eyes closed?" I carefully cracked my eyes open a slit, seeing her fair, smooth back, and then tentatively reached out and pulled the zipper up. At this point, Brenda finally could be considered to have finished putting on that dress. After changing her clothes, she looked even more gorgeous and moving. I exclaimed, "Brenda, you're truly beautiful." She laughed and teased again. "Not shy anymore?" I gave a forced laugh. "Let's just drop this. Don't mention it again." After buying the items, we held hands and walked back to school. Brenda looked at me, happily smiling as she said, "Fiona, thanks for hanging out with me for so long today." I smiled and said, "It's nothing." I was very happy too, because I got to know the real Brenda. Brenda suddenly hugged me, leaning close to my ear and saying, "Fiona, I love you to death. We must always be best friends and close soulmates, okay?" Feeling her warmth and softness, I was comfortable to the absolute extreme. Gently patting her back, I smiled and said, "In the future, when we're free, let's go out and play often. I'm very willing to accompany you." After, reluctantly, parting ways with Brenda, I went straight back to the dorm. Right when I was boredly scrolling through my phone, I suddenly heard the familiar system sound, "Beep beep beep beach. Is the host there? The second mission has arrived. Please sign up for your school's music competition and successfully pass the preliminary round. The reward is an entry-level singing skill." I asked in confusion, "Is the mission this simple this time? Are there no attached conditions?" The system replied, "There are none, but you must participate in the competition with a female identity." I scratched my head, thinking that made sense. After all, I was a girl now anyway. At this time, Fatty stared blankly at my bed, muttering to himself for a long while, and then suddenly blurted out, "Felix, you've been kind of weird lately. You keep running outside all the time." Hearing that, I instantly got nervous. What's wrong? Aren't I still completely normal? Even though my mouth said so, my heart was still hanging in anxious suspense. However, Four Eyes quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Fatty, you're overthinking it. It's good for Felix to be like this. Stepping out of the shadow of a heartbreak early is beneficial for him." Fatty immediately smiled and chimed in agreement, but a bit of suspicion still remained in his heart. As for me, I didn't say anything further, only casting a quiet glance at him. As I began to make calculations in my mind, it looked like it was time to rent a place outside. Otherwise, sooner or later, I would be exposed. Come Monday, I went to the Arts and Culture office, preparing to sign up for the music competition. Just as I pushed the door open, I saw a familiar figure. It was exactly Brenda. Hearing me call her name, she immediately looked up. When she saw it was me, she stood straight up in excitement. "Isn't this my adorable Fiona? How did you know I was here?" "Did you come specifically to visit me?" I hurriedly explained. "I came to find Mrs. Wong to sign up for the competition." She happily replied, "What a coincidence. I'm in the student council, and was forced by Mrs. Wong to be in charge of the competition registration." I smiled happily and said, "Then that's great. Brenda, help me sign up, okay?" "No problem, leave it to me." She patted her chest, and her large pair of bunnies jiggled slightly along with the movement, making it impossible for my eyes to look away. 2 minutes later, I finished filling out the registration form and handed it over. Brenda asked in confusion, "Fiona, you don't plan to use your real name? You didn't even fill in your department and major?" I nodded. Keeping a low profile is still better. Besides, the name Fiona is pretty nice too. After all, you're the one competing. Brenda nodded her head. "You're the competitor, so listening to you is all that matters." After that, Brenda looked at me and said, "Right. It just so happens that you're here." I want to discuss something with you. I asked curiously, what is it? Just say it. Brenda looked at me, saying full of expectation, I want to rent an apartment. Outside. I've already eyed a place with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Right now, I'm missing a roommate. Do you want to co-rent with me? This matter was exactly what I wanted. Originally, I was also wanting to move out to live. Now Brenda was personally inviting me. It was truly like finding a pillow just when I was getting sleepy. I suppressed my excitement. This matter is truly too wonderful. When will you take me to see the place? If it's fine, we can move in together in a few days. Brenda smiled and said, I'll take you to see it right now. Before long, we arrived at the location. As soon as I entered the door, I was so astonished that my mouth hung wide open. Although the apartment was small, it was very beautiful, highly suitable for girls to live in. Brenda smiled and said, How about it? This apartment isn't bad, right? Right? I nodded repeatedly. It's fantastic. There's basically nothing to complain about. Brenda asked with a face full of anticipation. So, when are you moving in to live with me? I thought for a moment and then said, Moving over tomorrow works too. Wonderful, wonderful. Which dorm are you in? I'll help you move tomorrow. No need, I don't have many belongings. I can do it myself. Just thinking about the matter of Brenda coming to the dorm to help, my heart instantly beat faster. I still decided to handle it on my own. Alright then, do you really not need my help? No need, Brenda, you're busy too. I won't bother you further. I can manage by myself. After that, I went back to the dorm, telling everyone that I wanted to move out to live. The 3 of them shouted out in unison, You want to move out to live? Fatty knitted his brows, looking a bit helpless. Holy crap. Why so sudden? In the end, I stated the reason I had already thought of on the way. Actually, since freshman year, I've had this intention. It's just that back then, my financial conditions weren't sufficient. Now, I want to move out to live. Plus, in the future, our major might require going out frequently. Returning to the dorm late at night isn't convenient either. 4 Eyes looked at me and smiled. Alright then. Since you're already this determined, we won't say anything further either. Seeing that the 3 of them were clearly a bit downcast, I joked, It's fine. Although I'm moving out, our father-son relationship still remains. I'm still your old dad. This point absolutely will not change. The next day, the moving was finally finished. Brenda plopped down onto the sofa. Thank goodness, finally finished moving. Thank you, Fiona. Without you, I probably would have had to tidy up for another half a day. It's fine. Helping you is only right. Just as the words left my mouth, the image before my eyes directly made my face as red as an apple. I hurriedly turned my head away and said, Brenda, what are you doing? Hurry up and put your clothes on. Brenda stuck out her cute little tongue. After putting on her clothes, she leaned over to tease me. Fiona, we're both girls. Do you really need to blush that much? I took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the fire in my lower abdomen. Even though we're both girls, we still have to pay attention to our image. Brenda pouted her lips and said, So what? This is our home. Letting loose a bit at home is no big deal. Besides, the way you say it makes it sound like I'm some wild girl. Seeing that she had misunderstood my words, I actively nudged closer, gently nudging her arm. She gave a huff and turned her head away, completely ignoring me. I quickly had a stroke of genius and acted cute. Big sister Brenda, please don't be angry anymore, okay? You misunderstood me. After saying this sentence, even my toes couldn't help but curl up from nervousness. This was way too embarrassing. Yet she actually liked this trick extremely much. My soft, sweet voice made even her ears about to turn soft. Her anger vanished instantly. All right. I know you didn't mean it that way. Since this is already our little home, then we should just be a bit more comfortable. Who stays at their own home and still has to maintain formal manners? There are no outsiders here anyway. Am I right, Fiona? Being helpless? I smiled and said, All right. I'll listen to you on everything. Whatever you say goes. All right then, I'll go shower first. Not long after Brenda went inside, the sound of rushing water rang out from the bathroom. At first, I didn't think much of it, but after giving it a bit more thought, things were completely different now. In the past, the sound of water was made by Fatty and the guys taking a shower, but now, a top-tier beauty like Brenda was the one inside. I didn't dare imagine how alluring that scene must be. The sound of water kept running without stopping, and I completely lost any interest in playing on my phone. This was pure torture, truly unbearable. After finally enduring for half an hour, there was finally some movement from the bathroom door. Ah, Brenda, wearing cartoon pajamas that completely clashed with her cold, beautiful older sister image, stepped outside. I was temporarily dazed just looking at her. Wiping her soaking wet hair, she asked gently, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" I shook my head, saying blankly, "No, I just think these pajamas don't really match your image very well." Brenda sat down right next to me, asking with a smile, "Then what kind of person do you usually see me as?" I caught a faint whiff of a pleasant scent, emanating from the girl in front of me, and smiled bashfully as I said, "Before getting to know you, you were definitely that cold, beautiful older sister type." Brenda covered her mouth, giggling as she said, "Actually, I can be both cold and sweet. Don't you agree? Fiona, could you help me blow dry my hair?" She blinked her bright eyes, looking at me. Of course I can. How could I possibly refuse a request from a beautiful girl? Especially when she was the school beauty rooming with me. I stood up, practically lifting her beautiful hair as I began to dry it. Brenda closed her eyes, looking completely blissful. It seemed like she felt very at ease being with me. Without knowing why, she could actually feel a sense of security from me. It was very strange, but it also made her very happy. After drying her hair, I was about to leave, but she suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around my waist. Pressing her face against my stomach, she said softly, "Fiona, can I just hug you for a little bit?" My face flushed a little, and I gave a soft murmur of agreement. About 2 minutes later, Brenda finally let go of me reluctantly. Rubbing her slightly reddened eyes, she smiled and said, "Fiona, I'm so sorry. First I made you help me dry my hair, and then I suddenly hugged you like that. It makes me feel like I'm being way too dramatic." I noticed that something was off with her emotions, so I asked caringly, "What's wrong? Brenda, did something bring back a sad memory?" Brenda forced a reluctant smile and said, "Fiona, I consider you a good friend, so I don't want to hide anything from you. Just now, I really did think of some unhappy things, and that's why I felt a bit down." I reached out and wrapped my arm around her shoulder, letting her small head rest against my chest, comforting her. "It's fine, Brenda. You see me as a good friend, and I also see you as a very good friend. There are things you can always talk to me about. Even though I might not necessarily be able to help, at least I can be a good listener for you." Brenda hugged me tightly, and only after a long while did she smile faintly and say, "Thank you, Fiona. It's just that I can't talk about those things with you right now. Just now, the surroundings just triggered some old emotions." "It's nothing. I'm fine now." I nodded gently, smiling as I said, "It's good that you're fine. It's not early anymore. Let's go to sleep." "Okay, let's sleep. See you tomorrow. It's really nice having you around." Early the next morning, I stretched my arms comfortably. The moment I stepped out of my room, the scent of delicious food hit the tip of my nose. I saw Brenda wearing an apron, carrying a tray of food over. Seeing my just woken up appearance, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Fiona, you're really good at sleeping. It's already 8:30 and you're just getting up. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth, then come out to eat." I gave an embarrassed laugh, hurrying over to wash my face and brush my teeth. A few minutes later, I looked at the food on the coffee table and said in astonishment, "Brenda, did you make all of these dishes yourself?" "That's right. I got up a little past 7. How about it? Am I pretty amazing?" She smiled happily. The way her eyes curved into crescents was incredibly captivating. "You're amazing. Plus, it smells so good." In the end, Brenda urged, "Don't just talk without picking up your chopsticks. Eat up quickly. Otherwise it'll get cold." I picked up my chopsticks to take a bite, and my mouth was instantly filled with a sense of pure bliss. I gave her a thumbs up. "This scallion oil noodles is delicious. It's even better than the ones at school." Brenda proudly puffed out her chest. "Of course, you have to look at who made it, after all." I very consciously avoided staring at this sight. I didn't want to get all worked up first thing in the morning. We finished off the food on the table very quickly. Lying back on the sofa, I said contentedly, "Brenda, your cooking skills are fantastic. The flavor is truly delicious." Brenda hugged my arm, saying with a smile, "Do you like it? If you like it, I can cook for you every single day." I said softly, "I do like it, but let's pass on having you cook every day. I feel too guilty in my heart." She burst out laughing. "It's no big deal. We can go for a little walk every day and buy some groceries to stock up. Just think about it, a cozy little home belonging to the two of us. buying a little food and cooking every day, and the two of us eating together. How wonderful that picture would be. Right? Hearing these words, I suddenly fell silent. To be honest, the scene she described made my heart flutter. If I were still a guy, running into such a wonderful girl would definitely make me go crazy with joy. But right now, we were just good friends, close soulmates. Brenda looked at me in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" I smiled faintly. "It's nothing." I just spaced out for a moment. "But what you said, Brenda, also made me feel very touched. It really sounds very warm." Brenda said wistfully, "Of course. This is exactly the simple life that so many people dream of. Not having to worry about anything, just being completely carefree like that. That is what real life is." "Oh right, Fiona. Do you have classes this afternoon?" I originally did, but the professor said something sudden came up so he couldn't make it. Brenda raised her eyebrows, saying, "So that means you have the afternoon off. Do you want to come to class with me?" I smiled and said, "Sure. I don't have anything to do anyway. So going to class with you sounds fine." Walking through the campus with Brenda, I could clearly feel that quite a few people around us were staring at the two of us. I immediately lowered my head slightly, terrified that I might run into someone I knew and get recognized. Brenda leaned close to me, saying in a low voice, "Fiona, why are you so shy?" I defended. "Myself, I am not." Brenda linked her arm through mine, suddenly asking, "Have you never been in a relationship before? Being this beautiful and having such a great figure, could it be that no guys have ever pursued you?" My face grew a few shades redder. As I lied, "There have been pursuers. It's just that I haven't met anyone I like yet." Brenda covered her mouth and giggled. "So that's how it is, if you put it that way." "Fiona, are you still an innocent little girl?" I asked back. "What about you then? Had you ever had a boyfriend before?" Brenda let out a soft laugh. "I haven't either." I gave a huff, turning my head away as I said structural banteredly, "Then you still talk about me. What right do you have to talk about me?" Brenda couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! Fiona, why are you so adorable?" All right, I won't talk about you anymore, okay? That's more like it." It was a rare moment of me being proud and acting cute, and Brenda coaxed me so gently. That feeling was comfortable beyond words. Stepping into the classroom, we chose a spot in the back row and sat down. There were still 2 minutes before class started, so I kept my head down, boredly scrolling through my phone. Not bad, not bad. There were still seats in the back row. I told you there would be seats even if we came late. Fatty, keep bragging. This time was just pure luck. Next time might not be the case. Suddenly, 2 familiar voices drifted into my ears. I instantly panicked to death. Holy crap. Why did Fatty and Four Eyes come here? This situation was simply too ridiculous. Brenda noticed my unusual state and asked caringly, "Fiona, what's wrong?" I hurriedly waved my hands, making up a random excuse. "It's nothing, just a bit hot." Brenda shrugged and said helplessly, "Is that so? It does seem that way. There's no helping it since it's so crowded." "Fiona, just bear with it for a bit." Fatty and Four Eyes, who were sitting in the back row, also noticed the 2 girls in front. Fatty lowered his voice and said, "Look over there. Isn't the one on the left the school beauty, Brenda?" Four Eyes pushed up the frame of his glasses and nodded with certainty, saying, "No mistake. It's definitely her." After receiving the confirmation, Fatty instantly couldn't keep his cool, saying excitedly, "Brenda. Before, I've only seen her pictures on the school forum. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful in person." Four Eyes said helplessly, "You haven't even seen her face from the front yet. How do you already know she's beautiful?" "So what? Just looking at her from behind. Anyone can say for sure that she's a total beauty. But who's the girl next to her? Looking from behind, why does she seem a bit familiar to me?" Brenda heard the whispering from behind, so she leaned close to my ear and asked, "Fiona, that chubby boy in the back seems to know you. What's going on? Are they your classmates?" The conversation of my 2 roommates reached my ears loud and clear. I could only hold my forehead and lie. "I don't know either. Maybe she just looks like a friend of his." Brenda stroked her chin and agreed. "That makes sense. If he really knew you, he would have definitely come over to strike up a conversation." Just like that, I spent a nerve-wracking 40 minutes. After class was over, Brenda pulled me out of the classroom. I looked at her hand holding mine, my heart beating faster. "Why don't you let go of my hand first?" Brenda pouted her lips and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy just because I'm holding your hand for a bit? What's wrong with best friends holding hands? Or do you feel like I'm not your close soulmate?" "I didn't mean it that way. I helplessly compromised. I really didn't mean it that way. Can we just pretend I didn't say anything? To tell the truth, a young girl's soft, smooth hand felt very comfortable to hold, just as I was immersing myself in this warmth. A guy's voice suddenly came from behind. Brenda. What a coincidence. Brenda knit her brows slightly and said unhappily, Harvey, why are you here again? Harvey intentionally put on a harmless smile and said, aren't I just showing that I care about you? I heard that you moved out to live. Why didn't you say a word to me? I could have driven my car to help you move your luggage. Brenda did not save his face at all. Rejecting him directly, no need. Keep your car to hit on girls at the finance school. Don't waste your time on me anymore. Harvey looked over at me as I stood silently to the side, smiling as he said, I know you have a prejudice against me. But after all, we grew up together since we were kids. We're childhood sweethearts. Your friend is also my friend. I still don't know who this beautiful girl next to you is. I was also instantly dazed. How did the conversation suddenly shift to me? Brenda pulled me behind her to protect me, glaring at Harvey. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about Fiona. She is my good friend. If you dare to bother her, I won't let you off easy. Harvey defended himself. Brenda, what do you mean by that? Am I that kind of person? Whether you are or not, you know it very well in your own heart. Fiona, let's go. After Brenda finished speaking, she pulled me away without looking back. In the evening, after finishing dinner and returning home, Brenda pulled at her sleeves and said, panting, It's so hot. Fiona, do you want to shower first, or should I go first? I looked at her and teased, You go first. You're sweating much more than I am. She stuck out her tongue and giggled. There's no helping it. I'm afraid of the heat, so I'll go first then. I sat in the living room with the electric fan blowing on me, listening to the sound of rushing water coming from inside. My mind began to wander and think of wild things again. Suddenly, her voice drifted out from the bathroom. Fiona, can you come in here for a moment? I stealthily walked up to the bathroom door. What's wrong? My back itches a little. Can you help scrub my back? This was clearly Brenda's first time asking someone to scrub her back, and her tone carried a bit of bashfulness. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I rejected her flatly. Even though I was usually used to taking small advantages, I still knew clearly what should be done and what shouldn't be done. Brenda urged, It's fine. We're both girls. What's inappropriate about it? Hurry up and come in. That last sentence carried an unspeakable tone, making me secretly cry out that I couldn't handle it. All right, I'm coming in then. I took a deep breath and tremblingly pushed the door open. The moment I stepped inside, I saw a sight that made my hot blood boil. Brenda was sitting on a small stool, her back turned toward me, her figure alluring to the absolute extreme. Is this the legendary devilish figure? To avoid losing control and doing something weird, I simply closed my eyes, not daring to take another look. She heard the sound but didn't feel me doing anything for a while, asking in confusion, Fiona, why aren't you moving? Only then did I snap out of it and open my eyes. Averting my gaze, I took steps until I was behind her back, scratching my head as I asked, Brenda, how should I scrub it? Just scrub it normally. Fiona, why are you so adorable? She was tickled by my silly words, her whole body shaking with laughter. I got both of my hands wet, squeezed out some body wash, and began to scrub her back. Brenda laughed contentedly, saying, That feels so good. Fiona, your technique is pretty good. I gave a forced laugh. Haha, it's just all right. If Brenda turned her head back at this moment, she would find that my face had already turned as red as a ripe tomato. 5 minutes later, I left the bathroom with a trembling body and plopped down onto the sofa, my heart pounding wildly as I panted for breath. I quickly took a sip of cold water and only calmed down after a long while. Her actions tonight truly made me burn up all over. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Brenda stepped out wearing her pajamas. Thank you for today, Fiona. Blushing, I said, No need to thank me. I'll go shower first. The fingers on both of Brenda's hands gently clawed at the empty air at the same time. She said with a wicked grin, Do you need me to help scrub your back? No need at all. I'm going in first. After saying that, I grabbed my clothes and dashed straight into the bathroom. Standing outside the bathroom door, Brenda giggled and called out inside. Do you really not need me to help scrub your back? I replied helplessly. I don't need it. Brenda, you've asked several times. Don't you get tired? How could I dare to let her in? If Brenda tried to pull something, then I truly wouldn't be able to handle it. When I finished showering and stepped out, The bathroom door suddenly opened, and before I could even get out, Brenda was clutching a bag of potato chips, running over excitedly. When she saw that I was already fully dressed, a look of pure disappointment instantly showed on her face. "What the, Fiona? You're already completely done showering?" Hearing that, my face went dark. Gritting my teeth, I said, "Brenda, what is the meaning of your words?" Brenda played dumb, giggling foolishly. Hee, it doesn't mean anything at all. I just wanted to help out. Fiona, why are you unhappy? Humph, you perverted wolf. I muttered a quiet curse and walked toward my own room. Late at night, a heavy rain poured outside, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, directly waking Brenda up. She was so scared that she hurriedly turned on the desk lamp, clutched her pillow, and before she could even put on her slippers, she ran straight toward my room. "Fiona, open the door." "I'm scared." I rubbed my eyes, getting out of bed in a daze, and opened the door, saying, "Brenda, what's wrong with you?" "Fiona, I'm scared." The moment Brenda saw me open the door, she threw her pillow aside and hugged me tightly. Before I could even register the softness in my arms, I patted her back, saying with gentle care, "It's okay. It's okay, Brenda, I'm right here. What's wrong? Don't cry." Watching her shoulders tremble slightly from crying, my heart ached terribly for her. I didn't expect that she would also have such a vulnerable moment. Brenda held on to me tightly, saying between sobs, "Ever since I was little, I've been terrified of thunder." I gently soothed her, comforting her, "So, that's how it is. It's okay, it's okay. I'm right here. I will protect you. Don't be scared, don't be scared." Brenda pursed her lips, her pitiful, moving appearance making one's heart skip a beat. "Fiona, can I sleep with you tonight?" I asked a bit uncertainly. "Are you serious?" She nodded, saying coquettingly with a nasally whine from crying, "What's wrong? You just said you would protect me earlier. Are you going to back out now?" I scratched my head and smiled gently, saying, "No, I keep my word. It's just that I've never shared a bed with someone else before, so I was just temporarily caught off guard." She gave a huff, pouted her lips, and urged, "Then what are you still spacing out for? Hurry up and let me in." The two of us lay together on my small bed. She knit her brows and said structural banteredly, "Fiona, do I look that scary to you?" I smiled and replied, "No, not at all." "How could that be? Then why are you lying so far away from me?" I truly had a grievance but couldn't speak it out. Sharing a bed with the school beauty was something I wouldn't have even dared to think about before. I basically had absolutely no psychological preparation for this. Brenda slapped the bed hard with her hand and said, "Cut the nonsense. Come over here. Lie a bit closer to me. We're both girls. What's wrong with sleeping together?" All right. Being forced by necessity, I could only scoot over, seeing that I was cooperating so well. She instantly smiled bright like a flower, saying happily, "That's more like it. Fiona, don't always be this easily embarrassed." Inside my heart, I was frantically complaining again. I wasn't being easily embarrassed at all. I hurriedly chanted a mind-clearing mantra in my head, suppressing the hot sensation in my chest. That whole night, I didn't even know how I fell asleep. The next day, I rubbed my eyes and slowly woke up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Brenda looking at me with a beaming smile. I quickly sat up with a start, crying out, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Brenda stuck out her tongue, smiling as she said, "I've only been awake for 2 minutes myself. Seeing your sleeping appearance was truly too adorable. And too beautiful. So I couldn't help but look a few more times." I didn't say anything, directly rolling my eyes to express the helplessness in my heart. Brenda didn't care about any of that, wrapping one arm around my neck, as she leaned close to my ear and said gently, "Fiona, thank you so much for last night. If I were all alone in my room, I definitely would have been scared to tears all night." I gently patted her hand, smiling as I said, "We're good friends. Taking care of each other is only right. Though, seeing your crybaby appearance last night really opened my eyes." She gently pinched my neck, saying fiercely yet adorably, "Fiona, are you making fun of this fairy?" Taking advantage of the moment she wasn't paying attention, I broke free directly and ran outside. "Ha ha ha, I am not, don't talk nonsense," Brenda yelled. "Darn it, Fiona, stop right there. I'm warning you. You are not allowed to tell anyone about this." Brenda watched me walk past in front of her from time to time, saying helplessly, "I say, Fiona, could you please not keep using those fair, long legs to sway back and forth right in front of me?" I looked down at my long legs. Ever since co-renting with Brenda, I basically just wore a baggy t-shirt. As loungewear. I scratched my head, smiling self-consciously as I said, I have to participate in the preliminary round tonight. So, I'm a bit nervous. Brenda encouraged, your foundation is so good. What is there to be nervous about? Passing the round is just a matter of minutes, okay? Even though she put it that way, my heart was still a little nervous. After all, this was my first time performing on stage. Oh, right, for the preliminary round. I'm also one of the hosts. I'll be backstage right next to you as much as possible. You have to believe in yourself. Looking at Brenda's incredibly sweet smile, my face turned slightly red, and I nodded gently. I'll be fine. In the end, Brenda suddenly asked, right, for the preliminary tonight, have you prepared your outfit? Not yet, it's just the preliminary round anyway. There's no need to prepare that thoroughly, right? I plan to just wear simple, casual clothes. Brenda held her forehead, saying helplessly, how can that be acceptable? Even though it's just the preliminary. Outfits must also be taken seriously. This is also one of the grading criteria. Didn't you read the rules? Oh my God, I really didn't know. Then what should I do now? There are only 2 hours left. It's too late now, isn't it? I instantly grew anxious. The system had said that I must pass the preliminary round. Otherwise, I'd be doomed. Rest assured. I'm your close soulmate after all. How could I just stand by and watch you fail? Wait a moment. After saying that, she stood up and walked toward her room. A few minutes later, she held an exquisite dress and handed it to me. This is my dress. You wear it. Hearing that, I was a bit stunned and then said, this isn't very appropriate. Brenda narrowed her eyes, saying fiercely, what's inappropriate about it? We are soulmates. What's wrong with helping each other out? Or do you look down on my things? I hurriedly explained, no, not at all. How could I look down on your things? Brenda smiled and said, then take it. Good luck tonight. I'm looking forward to your brilliant performance. In the evening, the preliminary round of the Electronics University music competition officially began. Everyone inside the gymnasium was waiting. The competition started. On stage, a male and a female host were reading the opening remarks. Tonight, Brenda wore a black strapless evening gown, attracting the gazes of quite a few people. After that, Brenda came backstage and called me, Fiona, have you arrived yet? I've arrived. I'm almost done changing. Wait a moment. That's good, I'm already backstage. I quickly finished changing and touched up my red lips, applying a light touch of makeup to my exquisite face. After Brenda saw me, an ancient poem popped up in her mind. Clouds remind one of her dress, flowers of her face. The spring breeze brushes gently, the morning dew grows thick. Brenda walked over, circling around me once, saying in amazement, Fiona, you are way too beautiful. Being stared at by so many people, I was a bit self-conscious. It's not to that extent, I think it looks pretty ordinary. No. Fiona, you are being too modest, you're clearly this beautiful. There's nothing wrong with being a bit proud. The more Brenda looked, the more she liked it, pulling my hand to sit to one side. Checking the time for a bit, Brenda instructed me, Fiona, you are the second person to go on stage. Just wait here for a bit, I'll go up to host first. When I come down in a moment, you can go on stage, don't be nervous. Good luck. I smiled sweetly and said, go ahead. I'll do my best. Brenda looked at me until she was a bit dazed, her whole person seemingly losing her thoughts. She smiled and ruffled my hair, then walked onto the stage. After waiting for Brenda to finish introducing the program, I took a deep breath, stepping lightly as I walked onto the stage. Placing one hand on my chest, I bowed to the audience. Unsurprisingly, a stir instantly erupted down below. I sat before the piano, revealing a flawless side profile. My 10 fingers gently rested on the piano keys. Taking another deep breath, my jade-like hands then lifted slightly and I began my performance. When I started playing, the crowd below instantly fell dead silent. Everyone quietly listened to my piano music. As the piano melody rang out, quite a few students also sang along to my tune. With the end of the piece, I stopped my fingers, stood up and bowed deeply, and amidst the cheers of the audience, I walked down from the stage. The moment I stepped backstage, Brenda gave me a tight hug. Fiona, you were so amazing. That sounded truly wonderful. The medical underclassman next to us also smiled and said, all right. Big sister Brenda, don't crush big sister Fiona. I want to hug the fairy sister too. Hearing that, Brenda immediately reached out to shield me, saying fiercely yet adorably, that won't do. Fiona belongs to me alone. I asked bashfully. Brenda, why aren't you up there hosting? Brenda waved her hand, saying, from the third performance onward, the other host and I will take turns going on stage. I looked at Brenda with an expectant gaze and said, all right then, I'll go change back into my clothes first. Can I sit backstage later to wait for you? Brenda smiled and replied, of course you can. After changing back into my clothes, I sat in a corner backstage scrolling through my phone. Quite a few guys started looking like they wanted to come over. In the end, it was Raymond who stepped forward first. I looked up at him and asked in confusion, hello. Is there something I can help you with? Raymond smiled and said, hi there. Can I get your contact info? Can we be friends? Out of politeness, I nodded and agreed to exchange contact info. Raymond was thrilled in his heart, and after thanking me, he walked away. The moment Brenda got off the stage, she sat down right next to me. Linking her arm through mine, she said with a beaming smile, my dear Fiona, I'm back. I gave Brenda's forehead a gentle poke and teased, why are you always acting like a kid? Brenda said coquettingly, what's wrong with acting like a kid? It just proves that the two of us have a great relationship. On the way home, Brenda held my hand, swinging it gently back and forth as she said, see, I told you so. You could definitely pass the preliminary round. Worrying like that was all for nothing, wasn't it? I shook my head and burst out laughing, saying, yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say is right. To celebrate you successfully passing the preliminary round, Fiona, how about we go out for a late-night snack? Brenda looked at me, blinking her eyes as she smiled and said, what do you mean? I think you're the one who wants to eat. The food street is right next to us. You caught a whiff of the delicious smell, didn't you? I exposed her without showing any mercy. Heh, no way, no way. Let's go, please. Brenda stomped her feet. This scene looked exactly like a little girl throwing a tantrum just to get her way. All right, my treat, I said, waving my small hand with a smile. Awesome, let's go. Brenda, eat slower. It's not like anyone is competing with you. I watched Brenda scarf down the food, the corner of my mouth twitching slightly, as I couldn't help but tease her. I'm just so hungry. Hee hee, you're not allowed to laugh at me. Brenda ate a skewer of mutton. I laughed and said, ha ha ha. Look at the way you eat. You're just like a greedy little cat. I pulled out a piece of tissue and carefully wiped the corner of Brenda's mouth. Her soft pink lips, having eaten some spicy food, looked even more alluring at this moment, making it hard for someone not to want to steal a taste. Hee hee, thank you, Fiona. Brenda smiled so widely that her eyes curved into lines. Ever since meeting me, the smiles on Brenda's face had been growing more and more frequent. Fiona, I want to drink the mutton soup in front of you. Brenda pouted and pointed at the bowl in front of me, looking at me with pitiful expectation. What do you mean? Don't you have hands? Even though my mouth said so, I still used the spoon to scoop up a mouthful of mutton soup, gently blew on it, and brought it to Brenda's lips. Brenda was thrilled to the absolute extreme, slurping down the whole spoonful of soup in one gulp. Fiona, you're so good to me. Hurry up and eat. It's already 11 o'clock at night. We still have morning classes tomorrow. I gave her a look and said, oh, that's just you. I don't have classes tomorrow morning. Brenda gave a mischievous smile. Brenda, you lied to me. I did no such thing. The happy laughter and chatter of the two girls echoed at the corner of the food street. That day also became one of the many beautiful memories between the two of them. Knock, knock, knock. I had only been lying in bed for a few minutes when my bedroom door was knocked loudly. The moment I opened the door, I looked in astonishment to see Brenda smiling from ear to ear, clutching her pillow and a summer blanket. Before I could even react, she ducked, her head down, slipping right under my arm that was holding the doorknob. With a soft thud, Brenda hopped right onto my bed. At this moment, my mind was full of question marks. I closed the door and asked blankly, Brenda, what is the meaning of this? After spreading out her summer blanket, Brenda lay down obediently, blinking her big eyes at me. She gave a playful smile and said, hee hee, isn't this obvious enough? I want to sleep with Fiona. Hearing this, I looked at her in disbelief. The last time I slept with Brenda, it was entirely because I wanted to take care of her. What was going on this time? Was she planning to sleep in the same bed with me openly and righteously? Don't look so surprised. It's not like I'm going to come sleep with you every single day. I just want to stay up and chat with you tonight. Hee hee, Brenda let out a sweet, harmless smile, making my little heart thumping wildly just looking at her. Letting out a sigh of relief in my mind, I also crawled onto the bed, except I turned my back toward Brenda. The moment I lay down, Brenda reached out, her hand, wrapping it around my soft, slender waist. Scooting closer, she said with a laugh, "Fiona, why are you turning your back to me?" I grabbed her small hand that was wandering casually across my stomach, saying helplessly, "Brenda, I still have classes tomorrow." Brenda pouted her lips, pretending to be aggrieved as she said, "What do you mean? I just wanted to share some secrets and whisper with you." "Why do you look like you're completely disgusted by me?" I'm ignoring you." After saying that, Brenda withdrew her hand, turning her body to face away from me. I turned my head to look at Brenda's back, reaching out to give her a gentle nudge. Using a voice meant for coaxing a child, I soothed her. "Brenda, I don't find you disgusting at all. Really, don't be mad, okay?" "Go to sleep," Brenda snapped back at me huffily, and then said nothing more. This proud and cute way she acted when throwing a tantrum made me almost unable to suppress a laugh. "All right now, Brenda, stop being mad, okay? Getting angry makes it easy to get wrinkles. If you get wrinkles, our top beauty won't look pretty anymore." Then I gently shook her shoulder. If I'm not pretty, then I'm not pretty. You find me disgusting anyway." Brenda completely refused to listen to this trick of mine. "Is that so?" I blinked my eyes, suddenly reaching my hands toward her waist and began to tickle her with all my might. "Haha, stop it right now, Fiona." Brenda rolled her body over, laughing hysterically, while putting up her hands to fend off my attack. 2 minutes later, Brenda was tickled by me until she had no strength left, panting softly. With every breath she took, her chest also kept heaving up and down, making my mouth feel dry just looking at her. This sight and these sounds were truly testing my willpower way too much. "Brenda, are you finally not mad this time?" I said with a laugh. "You played dirty, you cheated," Brenda said, pouting her lips in dissatisfaction. "Well, there's no helping it then. Who told our big sister Brenda to be so hard to coax? Since the gentle approach didn't work, I could only use the rough approach." I shrugged, saying with a sly grin, all right, I forgive you." Hee. I knew Brenda was the absolute best. After turning off the lights, the room instantly plunged into darkness, leaving only the sound of the two girls breathing, echoing inside the room. "Fiona, let me ask you a question." Brenda rolled onto her side, looking at me in the dark as she asked, "What question?" "Just ask. What kind of guys do you like?" Brenda pursed her lips, her gaze resting on me with a complicated expression. It was just that the lights were already turned off, so I couldn't see the expression on her face. "Why are you suddenly asking me about this?" I froze for a moment, then laughed helplessly and said, "Oh, just answer me," Brenda urged. "I truly don't know about this matter either. For the time being, I have no intention of dating. Probably for a very long time, I won't have that intention either." This could be considered my honest words. Even though I was a girl now, at present, I simply could not accept the idea of dating a guy. Just thinking about that scenario already sent shivers down my spine. It just felt bizarre in every possible way. "Is that so?" Brenda said upon hearing my answer, and a faint hint of relief that was hard to detect slipped into her voice. "What about you then, Brenda? Since you're so beautiful, your standards must be incredibly high, right?" I said teasingly. "Haha, I'm just like you." "I don't have that intention either." Brenda reached out her hand to poke my face, saying with a beaming smile. "Why?" I blurted out. "No reason. I just don't want to look for anyone." How boring. And here I thought I could get some juicy gossip. I closed my eyes, saying helplessly, "What kind of gossip did you want to know about me anyway?" "About your love life, of course. The love life of the top beauty of our electronics university. I already told you, I've never had a boyfriend before. Where would I get any relationship experience from?" "Silly, even if you put it that way. A person can still be curious. You have no idea. There are so many people in our school who want to pursue you. Too bad not a single one has succeeded. So what if they do? For the time being, I don't really have any thoughts about that. It would be a miracle if any of them succeeded," Brenda said with a laugh. "Haha, that's true." The next day, I put on a rather neutral t-shirt and long pants, said goodbye to Brenda, and headed to school. When classes let out at noon, I bought 2 portions of takeout and headed back home. I was in the middle of eating when suddenly, my phone buzzed. Picking up my phone to check, it was a message from Raymond, who had added me yesterday. "Raymond, are you there?" "Underclassman, I still don't know your name yet. Jop." Haha. I glanced over at Brenda, who was eating her food, while watching a movie right next to me, and replied with a short sentence, "Felix." After all, I wasn't worried about Raymond finding anything out. The school was so big, and there were plenty of people with the same name. I basically didn't join any clubs or student departments, nor did I have any social circles, so I wasn't afraid of him discovering anything. Raymond, your name sounds really nice, underclassman. Have your classes let out yet? Me, they have. I'm eating right now. Raymond, are you at the cafeteria, underclassman? It just so happens that I'm here too. How about we grab a bite and chat for a bit? Me, no need, senior. I already bought takeout and left. Raymond, oh, is that so? That's quite a pity then. While we were chatting, I suddenly felt a gaze staring intently at me. Looking up to see, Brenda was blinking her eyes, staring at me. Who are you chatting with? Fiona? It's the senior who hosted with you last night. I think his name is Raymond. I answered honestly. Raymond? When did he add you? Brenda asked, raising her eyebrows. When you went up on stage to host? He came over and added me. I also felt too embarrassed to reject him in front of so many people, so I just agreed. I said helplessly. Oh, I see, Brenda nodded, then suddenly asked, Fiona, do you like him? Cough. The rice in my mouth almost sprayed out. I patted my chest and said, Brenda, what are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? Haha, I'm just looking for some gossip, Brenda said with a grin, resting her chin in her hands. You gave me quite a scare. That question of yours almost sent me to the afterlife. I gave her a sideways glare. Hee, let's eat. Thank you to Nursery Brawler ATD for gifting 2 love letters, generating power with love, and gifting flowers from the balance. Thank you to Lord Mogwai for gifting 2 rounds of generating power with love. Thank you to Kuchu for gifting generating power with love. Thank you to Qian Xiana for gifting generating power with love. Thank you to Drunk Art Student for gifting 3 rounds of generating power with love and a love letter. Thank you to Little Tiger Ears for gifting chapter, urging amulets and sending blades. Thank you to Pause for a Moment, Keep Following for gifting 3 rounds of generating power with love. Thank you to Shibao and the Food Thinker for gifting 3 rounds of generating power with love and an inspiration capsule. Thank you to Fusu Yingqin Chuan for gifting flowers from the balance. Thank you to Wu Ji, who likes eating peas stewed with onions, for gifting a love letter. Thank you to FIHI for gifting a like. Thank you to 77 Drinks, Coconut Milk for gifting 2 rounds of flowers from the balance. Thank you to Durham for gifting flowers from the balance. Thank you to the girl who likes eating chicken stewed in white wine for gifting flowers from the balance. Thank you to Ching Cheng Si Meng for gifting 2 rounds of flowers from the balance. Thank you to Shui Yi Yi 666 for gifting flowers from the balance. Thank you to the student who likes eating cake and sweet donuts for gifting 3 rounds of generating power with love. Thank you to Ani Shui for gifting 3 rounds of generating power with love. Thank you to 07 Ye for gifting 3 rounds of generating power with love. Thank you to Huang Wei, who likes eating tomato rice, for gifting flowers from the balance. In the afternoon, I stayed in the room all by myself, while Brenda went to class, and I lay on the sofa, suddenly remembering something. System, get out here. I'm here. I've completed the mission. Where's the reward? I questioned. Cough, I totally forgot. What? You forgot? I clenched my small fist, my face going completely dark. There won't be a next time. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. Entry-level singing skill. D and T. A tingling, numbing sensation spread through my head. I closed my eyes, and only after about 5 minutes did I slowly open them again. This singing skill is really not bad. The preliminary round is already over, so for the next competition, I can play the piano and sing at the same time, I said with a smile. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. I picked up my phone, and my heart couldn't help but skip a beat, because these 2 messages were sent by my mother, Helen. I pursed my lips, nervously opening them to check. It was an address along with a voice message. I tapped on the voice message, and from inside, it instantly transmitted the familiar, gentle voice of Helen. My mother was a kindergarten teacher, so she usually spoke softly and gently, making anyone who listened feel very comfortable. Felix dear, your dad and I have moved. This is the new address. Next time you're free to come home, don't go to the wrong place. I raised my eyebrows, incredibly bewildered. Why did they suddenly move out of nowhere? I typed a reply, Mom, Nom. Why did we suddenly move? Haven't we lived in that house for nearly 20 years? Very quickly, Helen sent another voice message. Haha, a few days ago our area was cleared for redevelopment. The town government wants to build a train station, so our land was reclaimed. We received some compensation money. Your dad and I discussed it, and then moved to this new place. Even though our old neighbors have all scattered like this, the new environment is actually pretty good. When you're free, come back and take a look. It wasn't hard to hear the joy in Helen's voice. I was also left completely dazed from listening. Putting it that way, haven't I become a second-generation redevelopment kid? Then Mom, about my allowance, what are you thinking about? You little brat? Our family wasn't compensated with hundreds or tens of millions. We were only compensated with one apartment. There isn't any extra pocket money to spare. The remaining money isn't even enough for you to marry a wife in the future. Just focus on studying properly, and stop thinking about nonsense all day long. The moment I tapped to open the voice message, the booming voice of Arthur resounded out, almost puncturing my eardrums. I get it, Dad. I pouted my lips, throwing my phone to the side. What do you mean, marrying a wife? With me like this, it would take a miracle to marry a wife, okay? I really don't know if I go home, and my parents see their perfectly normal son turned into a girl, whether they would faint right on the spot. Though redeveloping and moving was also a good thing. At least the neighbors who watched me grow up had all scattered. That would save me quite a bit of trouble. I'd definitely have to go back during winter break and make my parents accept reality early on. Otherwise, the longer it drags out, the harder it will be to handle. As for the Thanksgiving break, forget it. I'm not going back. I don't want to die an early death just yet. Oh right, system. I've turned into a girl now. So what about my ID and other documents? I asked the question that concerned me the most. This matter is very easy to handle. As long as the host says the word, your ID, records, and everything else. This system can modify your gender within minutes. It's just that. The system cut off halfway through its sentence, which made me anxious to death. It's just what? Just say it. It's just that this system's abilities are limited, and cannot influence other people's thoughts. Therefore, to the people who were familiar with you before, you're still a guy. The matter of explaining things will have to rely on yourself. Why are you so useless? The corner of my mouth twitched slightly, as I couldn't help but curse silently. Don't be ungrateful. Don't be ungrateful, the system said disdainfully. I couldn't be bothered to argue with it, letting out a breath as I lay down on the sofa and closed my eyes. Before long, I fell fast asleep. I slept straight from 2 o'clock until 4:30, only waking up when Brenda returned. Fiona, look what I bought and brought back. Brenda proudly lifted the bag in her hand, saying with a laugh. I took a closer look, and said in astonishment, Crawfish? You actually bought it? Last night while we were chatting, I had only casually mentioned wanting to eat crawfish. I didn't expect Brenda to take it to heart, and actually go buy it, of course. Since my Fiona wants to eat it, of course I have to satisfy her. What flavor do you want? I'll make it for you. Brenda carried the crawfish into the kitchen. She poked her head out and asked, I want the spicy, aromatic minced garlic flavor. I smiled happily and said, all right, just wait. I'll come help you. Fiona, come here, I've peeled them for you. Hurry up and eat. Eat up. Brenda handed over a dozen freshly peeled crawfish to me and said with a smile, Brenda, you should eat too. It's already enough that you cooked for me, but you even peeled them for me beforehand. It makes me feel so bad. My face flushed as I smiled and said, oh, come on, we're close soulmates. What's a little thing like this? Hurry and eat. At worst you can peel some for me too. Brenda watched me eat each piece of crawfish meat she had peeled, her smile growing even more delighted. All right then, open wide. I finished peeling one and brought it to Brenda's lips. Haha, thank you for feeding me, Fiona. Brenda went nom, and ate the crawfish meat from my hand in one bite. Her tongue, inadvertently, brushed against the tip of my finger. I gave a small smile, and praised, Brenda, the food you cook is truly delicious. Even the crawfish is made this well. You're just too amazing. Brenda waved her hand, saying modestly, it's nothing. These are just things I messed around with, on my own when I was free before. I found cooking quite interesting, so I've stuck with it until now. If you like it, I'll cook for you often. Ha ha, Brenda, with your cooking skills being this good. I'm afraid I'll get fat after eating it for a few days. I said with a laugh. Getting fat is good too. Having a bit more meat makes you adorable, ha ha ha. Eat slower. There's oil all over the corner of your mouth. Brenda pulled out a piece of tissue and gently wiped the corner of my mouth for me. That serious expression of hers made me daze out for a moment just looking at her. Thank you, all right? In the little apartment, the two girls chatted and laughed happily. This was a warm period of time belonging solely to the two of them. Due to some special reasons, the Electronics University temporarily announced that the finals of the music competition would be held on the very first evening, after the National Day break ended and students returned to campus. After I found out about this news, I was a bit surprised at first, but thinking it over for a moment, whether the schedule was postponed or not didn't affect me at all. Whatever needed to be done just had to be done. Felix, why did you suddenly decide to change your major? In an office at the School of Fine Arts, the advisor for the traditional Chinese painting major, Mrs. Liu, looked at the major change application I had handed in and asked in confusion, Mrs. Liu, it's hard to explain. I've been studying traditional Chinese painting for a few years now, and suddenly had a new idea. It's pretty normal to act on a sudden whim, right? Haha, I looked at Mrs. Liu and scratched my head, saying with a laugh, the first month and the last month of each semester are the designated periods when Electronics University allows students to change majors. This is also your freedom as students. As long as you meet the conditions, you can switch. However, Felix, I still feel like you should consider this prudently. Changing your major is no small matter, Mrs. Liu advised seriously. I know, Mrs. Liu. I've thought it through. You don't need to try and persuade me anymore, I said firmly. Sigh. All right then, I'll stamp this for you. Later on, just submit this form to Ms. Lee at the school's records office and it'll be fine. Then next week, after returning from the National Day break, you can report to your new class. Mrs. Liu pressed down a stamp and handed the application back to me. Thank you, Mrs. Liu. I said a word of thanks and left the office. After completing all the procedures, I grabbed my bag, preparing to head off campus. As for the remaining classes, there was no need to attend them anymore. As for why I suddenly wanted to change my major, actually it wasn't truly like what I had told Mrs. Liu, a sudden whim. That was merely a manner of speaking. I had given it a great deal of thought. On one hand, my parents' mindset wasn't that open. They hadn't really approved of me studying painting before. They felt that for a guy to study painting, what could he even do after graduation? Therefore, they had occasionally suggested that I change my major. On the other hand, the system had also stated before that it could not influence other people's thoughts. My identity as a girl would sooner or later be discovered by others. Changing my major could also reduce unnecessary trouble. After all, in my current class, my sense of presence was quite low. I was usually quiet and uncommunicative, not speaking much, so barely anyone paid any attention to me. Just as I walked out of the school gates, I caught sight of a handsome figure walking out from the other side. That figure also happened to spot me, and immediately jogged over in my direction. Underclassman Fiona. What a coincidence. Are you also preparing to go out? Raymond looked at me, smiling as bright as sunshine. To tell the truth, with a handsome, sunny guy like Raymond, girls usually found it very hard to resist. But I was different. I was completely immune. I pursed my lips and smiled very politely. Senior Raymond, is there something I can help you with? The gentle, clear voice of the girl in front of him was like a sweet, refreshing stream soaking into one's heart. Raymond's heart skipped a beat, yet nothing changed on his face. I don't have anything going on. I was just feeling bored, so I came out for a little stroll. I didn't expect to run into you, underclassman. It really is fate. I blinked my big eyes and smiled without giving a definite response. But in my heart, I'd already long since guessed his little motives. By 70 or 80%. What do you mean, a coincidence? What kind of guy is so bored that he goes for a stroll off campus in the middle of this heat? This excuse is way too forced. Haha, right. I lowered my head and gave a small smile. I wonder if you're free right now, underclassman? Could we go for a little walk together? Raymond looked at the girl in front of him, saying nervously, Maybe let's pass on that. The weather is too hot. I want to head back a bit early. It wasn't right for me to reject him too bluntly, so I could only find an excuse to turn him down tactfully. Is that so? Underclassman, do you rent a place outside to live by yourself? Raymond asked in surprise. No, I share a rented place with a friend, I explained. Is it a boyfriend? No, it's my close soulmate. I don't have a boyfriend. I tucked a stray lock of hair falling in front of my forehead. Behind my ear? Saying with a smile. Oh, I see. There's a bubble tea shop not far ahead. Let me buy a cup of bubble tea for you and your roommate each. Consider it a small greeting gift for us getting to know each other. How about it? Raymond said. Seeing how persistent the other party was being, I could only helplessly agree. Who told my charm to be so immensely great? All right then, thank you, senior. Brenda, I'm back. The moment I stepped inside the door, I instantly felt the pleasant cold air in the living room. Shivering slightly with comfort, I called out toward the inside. Clack, clack, the sound of slippers dragging on the floor rang out. Brenda stepped out wearing a t-shirt and shorts, saying with a smile, Fiona, is the matter with your major change all done? Looking at Brenda's exquisite collarbones in front of me, the t-shirt stretching taut beneath them, along with those beautiful legs. No matter how many times I had seen it, I still couldn't help but marvel in my heart. Brenda's figure was truly way too beautiful, to the point that even girls would look at her with envy. Yeah, it's all done. Next week, after returning from the National Day break, I can report directly to the new class. Here, this is bubble tea I brought back for you, I said with a smile, handing the bubble tea over to Brenda. Wow, Fiona, you're so sweet. Brenda poked the straw inside and took a satisfied sip. Fiona, let me transfer the money to you. I can't just keep letting you buy bubble tea for me all the time, Brenda said while taking out her phone, preparing to make a transfer. No need at all. I wasn't the one who bought this. I hurriedly stopped her. You didn't buy it? Then who did? Brenda tilted her small head and asked. So I took what had just occurred and recounted it briefly to Brenda. After listening, Brenda came to a sudden realization and nodded, looking at the cup of bubble tea in her hand. She said with a sly grin, So this is bubble tea gifted by a pursuer of my Fiona. Then I'm truly benefiting from your good fortune to get a drink. I knew right away she would tease me, so I defended myself. What do you mean, Brenda? You're just talking nonsense. Haha, it's the truth. Fiona, you still won't admit it. Phooey, what is there for me to admit? It wasn't even like that anyway. He absolutely insisted on buying it. What choice did I have? Furthermore, I'm not going to have anything going on with him just because of a cup of bubble tea. I shrugged and said innocently, All right. Whatever my Fiona says is right. Fiona can only belong to me alone, right? Brenda said with a beaming smile. Wrong. I gave her a sideways glance and said flatly, Huh? Fiona, what do you mean by that? You got it backward. It's only right to say that you belong to me. I managed to pull off a counterattack. Having lived together for so long, I was no longer the type of person who would blush like in the very beginning, just from Brenda teasing me with a few words. This sudden bit of flirting instead caught Brenda completely off guard. Her beautiful face flushed slightly, and she said bashfully, Fiona, you really have no shame. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Time continued to pass day by day, and the National Day break was getting closer and closer. That morning, at 8 o'clock, I woke up. Except, I didn't just wake up naturally. Rather, I was awoken by a wave of pain. Hiss. My stomach hurt so much. I clutched my stomach, lying on my side, on the bed with my legs curled up together. My small face was deathly pale, and quite a bit of sweat broke out on my forehead. I didn't eat anything bad yesterday either. Why does it hurt like this? I knitted my brows tightly. The abdominal pain came in waves, torturing me quite severely. Knock, knock, knock. Fiona, it's 8 o'clock. Time to get up and eat breakfast. I made the scallion oil noodles you like the most. Brenda's knocking rang out from outside the door. Just as I was about to answer her, a sharp pang of pain suddenly shot through my abdomen, hurting so much that I directly let out a groan. Fiona, what's wrong? Originally thinking I was just sleeping in, Brenda was preparing to walk away, when suddenly she heard my painful groan drifting out from the bedroom. Without thinking twice, she immediately pushed the door open and rushed inside. She instantly saw me curling myself up into a ball, the expression on my face filled with agony. Fiona, don't scare me like this. What exactly is going on? Brenda rushed right up to me and asked anxiously. Brenda, I don't know either. The moment I woke up, my stomach already hurt terribly. I cracked my eyes open slightly, Lass, saying weakly, watching my weak, pitiful appearance. Brenda's heart ached terribly for me. She felt my forehead, and her eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a bright red stain. Looking closer, Brenda understood immediately. I see. Fiona, your stomachache must be menstrual cramps. Your period is here, Brenda said quickly. What? I looked at Brenda in disbelief. I actually got my period. This was something I absolutely had not expected. After all my calculations, I had forgotten about this matter. I hate this so much. Then what should I do? Brenda, my stomach hurts way too much. I couldn't bother to think about anything else, only knowing to call out to Brenda for help. Don't worry, I'll go brew some brown sugar water for you. I remember I still have some left. Wait a bit, try to bear with it for a little longer. Fiona. After saying that, Brenda ran out of the bedroom. Before long, Brenda carried a freshly brewed bowl of brown sugar water and walked back inside. Sitting at the head of my bed, she propped me up so that I could lean against her shoulder. Scooping up a spoonful of brown sugar water, she brought it to her lips, gently blew on it, tested the temperature with her lips, and then fed it to me spoonful by spoonful. I only felt a wave of warmth spreading through my lower abdomen, which also alleviated some of the pain, making it far less agonizing than it was before. After Brenda finished feeding me the brown sugar water, she gently helped me lie back down on the bed. Then she reached out her jade-like hand, massaging my lower abdomen gently and slowly. I was in so much pain that I had absolutely no strength left, able only to allow Brenda to take care of me. Now being looked after by her like this, the painful sensation decreased by quite a bit. With the pain finally easing up, I eventually recovered a little bit of strength and said softly, "Thank you so much." Brenda gave me a helpless sideways glare and said huffily, "Look at you. You don't know how to take care of yourself at all. Your period was coming today. Yet yesterday you were still fighting with me to eat ice cream. Serves you right for hurting like this." Being scolded by Brenda like a lecture, I felt incredibly aggrieved. My voice even carried a bit of a sob as I complained, "I forgot. Brenda, why are you being so fierce? You're scaring me." Hearing my aggrieved tone, Brenda couldn't bear it either. She stroked my face, comforting me. All right. I was only saying those things out of frustration. How could you even forget a day like this? You absolutely cannot let this happen next time. Did you hear me?" While Brenda massaged my lower abdomen for me, she kept chatting with me. Before I knew it, it didn't even hurt that much anymore. "Feeling better?" Brenda asked caringly. Yeah, much better. Thank you so much." "Brenda," I said with a smile, "it's nothing." "Right, do you have any strength? Do you need me to help you to the bathroom to change your pants?" Brenda pointed toward my pajama pants that had already been stained red with blood, and asked, No need at all. I can do it myself." I hurriedly shook my head in refusal. "All right then. Just be a bit careful on your own. I'll wait outside. Once you're done changing, come out to eat breakfast." Brenda gave one final instruction and left. Seeing Brenda leave the room, I held my forehead, letting out a helpless, bitter laugh. In a corner of the cafeteria, "Brenda, I'm so hot. I want to drink bubble tea. I want to drink soda." I had obediently let Brenda hold my hand the entire way. And the moment I plunked my butt down onto the chair, I began to act cute. "No way, Fiona. What are you thinking? You actually still want to drink bubble tea and cold drinks? Keep dreaming." The moment Brenda heard me say that, her willow leaf brows instantly shot up, and she spoke in dissatisfaction. "But I'm both hot and thirsty. What am I supposed to do?" I turned my head away, pouting my lips, my hair drooping down. This scene made Brenda freeze slightly, and her heart couldn't help but soften, but very quickly she snapped back to reality. "What else can you do? I'll go get some soup for you. You sit tight right here, don't move around. You're already this old. Yet you don't even know to consider your own body." Brenda set her bag down and walked away. I rested my chin in both of my hands, staring blankly at Brenda's retreating figure as she went to get the soup, letting out a small smile. I realized that Brenda was truly very good to me. Whatever dish I wanted to eat, Brenda was always able to make it for me. Now that my period was here, Brenda was also taking care of me down to every single detail. This feeling was truly way too wonderful. "Here, drink up." Brenda carried 2 bowls of seaweed egg drop soup over, handing 1 bowl to me. "Thank you, Brenda." I smiled sweetly. Just as I picked up my chopsticks, preparing to grab some food, I was stopped by Brenda. "What's wrong, Brenda?" I blinked my eyes and asked, "No eating spicy food." Brenda swapped her plate of bland vegetables with the spicy dishes that I had ordered, pointing at the plates of bland stir-fried shrimp, stir-fried cabbage, and tomato scrambled eggs in front of me as she said, "Eat these." My small face wrinkled up, pleading, "Brenda, Fiona, are you going to listen to me or not?" Brenda looked at me, her gaze looking exactly like a parent. staring at a child who had done something wrong. I'll listen, alright? I instantly lost the battle, lowering my head to pick at those bland dishes, forcing down each bite with difficulty. That's a good girl. Fiona has to be obedient, okay? Oh my, Brenda ruffled my hair, smiling incredibly radiantly. Then, since I'm being this obedient, is there any reward? I said with a laugh. Of course there is. Brenda looked at me, saying with a beaming smile, what reward is it? A pass to sleep with this young lady. Oh my goodness. Brenda covered her mouth as she laughed and said, what do you mean? I don't even want that, I pouted. You find me undesirable? Brenda's eyes narrowed into a dangerous curve as she stared at me. How could that be? I can barely contain my joy. I absolutely love this reward, I said with a laugh. Saying I didn't like it would be a lie. Holding a soft older sister to sleep together, what a beautiful thing that would be. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Time slowly trickled by, and very quickly the national day break that so many people had been looking forward to arrived. Being university students, we naturally got a 7-day holiday. On the evening of September 30th, I sat in a duck-like position on the bed, watching helplessly as Brenda, who had just stepped into my room, couldn't wait to lock the door behind her. I opened my mouth and spoke slowly. Brenda, instead of sleeping in your own room, why do you absolutely insist on running over to my place? Brenda practically laid out her pillow and blanket, nimbly crawled onto the bed, and gently patted my head. Her eyes rolled around, as she said with a laugh, what do you mean? I remember you have a pass to sleep with me. Am I not here to help you redeem your reward? Lest you forget all about it. Hee hee. Speaking of the sleeping pass, I actually remembered it too. Holding my forehead, I couldn't be bothered to argue with Brenda. So I just leaned against the headboard and scrolled through my phone. The two of us just stayed quiet like that for a while. A few minutes later, Brenda shifted her body, pressing right up against me. She poked my soft waist and asked, Fiona, do you have any plans for the National Day break? Being asked this question so out of the blue, I didn't know what to say for a moment. Had to answer, so I just shrugged my shoulders and said casually, I don't have any plans. I'll probably just stay at home. I don't really have anywhere I want to go either. Is that so? Brenda nodded, her small head seemingly thinking about something. Her mind quickly turned for a bit, and then she said, then how about we go on a trip? The two of us go on a trip? I gave her a surprised glance. That's right, just the two of us. Originally, I also wanted to invite Mandy, but she said she had to go back home for a visit. So it's better if just the two of us go. Brenda hugged my wrist, gently nuzzling it with her cheek. But you know how the National Day break is. A ton of people get a long holiday. All those tourist spots and whatnot will definitely have massive crowds flocking to them. Going there would just be looking at people. You wouldn't get to see any scenery at all, I said honestly. After all, back in high school during every National Day break, I used to go out on trips with my parents. The famous scenic spots were all packed with oceans of people, making it both hot and miserable. It's fine, we can go to another city. We don't necessarily have to stay in this city, Brenda said. Isn't going to another city just the same thing? I said weakly. It's not the same at all. The place I have my eyes on is in City A. It's very close. It only takes 2 hours by high-speed rail to get there. Plus, it won't be too crowded. That side is still a developing area. Although the architecture isn't as good as the downtown area, it's still very suitable for a vacation. Brenda shook my arm, saying with a smile, hearing this, my heart fluttered a bit too. Staying at home for 7 whole days would definitely bore me to death. It would be better to go out for a stroll and relax a bit. Not to mention, I'd have a top-tier beauty like Brenda accompanying me. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a losing deal. All right then, are we leaving tomorrow? I said with a laugh. Yeah, we leave tomorrow. I'll book the tickets right now. Hee hee. Brenda laughed happily, and then she immediately took out her phone to book the tickets. At 10:30 in the morning on October 1st, Brenda and I pulled our suitcases, locked the windows and main door carefully, and called a ride to the high-speed rail station, officially kicking off our National Day trip. At the train station in City A, Brenda and I stood in front of the station exit, looking at the unfamiliar street before us. An unfamiliar city. A flood of mixed emotions couldn't help but rise in my heart. Hee hee, Fiona. This is the first time the two of us have gone out to play together since we met. Come on, let's take a photo together as a keepsake. Brenda waved her hand at me, calling out, all right. I was also very happy, so I sidled up close to her. In front of the phone Brenda held up, I flashed a V sign. With just a click, the joyful smiles of the two girls were captured permanently. Because City A was an unfamiliar city, if fishes, in this place, I didn't need to worry about being recognized by anyone I knew, so my style of dress was also a bit more casual than before. It was no longer loose-fitting long pants. Instead, I had changed into a pair of denim shorts that accentuated my figure. On my feet were a pair of white sneakers. The overall look was full of youthful and vibrant energy. As for Brenda, she wore a short white dress, and her long hair was also tied up into a high ponytail. Standing next to me, she also turned quite a few heads. After all, just those two pairs of fair, slender legs alone were enough to make people unable to look away. Fiona, let's go to the hotel first. After dropping off our luggage, we'll go eat. I'm about to starve to death. Brenda rubbed her flat little stomach, pouting her lips as she said aggrievedly, all right, you make it sound like I'm mistreating you, and not letting you eat. I teased. Haha. Brenda had booked a double room. After the two girls dropped off their luggage, they left the hotel hand in hand. Although the hotel lobby also served lunch, Brenda and I still wanted to go check out the local food street. Brenda was incredibly energetic. One moment she was dragging me to buy takoyaki. The next moment, she was pulling me to get spicy skewers to eat. Before long, both of our hands were loaded with snacks. We found a stone table and stone chairs that were specifically provided for tourists to use for free, sat down right there, and ate happily. Here, Fiona, try a bite of mine. It's really delicious. Brenda held up a skewer of stinky tofu, saying with a beaming smile, No, I'm not eating that. I hurriedly leaned my body back, saying resistingly, What do you mean? Stinky tofu is so delicious, yet you won't eat it. Brenda's eyes curved as she laughed without stopping. I don't have such a heavy palate like you, Brenda. I pouted. Fiona, you're way too picky of an eater. Eat a bit more and put on some weight. Look at that spot of yours. There's nothing there at all. Brenda glanced at my chest, and then teased. I naturally knew what she was talking about, giving her a helpless sideways glare. None of your business. I have to let it grow naturally. You can't force these things to happen overnight. Too big isn't good either. After saying that, I also mirrored Brenda's teasing gaze, checking Brenda out from top to bottom. Haha, Fiona, you're jealous, aren't you? Brenda didn't get angry either, instead propping her cheek with one hand, as she spoke with deep insinuation. Are you kidding? Why would I be jealous of you? I'm not jealous at all, okay? I said, raising my eyebrows. Really? Don't deny it anymore, Fiona. You're clearly just envious. I am not. Furthermore, if we really strip down, who knows who's actually bigger? I talked big. Then how about we compare tonight? I haven't even seen Fiona's yet. Brenda smiled, saying full of anticipation. My face instantly turned bright red. How could I possibly handle Brenda? Being completely unreserved like this? For a moment, I was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. Haha, Fiona, look at you, you're scared. I'm ignoring you. Just eat your food. Oh my, getting flustered over just this? Brenda covered her mouth, giggling non-stop. Whew, I'm so full. Brenda rubbed her slightly bulging stomach, saying contentedly, Brenda, how can you eat so much? I suspect you have two stomachs, and I even have evidence. He glanced at Brenda's stomach and said, Haha, my stomach can expand on its own to hold more food. Since I don't get fat from eating anyway, I might as well eat a bit more. Being able to eat is a blessing. Brenda said with a laugh. Where are we going next? I asked. Fiona, where do you want to go? I want to go back and rest for the afternoon, take a little nap. I woke up early this morning to catch the train. All right then, that works too. We'll go back and rest up, and tomorrow we'll start playing to our heart's content. Yeah, this is so comfortable. I rubbed my eyes, lying on the bed and letting out a long stretch, unable to help but let out a soft groan. You're awake? Beside me, Brenda was leaning against the headboard reading a magazine. She glanced at me, and said with a laugh, Yeah, that was a great sleep. What time is it? I sat up and asked. It's already 5:30. My goodness, you little lazy pig, Brenda said with a laugh. It's that late already? I took a 3-hour nap. Oh my lord. I held my forehead, saying helplessly, It's fine. Sleeping a bit extra is no big deal. It's only the first day of the holiday anyway. We still have plenty of time. Brenda comforted. Then I'll lie down for a bit longer? Hee. After saying that, I lay back down, turning on my side to look at Brenda. It had to be said, Brenda's side profile looked just as beautiful. The quiet and beautiful way she looked, flipping through the magazine, made me daze out for a moment just watching her. Silly, am I pretty? Brenda also noticed that I was sneaking glances at her. The funny thing was, this little dummy had actually stared until she was completely dazed. You really are very pretty. Brenda, you're gorgeous. I gave a soft chuckle. You just know how to flatter me. Hearing my words, Brenda pouted her lips, but her heart was completely sweet. Hee hee, I'm only telling the truth, as expected of the top beauty of our electronics university. You really are a fairy descended to Earth. A genuine fairy, sister, I continued. Stop, stop, stop. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it gets. Brenda hurriedly interrupted me, lest I blurted out any more nonsense. Ha ha ha, Brenda, what are you reading? I asked curiously. Just the hotel magazine that was placed on the table. I was bored, so I picked it up to take a look. Brenda waved the magazine in her hand, saying with a smile, "Oh, all right." I rolled over boredly, lying on my back and staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, Brenda closed the magazine, looked at me as I was still spacing out, then stood up and walked over. She gave my cheek a little pinch. The texture was incredibly nice. She said with a smile, "Let's go. Time to eat." We're eating again? We went back to the hotel to sleep right after lunch, and now we're going out to eat again the moment we wake up. I feel like a total pig, I said weakly. Puff, does anyone describe themselves the way you do? It's already past 6 o'clock, aren't you hungry? Brenda looked at me with a gaze full of amusement. I am hungry, let's go. I blinked my eyes and said with a smile. The two girls left the hotel, heading toward the west, strolling slowly and casually. At this time in City A, the sun had almost completely set, and the streetlights were all lit up, illuminating the street as bright as day. Walking on a street like this at night gave an immense sense of security. Fiona, how about we go have some barbecue? City A is near the sea, so there's plenty of seafood. Brenda looked toward a place not far away, a barbecue stall that was doing a rather brisk business, tilting her head as she spoke. Sure, anything works. I nodded. Hello, let's just get this much for now. As for drinks, we'll take a cold Sprite. Brenda and I sat at a table outside the stall, welcoming the night breeze. Don't even mention how comfortable it was. After finishing our selection, we handed the menu to the employee. The employee at this stall was a rather young girl, looking by her appearance to be a middle school student, coming to help out her family since it was the National Day break. The well-behaved girl took a look at Brenda and me, a flash of amazement crossing the depths of her eyes. The two older sisters are so beautiful. Dad, here is the order for table number 10. The little girl walked into the stall, handing the menu to a middle-aged man. All right, daughter, you're tired, aren't you? Go rest for a bit, the middle-aged man said with a smile. I'm not tired. Dad, I don't have anything to do anyway, so helping out a bit is only right. The little girl waved her hand, saying with a smile. Brenda and I didn't wait long before the little girl came over carrying the barbecue. Sisters, the food you ordered is here. Great. Thank you, little sister, I said with a smile. No, it's nothing. The little girl looked at me, her eyes as clear as jade green water, the smile at the corner of her lips as perfect as a crescent moon. Her small face flushed slightly, and after saying a word, she went to attend to the other customers. Fiona, hurry up and eat. My stomach is about to cave in from hunger. Brenda picked up a skewer of grilled squid, saying with a smile. Yeah, it smells so good just catching a whiff. I can't resist it anymore. I also picked up a skewer of grilled squid, eating it happily. The two girls chatted while eating barbecue, and before long, they ate until the corners of their mouths were covered in oil. But neither of them cared that much, still chatting merrily. Oh, you two little sisters, eating just by yourselves must be quite boring. Do you need the three of us brothers to sit down and join you? Suddenly, an ill-timed, playful voice rang out, right next to the two of us. I knitted my brows, looking toward the source of the voice. The one who just spoke was a man in his 40s. Beside him were two other men of similar age, their beer bellies incredibly obvious. And the three of them shared one thing in common, which was that they were all completely wasted, their entire bodies reeking of alcohol. No thanks. I knitted my brows, saying in a deep voice, anyone can tell you're saying one thing but thinking another. No need to stand on ceremony with us brothers. We're very gentle. one of the men said with a squint-eyed smile, his gaze sweeping across my beautiful face and pretty legs one moment, then shifting toward the chest of Brenda who sat opposite me the next. That lecherous gaze made it obvious at first glance that he was up to no good. Can't you hear clearly what others are saying? Please leave. I knitted my brows, feeling a bit anxious in my heart. After all, Brenda and I were just two girls, while the opposite party consisted of three burly men. We could easily end up getting the short end of the stick. As for Brenda, she didn't say a word, only staring coldly at the three of them. Don't be shy, little sister. Just chatting for a few words? Let's make friends a bit. This meal will be on us. How about it? The man who spoke first opened his mouth, his gaze looking at Brenda with an increasingly burning intensity. As he walked to her side, unable to resist reaching out his hand, intending to drape it over her shoulder. Brenda. Before I could even finish my sentence, I saw Brenda swiftly stand up, delivering an elbow strike right into the man, knocking him flat onto the ground. Then she stepped in front of me, shielding me behind her. Damn it, do you have a death wish? The remaining two men, seeing their companion knocked to the ground, in such pain, borrowed the liquid courage and lunged forward. Brenda didn't utter a single word, her cold face leaning aside, dodging one man's attack, taking advantage of his drunken, sluggish reactions. She delivered a kick that sent him rolling onto the ground. The remaining man didn't fare much better either, groaning on the ground half a minute later. At this moment, my mind was a total blank. Brenda had just handled three big guys as simple as that. This matter was way too amazing. Right at that moment, suddenly, a blast of a police siren brought me back to my senses. Two police officers walked over, seeing Brenda and me, along with the three men, lying wasted in front of us, understanding something instantly. They walked over with knitted brows, asking, "Was it you two who called the police?" Brenda and I looked at each other, and at this moment, the little girl employee ran over, saying, "I was the one who called the police." These three men wanted to bully those two sisters, and they were even about to get handsy. Our place has surveillance footage as proof. The officers looked at the little girl, then back at Brenda and me, nodding. One of them followed the owner inside the stall, obviously going to check the surveillance footage. "What's the deal with these three?" "I beat them up," Brenda said, crossing her arms over her chest. "Officer, with my friend like this, it should count as legitimate self-defense, right?" I hurriedly explained. "We'll know after looking at the footage." 10 minutes later, the two officers had also figured out the whole story, calling over a few more colleagues to escort those three drunks onto the police car. Afterward, they instructed Brenda and I, "You two girls must be a bit careful in the future. Pay attention to your safety." Yes, we know. "Thank you, officers," I said with a smile. "Thank you, little sister." Brenda looked at that girl, sincerely expressing her thanks. "It's nothing, sister. You two are guests, so we definitely have to protect your safety." The little girl smiled innocently and said, "Haha, Brenda, how are you so amazing? You really are a hidden expert." On the way back to the hotel, I couldn't resist asking, for a girl, learning a bit of this stuff doesn't do any harm. Not to mention, I've practiced since I was little. Dealing with people like them is still more than manageable," Brenda said with a laugh. "That's truly amazing. I was completely shocked by you." I marveled sincerely. "Haha, my amazing points are still plenty. You'll find out in the future." Fiona. I had just finished showering and stepped out, when I saw Brenda with a face full of a wicked grin. My heart instantly felt that something was wrong. Instinctively taking a step back, I said, "What's wrong? Did you forget what you said during the day?" Brenda sat cross-legged on the bed, tilting her head as she looked at me with a half-smile. "Huh? What did I say?" I rubbed my head, blinking my eyes, asking in confusion. Brenda looked at my cute, dazed appearance, pointed toward her own chest, and smiled deeply with insinuation. "Didn't someone say during the day that they wanted to strip down and compare? How did you forget so quickly?" Being suddenly reminded of this matter by her, my face instantly turned bright red. I gave a forced laugh and said, "Brenda, how can that matter be taken seriously? I was just casually talking nonsense. It's this late already, time to sleep." Brenda didn't say anything either, just looking at me with a beaming smile like that. I didn't dare to take another step forward either. After what happened in the evening, I was already completely clear about the gap in physical strength between myself and Brenda. If Brenda really wanted to do something, I would have absolutely no chance of resisting. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Why are you so silly?" Hee hee. Brenda let out a snort and burst out laughing, then waved her hand. Whew, she gave me quite a scare. My heart instantly let out a sigh of relief. Should we go to the beach tomorrow? Brenda lay on the bed, looking at the pitch-black room as she asked. Go to the beach? Sure, I don't have any objection. After all, we were currently in an unfamiliar place, and it was just the two of us, Brenda and me. Wherever we went, we would be going together. Hee hee, then it's a plan. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Good night, Fiona. Good night, Brenda. The next day, because the two girls had returned way too late last night, they slept straight until 10 o'clock in the morning. Even the dark curtains couldn't stop the onslaught of sunlight, and the room grew much brighter. The moment I noticed this change, my body reacted out of instinct, slowly opening my eyes. Wow! Brenda let out a stretch, rubbing her eyes. Only after waking up for a bit did she turn her head to look at me. She saw me lying on my side facing toward Brenda, my legs curled up slightly, and my hands very obediently placed beside my body. My cute little cherry-like lips slightly parted and closed with each breath, and my eyelashes trembled faintly, creating a beautiful sleeping posture. That made Brenda unable to resist looking a few more times. She stealthily got off the bed. Brenda squatted down in front of me, reaching out her hand to gently pinch my cheek. The texture was soft and smooth, very comfortable. As if realizing someone was touching my face, my eyes fluttered slightly. Brenda let out a small smile, and only then did she stand up and go into the bathroom to start washing up. Wow, the sun is really fierce today. It's so hot, I muttered the moment I stepped out of the hotel lobby, leaving the air-conditioned area. The wave of heat blew straight into my face, catching me completely off guard. I checked the weather forecast. Right now, the temperature in City A is 95 degrees, but it'll be a bit better once we get out to the beach. With the sea breeze blowing, it'll still be a bit more comfortable, Brenda said with a comforting smile. Yeah. The beach wasn't far from the hotel where the two girls were staying, about a little over half a mile away. The two of them shared a single sun umbrella, strolling unhurriedly toward their destination. Brenda, are you hungry? Do you need me to go buy some food? I caught sight of a convenience store about 10 yards ahead, so I looked at Brenda and asked, I'm not that hungry. If you're hungry, then just buy your own portion, Brenda said with a smile. All right then. Before long, Holt came back carrying a container of hot Odin. Brenda, try some of this. The daikon radish from this shop is delicious. This is exactly the soul of Odin. I blew gently on the piece of radish in my hand, scooped up a piece, and brought it to Brenda's lips. Brenda's heart felt completely sweet as she took a bite, a beautiful smile blooming on her face that could make anyone feel enchanted. She said sweetly, It really is delicious. Thank you for feeding me, Fiona. Haha. It's nothing, I said with a happy laugh. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the seashore, watching the seawater before our eyes rise up and recede. The mood of both of them also grew much better involuntarily. Fiona, they're selling swimsuits over there. Let's go buy a set. Brenda pointed toward a spot not far ahead and suggested. What? Swimsuits? I was stunned. I thought that when Brenda said going to the beach to play, it was just casually walking around and catching the sea breeze. Now we actually have to wear swimsuits too? That's right, look at that shallow water area over there. Aren't there also a dozen guys and girls swimming? If we don't wear swimsuits, how are we supposed to go down into the water to play? Brenda said with a laugh. All right then. Stepping into the women's swimwear shop, looking at the swimsuits of all sorts of styles and designs in the store, my face flushed slightly. Pursing my lips, I was completely at a loss for what to do. Brenda, on the other hand, was very at ease, looking at this one moment and checking out that one the next, picking and choosing all over. In the end, I still selected a white one-piece swimsuit. That was quite conservative, only exposing my knees and calves. Furthermore, this set also had some lace trim and embroidered flowers, which also served as a very good cover-up. After finishing changing, I sat on a small stool inside the shop, my hands restlessly twisting together, as I kept my head down to check my phone. After all, this was a place I would have never dared to step into before. 2 minutes later, Brenda also stepped out. The moment I raised my head to take a look, I simply couldn't move my eyes away. My gaze was completely glued to her. The swimsuit Brenda chose wasn't overly ostentatious, but compared to my conservative choice, it could be considered incredibly hot. She wore a light purple swimsuit, the thin straps wrapping across her back and tying behind her neck. I even harbored doubts about whether those thin straps could support Brenda's full and ample weight, terrified that they might accidentally snap with a loud pop. The bow at her waist was both cute and charming, and layers of cascading lace accented the ultra-short skirt, fully displaying her flawless figure. Those beautiful long legs exposed to the air attracted quite a bit of attention from passers-by walking past the swimwear shop. "Little dummy, am I pretty?" Brenda walked over slowly, step by step. With every stride she took, her chest also jiggled slightly along with the movement, making my mouth feel dry just looking at her. Cough, cough, I am not a little dummy. I shifted my eyes away with difficulty, pouting my lips. "Haha, Fiona, you are just too adorable." Blushing this easily? Brenda bent her waist down, both of her hands placed behind her back, looking at me with a beaming smile. A deep, plunging cleavage instantly displayed itself right before my eyes. This fatal sight almost gave me a nosebleed. I hurriedly averted my gaze and said, all right, let's go." Saying that, Brenda took hold of my hand, and the two of them walked together toward the sandy beach. Right now it was exactly the middle of the day, and the people coming to play at the beach also began to grow more numerous. The appearance of Brenda and me directly made the atmosphere of this place erupt. Oh my God, those two girls. I've never seen anyone that beautiful before. That girl wearing the purple swimsuit. Her figure is just way too insane. I can't handle it. Thank goodness I wore loose swimming trunks. Otherwise, it would be deathly embarrassing. The sister wearing the white swimsuit is also gorgeous. One is pure and innocent. The other is sexy. Truly top tier. You bastard. Who are you looking at? Whoa, honey. I swear I am absolutely not looking at those two beautiful girls. Brenda, are we being a bit too striking? I caught the faint scent, wafting from Brenda's body, and said, haha. What's there to fear? We can wear whatever we want. Be a bit more confident. Fiona, Brenda said with a beaming smile. All right, evaluation complete. She really is a total social butterfly. Wow, the seawater is freezing cold. This is so comfortable. Brenda charged straight into the deep blue seawater, the water reaching up to her waist. Both of Brenda's hands splashed the water everywhere, looking exactly like a child who loved playing with water. I also followed her into the shallow water area, watching the graceful back of Brenda as she laughed out loud. The corner of my mouth turned up slightly, and my heart was also very happy. Even though the length of time I had known Brenda wasn't long, the more contact I had with her, the more I felt that she was a very unique girl. Even if the summer was scorching hot and it was easy to feel irritated, just catching sight of her, chatting and laughing with her, my mood could always instantly turn bright. Silly Fiona, what are you spacing out for? Come over here and play with me. Brenda turned her head back. Seeing that I was staring blankly at the sea surface, she called out, coming. I took 2 steps forward, but before I could even react, a handful of water splashed straight into my face, wetting a whole section of my hair. Ha, Fiona, you've turned into a drowned rat. Brenda laughed loudly. Haha, you annoying Brenda, see how I teach you a lesson. I used my hands to scoop up some water and splashed it toward Brenda, and the person behind naturally wasn't going to just let me bully her, immediately refusing to show any weakness, as she also splashed water back toward me. On the sandy beach, by the edge of the seawater, the sound of the two girls splashing water, blended with their joyful laughter, echoed across this beach of City A. You annoying Fiona. How come I couldn't tell you were this rowdy normally? Splashing water all over me. I'm completely soaked. Brenda pouted as she walked out of the hotel bathroom, saying aggrievedly, come off it, stop faking it. I'm absolutely not falling for that. You make it sound like you splashed any less water than I did, Brenda. I shot back. Haha, no matter what. Today was truly so much fun. Brenda wrapped her arms around my waist, saying with a smile, Yeah. Too bad the fun times passed by way too quickly. It's already past 5 o'clock now. I let out a sigh and said, City A was near the sea, so the temperature difference between day and night was still quite large. Brenda and I didn't dare to play for too long either, lest we catch a cold from soaking in the water and being blown by the sea breeze. If that happened, it would truly be more loss than gain. It's fine, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Haha, plus the most important thing is, I discovered something. Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile, intentionally keeping me in suspense. What is it? I asked curiously. Mine are bigger than yours. Brenda leaned close to my ear, enunciating every single word clearly. "What? You annoying Brenda. How can you be like this?" I watched Brenda, who had immediately put some distance between us after speaking, and stomped my foot, crying out in anger. "Ha ha ha, Fiona, stop struggling. Just accept reality." Brenda placed both hands on her waist, saying triumphantly, I gnashed my teeth in embarrassed exasperation, and, in the end, I could only say helplessly, Fine. I admit defeat, all right." Seeing me resigned to my fate, Brenda was thrilled beyond measure. The smile at the corner of her lips impossible to hide no matter what. She walked over and patted my shoulder, saying with a laugh, "It's fine, Fiona. You're still young. In the future, you'll definitely—" Before Brenda could finish speaking, my hands were quick and my eyes were sharp, as I directly lunged forward with both arms, pinning her down onto the bed, and began to tickle Brenda's soft, slender waist. I tickled her so much that she was laughing too hard to breathe, unable to stop laughing. "Ha, Fiona, you're playing dirty. You're cheating. Ha." Brenda was caught completely off guard by the sneak attack, allowing me to seize the upper hand, while fending me off. She also tried hard to launch a counterattack, but it was completely useless. Not only could she not go on the offensive, she couldn't even manage to defend herself. After a while, I finally let go of Brenda. By this time, both girls' hair was completely disheveled, our faces were flushed, and our breathing was a bit heavy. With one hand resting on my waist, I said triumphantly, "How about it? Brenda, do you yield?" Brenda pouted her lips, giving a huff. "If you hadn't caught me while I was off guard, how could you have pulled it off? You meanie? Ha. After fooling around for so long, I'm hungry." I clutched my stomach, looking toward Brenda pitifully. Brenda fixed her slightly messy long hair, saying with a laugh, "All right then. Let's go, time to eat. The buffet downstairs at the hotel seems to be pretty decent. Okay, let's go. This shrimp isn't bad. Fiona, try a bite." Brenda put on disposable gloves, finished peeling a large shrimp, and brought it to my lips. And I didn't stand on ceremony either, eating it right up with an om nom. So, the flavor really isn't bad at all. It's delicious. My eyes lit up instantly. She asked with a laugh, "Is it that the shrimp is delicious? Or is the shrimp Brenda peeled for Fiona more delicious?" Brenda looked at me with a gaze full of amusement. I barely even needed to think, answering directly, "Of course the shrimp Brenda peeled is more delicious. Does that even need to be asked? Haha, your little mouth is truly sweet. Here, eat one more." Hee, thank you, Brenda. Why are we even saying thank you to each other? There's no need to stand on ceremony like that, Brenda said with a laugh. Hee, I get it. Time trickled by day like that, and the National Day break also gradually drew to a close. The people who had traveled all over the place also returned to their respective hometowns one after another, preparing for the upcoming work. As for Brenda and me, we also bought our return tickets and boarded the high-speed rail. We haven't been back to our little apartment for 5 days. I miss it so much. Brenda threw her suitcase to the side, turned around and lunged onto the sofa, shouting out happily, "Brenda, why are you always acting like a kid?" Seeing that scene, I couldn't help but tease her. Hee, I am a kid, Brenda said, swinging her legs, with a laugh. All right. You'll be a kid forever. Oh, right, Fiona. Tomorrow, when we return to school, you have to report to your new major and new class. You chose the international trade major. Are you sure you can handle the coursework? After all, you haven't taken any of these classes during your entire freshman year. Brenda suddenly remembered something and asked out of the blue. About this matter, Brenda, you don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Rest assured. I waved my hand and said with a laugh, "Oh, my lord. All right then, but this way. At least we're studying in the same department now." Brenda clapped her hands, saying with a laugh, "In the future, our class locations will be closer too. If we have classes at the same time, we can even walk to the lecture building together. That's really not bad." Yeah. The National Day break officially came to an end. The 7 days of joyful holiday also temporarily drew to a close, and everyone began to return to their usual busy daily routines. On the first day back to school, early in the morning, I said goodbye to Brenda and walked alone toward the lecture building of the business department, a place that was relatively unfamiliar to me. In the past, I didn't really like running around all over the place. Therefore, I wasn't too clear about many locations on campus. After turning back and forth for a while, I finally arrived at my destination. Hello, you must be the new major change student to our class that Mrs. Davis mentioned, right? I turned my head back, looking toward the source of the voice. A male student was looking at me with a gaze full of an amused smile. I naturally knew Mrs. Davis. She was the advisor in charge of the international trade major. That's right. And you are? I smiled, asking politely. I'm the class president of International Trade Class 1. Mrs. Davis told me to come down in advance, to wait for a new classmate. The class president looked at me as I stood in front of him with a slightly cute, dazed look, and said, his tone was also a bit gentler than usual. After all, beautiful girls were always highly welcomed, so that's how it is. How did you know I was that new classmate? I followed the class president toward the classroom, asking curiously, because Mrs. Davis had briefly described your appearance. It's almost time for class now. So the moment I saw you, I felt it must be you. Kevin said in an amiable voice. Haha, then you're pretty sharp, I said with a laugh. It's just ordinary. Being praised by me? Kevin felt a bit self-conscious, scratching his head. The two didn't walk for long, before Kevin stopped in front of the back door of a classroom. Then he pushed the door open and stepped inside. I say, Kevin, where did you run off to? A male student caught sight of the familiar figure entering from the back door, and couldn't help but ask. Just as the words left his mouth, he spotted me walking in right behind Kevin. The curse word that was about to pop out of his mouth was instantly swallowed back down. I gave that male student a glance, and didn't say anything, finding an empty desk and sitting down. Kevin, where did that beautiful girl come from? Yeah. When did you get to know her? Confess and be treated with leniency. Resist and be punished severely. Looking at the cluster of friends around him chiming in all at once, Kevin was caught between tears and laughter, explaining, that girl is a major change student who switched into our class. I only just received the notification this morning, telling me to go pick her up a bit. Ah, I see, so that's how it is. Then in other words, this underclassman in our class doesn't know anyone at all. Vincent cast a glance from afar, watching me as I kept my head down to check my phone, then spoke in a lowered voice. Judging by the looks of it, that's probably the case. The class president answered honestly. Awesome, that's great. My springtime is about to arrive. Come off it. Don't end up scaring her off when the time comes. Pish, how could that be possible? I'm this handsome after all? Humph. Before long, the class bell rang out. Mrs. Davis stepped inside, looking at the quiet students below. After her gaze scanned around once, she looked toward my position, saying with a smile, Today we have a new classmate who was transferred into our class. Next, let's invite this classmate to give a brief self-introduction. Hearing these words, everyone followed Mrs. Davis's gaze and looked toward me. I pursed my lips and stood up, saying with a smile, Hello everyone. My name is Fiona. I transferred into our class through a major change. Please take good care of me. After speaking, I even gave everyone a small bow. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause instantly rang out inside the classroom. The ones applauding the most enthusiastically were naturally those guys. All right, let's begin class now. Mrs. Davis smiled and nodded, and then she started into her lecture. I listened very seriously, taking out my phone from time to time to snap photos of Mrs. Davis's PowerPoint presentation. The relatively important points of knowledge on there were also written down in my notes. After all, I could be considered someone who jumped in halfway through, so my foundation, more or less, would be thinner than these classmates who had already studied this for over a year. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. Hearing the dismissal bell, Mrs. Davis glanced at the remaining slides, and after dragging things out for another 2 minutes, she finally dismissed the class and left the classroom. Right when I was packing up my books, also preparing to leave the classroom, a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. I looked over in confusion. Classmate, is there something wrong? I asked with a smile. The person who came over was naturally Vincent, who had just declared to the class president that his springtime was about to arrive. Vincent looked at me from a close distance. With my beautiful, exquisite face, fair and smooth skin, and hearing my gentle, quiet voice, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He smiled and said, It's nothing really. Since we're all classmates from now on, could we add each other on WeChat first? Sure, I didn't refuse either, agreeing very straightforwardly. After all, we were all classmates, so everyone's WeChat would have to be added by me sooner or later anyway. Haha, then that's awesome, Vincent said with a happy laugh. After successfully adding him, I found an excuse, tactfully declining Vincent's invitation, and then left the classroom. There was only one class in the morning, and I didn't really have anywhere interesting to go. After finishing class, I naturally and immediately dashed back to the little apartment shared by Brenda and me. After all, Brenda didn't have any classes the entire morning. Just thinking about the top beauty waiting for me to come home made me happy. "Fiona, you're back." Brenda, wearing a nightgown, was leaning back on the sofa. "Seeing me step into the house?" she said with a happy smile. "Yeah, I'm back." Hearing Brenda's familiar voice, my mood instantly grew quite a bit better. I spoke with a smile, but the moment I raised my head, I saw a sight I shouldn't have seen. My beautiful face instantly flushed red. I hurriedly averted my gaze and said, "Brenda, your clothes." "Huh? What about them?" Brenda followed the direction of my pointing finger, looking down at her left shoulder, and then said with a laugh, "Fiona, aren't we just at home? If the strap slips, it slips. What's the big deal?" It turned out that the pink nightgown Brenda was wearing, the strap on her left shoulder, was about to slip all the way down to her elbow, revealing more than half of her snow-white skin. All right, I've put it back up. Can you not be this easily embarrassed all the time?" Brenda said, both annoyed and amused. I slowly raised my head, sneaking a glance at Brenda, finding that she really had adjusted her clothes. Only then did I turn my body back around. "I'm not easily embarrassed. This is just a conditioned reflex." I defended myself stubbornly. Right. You're not easily embarrassed. How could Fiona ever be easily embarrassed?" Brenda teased with a laugh. "How was class today?" Seeing that I was being proud and ignoring her, Brenda hurriedly changed the subject. "It was fine. Although my foundation isn't very solid, I can slowly study more during and after class from now on. Sooner or later, I'll catch up." The moment this matter was mentioned, I instantly grew more spirited. "Is that so? Well, that's good. Oh right, did any guys hit on you? How do they look?" Brenda picked up a pre-cut slice of apple and brought it to my lips. I didn't stand on ceremony, eating it right up, talking while chewing. "There was one guy, he looks all right." "Why do you ask?" Hearing this, the gaze in Brenda's eyes instantly turned deeply resentful. She said mournfully, "My Fiona really is incredibly popular. So many people want to get to know you. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be snatched away from my side." I looked at Brenda, pinched her soft cheek, and said with a laugh, "How could that be? I can't be snatched away. Furthermore, I'm more worried about the day you get carried off by someone else." "Huh." In Brenda's eyes at this moment, my reflection was mirrored. She said fiercely yet adorably, "How could that be possible? Who would dare to carry me off?" "I would dare to," I teased. "Then come on ahead. I'm perfectly willing to let you carry me. Ha ha ha." The first evening after returning from the National Day break was the finals of the Electronics University Music Competition. The time was 7 o'clock that evening. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, "Fiona, are you all prepared for the competition tonight?" Inside Brenda's voice, it was filled with astonishment and disbelief. One had to know that during these 7 days of the National Day break, she had been together with me almost the entire time. Don't even mention practicing. I hadn't even touched a piano a single time. Now I was actually saying I was all prepared. It would be strange if Brenda weren't astonished. "Of course I am. Why would I lie to you?" It was a rare sight to see Brenda reveal such an astonished expression. I said with a laugh, "But I never saw you practicing." Brenda still couldn't resist asking. "I really didn't practice. But that doesn't mean I absolutely have to practice in order to get a good result. Besides, I wasn't aiming for first place in the first place. Back then, it was just a sudden whim, so I signed up. The important part is just participating. Whatever the result is doesn't matter." I blinked my eyes, and said with a smile, That's true." Brenda thought about it for a bit, feeling that what I said wasn't without reason. "Then what about your outfit for tonight?" For this matter, I'll have to ask the omnipotent big sister Brenda to help me out. Let me borrow that formal dress from last time again," I said with a giggle. You're the one competing here, not me." "On what basis do you think that just because you ask, I'll lend it? Don't I need to save some face?" Brenda proudly lifted her head and gave a huff. "Then what do you want?" I said with a laugh. "What do you mean, what do I want? Shouldn't this question be asked to yourself?" Brenda gave me a sideways glance and said. I tapped my chin with my index finger, pondering over what this silly girl Brenda wanted. "Big sister Brenda, you lend me the dress." And I'll repay you with my body, how about it? Brenda was tickled by this sentence of mine, teasing back, "You're not a guy anyway. What do I need your body for?" I pouted, whining in protest. "So what? My body is pleasant-scented and soft. I can do it too." Could it be that Big Sister Brenda's heart isn't fluttering at all? Brenda blinked her eyes, seriously sizing me up. In the end, she snorted and burst out laughing. All right, I'll lend it to you, okay? I'm afraid if you keep talking, you're going to make me die of laughter. Hee, Brenda is the absolute best." Very quickly, the time arrived at 7 o'clock in the evening. It was still the familiar venue. The familiar hosting pair. Brenda and Raymond stood in the center of the stage. After finishing the opening remarks, the performances officially began. Backstage, I had already finished changing into my outfit early on, sitting in a corner, boredly scrolling through my phone. This time, the performance order was decided by drawing lots. I drew the third spot from the bottom. Estimating it, I would have to wait until nearly 8 o'clock to go on stage. Adorable Fiona, I'm back. After finishing her hosting segment, Brenda returned backstage, walking straight toward me, sitting down right next to me and throwing her arms around my neck. She said with a laugh. The unique fragrance on Brenda's body continuously stimulated my nose. All right. Brenda, hurry up and let go. I'm about to be crushed to suffocation by you. I patted Brenda's wrist, saying with a laugh. Are you calling me fat? Brenda said, her gaze looking not very friendly. How could that be? I feel like, Brenda, you're starting it again. Just say it straight. What do you want me to do before you'll let me off? Having lived together for so long, I naturally knew what Brenda meant by doing this right now, accepting my fate directly. Haha, what are you talking about? How could I ever be that kind of person? I was just joking around a bit, Brenda said with a laugh. The other staff members backstage, watching the two top beauties, Brenda and me, talking and laughing, whispering and chatting together. Don't even mention how envious they were, especially the guys. After all, for the students working as staff members here, almost all of them were members of the student council. And since Brenda was both beautiful and possessed a great figure, she was naturally highly welcomed among them. Time passed by minute, second by second, as each contestant went up on stage one after another, and very quickly it was my turn. Applause rang out down below. Next up, let's welcome classmate Fiona to bring us a piano performance in song, The Coward. Clap, clap, clap. Since my previous performance in the preliminary round, where I played The Summer Wind, a lot of passers-by had already turned into fans, and they were incredibly looking forward to my prominent performance tonight. Now that it was finally my turn to go on stage, how could I not be excited? It was still the familiar process. I pulled the microphone close to my mouth, waited for the entire hall to quiet down, and then my slender, jade-white fingers moved gently, starting my performance. I like watching you knit your brows slightly, calling me a coward. That expression of yours is an ambiguous, lonely label that goes even beyond the boundary of friendship. That sweet, loving reproach is a unique, one-of-a-kind thing. I like watching you knit your brows slightly, calling me a coward. My mood is just like throwing the lover's tantrum with someone dear. A strange intuition, a mistaken positioning toward you. Oh dear. I'm a little bit timid. The singing voice was gentle and melodious, yet it carried a few hints of playful cuteness. Everyone was completely enchanted by my singing. When the song came to an end, thunderous applause instantly erupted beneath the stage. Fiona, I love you. Fantastic. That sounded way too beautiful. I didn't expect before that our school actually had such a treasure of a girl. She's truly on par with Brenda. I can't take it. I can't handle it anymore. Brenda stepped onto the stage, continuing to transition to the next performance according to the process. When she came off the stage, she could still hear quite a few people gossiping about me. Returning backstage, unsurprisingly, a good number of people crowded around me, every single one of them looking at me with a burning gaze. I had a bit of a headache. After responding to each of them with a smile one by one, I then went into the dressing room to change my clothes. Brenda watched this scene, the gaze in her eyes flickering slightly, looking toward the dressing room with a somewhat complicated expression, and she let out a quiet sigh in her heart, without knowing why. Watching me being surrounded by others just now, and seeing me being liked by so many people, Brenda felt a strange sensation in her heart, both uncomfortable and frustrating. A sense of crisis cropped up, looking exactly like an important treasure of hers had been discovered by others, and was being fought over by people. By this time, I had also finished changing my clothes and stepped out, politely responding to the people greeting me, and then walked straight to Brenda's side, saying with a laugh, "Brenda, what are you spacing out for?" Hearing my voice, Brenda snapped out of it, turning her head to look at me. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" I touched my own face, saying in bewilderment, "No, I just feel like after this competition, Fiona is going to be even more popular." Brenda teased. Then you're overthinking it. The one who is popular is only Fiona, not Felix. I poked Brenda's face, looking into her eyes as I said with a laugh, "Fiona, what is the meaning of your words?" Hearing it, Brenda didn't manage to react for a moment, asking blankly, "It's just the literal meaning, of course." It was a rare sight to see Brenda's cute, dazed appearance, and I was thrilled beyond measure, leaning right up to her ear, using a voice that only the two of us could hear to say, "No matter what happens in the future, Brenda and I will always be best friends. We won't grow apart." Hearing this, Brenda froze slightly, and then she gave a small smile, nodding her head as she said, Yeah, we won't grow apart. "Fiona, tomorrow is Saturday. Something came up at my house, so I have to go back for a visit." At the dining table, Brenda took off her apron, biting the tip of her chopsticks as she looked at me, saying softly, "It's fine, just go on back." I didn't think much of it either, casually eating the delicious food on the table that Brenda had cooked up. Seeing my flat reaction, Brenda's brows knit slightly, and she pouted her lips, saying in dissatisfaction, "Fiona, what kind of reaction is that? I'm leaving. Shouldn't you at least pretend to beg me to stay a bit?" Hearing this, I understood her meaning, set down my chopsticks, let out a yawn, squeezed my eyes shut tightly, forcing a bit of moisture onto my eyelashes, and even snuffed my nose quite exaggeratedly, saying pitifully, "Boo-hoo. Brenda, can you please not go? If you leave, I won't be able to sleep all by myself tonight." Puffed. Originally, Brenda was still a bit displeased, but now seeing this display of mine, she truly couldn't resist bursting out into a loud laugh. Satisfied now, "My lady?" I pouted, picked up my chopsticks, and continued to eat. Satisfied. Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile, her heart already bursting with joy. I didn't even know when it had started. But Brenda was growing more and more intimate with me day by day. Maybe it was after that performance, because of that tiny little promise I made to her. Though I swear, I didn't mind getting closer to Brenda either. Who would ever refuse a beautiful older sister who was full of goodwill toward them? Early the next morning, Brenda left quietly. The reason was also very simple. She didn't want to disturb my sleep. Taking the high-speed rail home all by herself, the schedule was still a bit tight. Brenda's home was quite a distance from the school, requiring a 4-hour ride on the high-speed rail. In the end, after a bout of rushing around, she finally arrived at her destination past 12 o'clock at noon. In the downtown area of City C, Brenda pulled her suitcase. Wearing a pair of sunglasses to shield against the sun, she was dressed in a neat, refreshing white shirt, along with casual gray long pants. Her ample chest looked almost ready to burst out, jiggling slightly with every single stride she took. At the gates of a high-end residential community, Brenda scanned her homeowner card and walked inside. 2 security guards watched Brenda gradually walk away, looking at each other. One of them praised, "That girl just now, her figure really is beautiful. People with money truly have it good. Her maintenance is absolutely flawless." Who could argue with that? In the center of the residential community, a detached villa stood there quietly. Taking a quick glance, even someone who didn't understand real estate could see the unique aspect of this villa. The style of decoration was clearly different from the other villas in the community. It didn't look complicated or ostentatious at all, but rather had a touch of simplicity, carrying a classic beauty. Brenda walked up to the familiar front door and rang the bell. Before long, the door opened. The person opening the door was a middle-aged woman over 50. "Oh, it's the young lady. You're back." Seeing the familiar face, Brenda let out a sincere smile, taking a step forward to give her a gentle hug. "Yes, Nanny Wu, I came back since I was free. It's good that you're back. Come to think of it, it's already been 2 months since I last saw you, young lady. You really grow more beautiful the older you get." The woman addressed as Nanny Wu, upon seeing Brenda, also smiled from ear to ear, looking as happy as if she were meeting her own biological daughter. Hurry, let's talk inside, it's very hot out here." Let me help carry your suitcase up to your bedroom. Nanny Wu enthusiastically pulled the suitcase to help Brenda walk into the house. Madam, the young lady is back. Passing through the living room, Nanny Wu looked toward the woman who was sitting on the sofa, watching a TV drama, saying with a smile, Brenda is back? Hurry over to Mom, I've missed you to death. Madeline, upon seeing Brenda, had eyes entirely filled with doting affection, patting the spot right next to her on the sofa, signaling for Brenda to sit over. To be able to give birth to a daughter like Brenda, Madeline's own conditions were naturally not lacking. Even though she was already over 40 years old, one simply couldn't see any traces left behind by the years on her body. She also took extremely good care of herself. Sitting next to Brenda, they didn't look like mother and daughter, but rather looked more like two biological sisters with a fairly large age gap. Mom, I missed you so much too. Brenda happily sat down right next to her, clutching Madeline's arm, gently nuzzling her face against her neck, saying coquettingly, You say you miss me, yet you don't even know to come visit me. You didn't even come back when you had a 7-day holiday for National Day. And now, for just a regular weekend, you suddenly want to come back. Madeline gave her an annoyed glare. Hee, wasn't I busy back then? I went on a trip far away with a friend. Besides, your social circle is so wide, Mom. Even if I came back, you wouldn't have time to pay attention to me. You'd definitely be out playing with your sisters every day, Brenda said with a giggle. You, of all people. Madeline poked her index finger against Brenda's fair, smooth forehead. She gave a coquetting laugh. Hee. Oh right. Mom, did something happen that made you call me back this time? Brenda remembered the WeChat message Madeline had sent her yesterday, so she hurriedly asked. Nothing happened. I just simply missed my precious daughter, Madeline said with a smile. What? Nothing happened? Brenda said in surprise. What kind of face is that? Are you actually unhappy about coming home to visit your mother? Madeline, seeing this reaction from Brenda, pretended to be displeased and said, No way. I'm very happy, Brenda said with a pursed lip smile. You alright? She admitted she was still a tiny bit unhappy. After all, if Madeline hadn't called her back, she could have been with Fiona, sticking together like a shadow for another 2 days. Keep talking big. That reaction of yours just now was exactly your subconscious thought. Fine. I won't bicker with you either. Go upstairs and tidy up a bit. Your dad will be back later, and we'll have a meal together, Madeline said with a smile. Okay. At the dining table, Arthur had just gotten off work, wearing a business suit. Though middle-aged, he didn't have a so-called beer belly. On the contrary, Arthur was a very self-disciplined person, very rarely drinking for social obligations. He also focused on exercising, usually wearing a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses, carrying a bit of a scholarly aura. Brenda, you're not a kid anymore. When are you going to bring a son-in-law back for your mother and me to take a look at? Arthur looked at Brenda, who only knew how to keep her head down and eat, not saying a single word, and spoke helplessly. Huh? What are you talking about, Dad? What do you mean, not a kid anymore? I'm only 21 years old this year, Brenda said, knitting her brows in dissatisfaction. It's all the same. Isn't Harvey pretty good? He matches our family and social status. And he even likes? Before Arthur could finish speaking, he realized Madeline was looking at him with a rather unfriendly gaze. So he hurriedly swallowed his remaining words down. Madeline, face full of displeasure, set her chopsticks down with a clack and said, Arthur, do you really not know, or are you just playing dumb? What kind of person that Harvey kid is, aren't you clear? Letting Brenda be with him, isn't that pushing our girl into a fiery pit? Anyway, I'll be the first one to object. Brenda didn't say anything. Hearing these words of Madeline protecting her, a warm current surged up in her heart. Her mother was still just like when she was a child. No matter what she did, she would always support her. Why do you have such a big reaction? I was just casually saying it. Old man Harvey mentioned it to me today. So didn't I just ask? Arthur let out a sigh. This daughter, Brenda, could be said to have perfectly inherited Madeline's temperament. When she said one, it was one, incredibly stubborn. Sometimes it also gave him a headache. But thinking carefully about it afterward, back in the day, wasn't he himself also attracted by this very stubborn temperament of Madeline? Don't mention that bastard Harvey again. In front of me and Brenda, Madeline warned. All right, I get it. In this house, you two, mother and daughter, are the absolute bosses. Arthur raised his hands in surrender. Ha, Brenda couldn't help but burst out laughing. But at this moment, Madeline also looked toward Brenda, suddenly changing her expression, saying with a beaming smile, "What your dad said isn't wrong either. When are you going to bring his son-in-law back for me to take a look?" Brenda almost spat out the mouthful of soup in her mouth. After coughing twice, she said coquettingly, "Mom, what's your rush? For the time being, I have no intention of finding a boyfriend." "Still don't have one?" "When you first started college and told me you didn't have one, I understood. After all, in high school, your dad and I kept a strict eye on you. And you hadn't adapted yet for a moment. It was fine if you didn't want to look, but now you're already a junior, with only 1 year left until graduation. Why aren't you anxious at all?" Madeline couldn't help but complain. "Anyway, I don't care. I just don't want to find one." All right. Brenda has her own thoughts too. Just take it slow." Arthur comforted. "All right, let's eat. No more talking about these things." It wasn't easy for Brenda to come back. "Let's talk about something happy." Exactly. Mom should have been like this early on." "You shut your mouth." "Brenda, when did you get back?" In the evening, Brenda finished showering, lying stretched out on a massage chair watching TV. A female voice full of surprise suddenly drifted from beside her. "Oh, Auntie Helen, why are you here?" Brenda got a clear look at the person who came, hurriedly stood up, and stood politely to one side, saying with a smile, "Haha, your mom made plans with me yesterday afternoon, telling me to come over tonight to hang out. I didn't expect to see you the moment I arrived. What a pleasant surprise." The woman addressed as Auntie Helen looked at the graceful, lovely Brenda in front of her. The more she looked, the more she liked her. In their social circle, Madeline's daughter Brenda was the most beautiful, and her personality was vibrant, playful, and sharp. Furthermore, her cooking was also number one, very well liked. The close sisters all wanted her to become their daughter-in-law. Too bad Brenda had no such intention. "Then Auntie Helen, you take a seat first. I'll go call my mom over." Brenda adjusted her hair, saying with a smile, "All right, Brenda dear. How have things been at school lately?" After Auntie Helen chatted with Madeline for a while, she shifted the topic to Brenda. Brenda, having her name called, blinked her eyes, giggling with a laugh, just the usual. "Going to class on time every day, eating on time, sleeping on time, huh? Is that so? Since Brenda is this beautiful, there must definitely be a lot of guys pursuing you, right? Is there anyone you fancy?" Auntie Helen said with a beaming smile. "There really isn't anyone. For the time being, I have no such plans." Brenda smiled with a pursed lip, yet inside her heart, she felt very helpless. Why did these elders all like to ask this type of question? Couldn't they change to another topic? No such plans? Then that's quite a pity. Auntie Helen let out a sigh. As a good friend of Madeline, she could be considered to have watched Brenda grow up, already viewing her like half a daughter of her own, also highly wishing she could become her daughter-in-law. But unfortunately, Brenda had no interest in that silly son of hers. Hee. Brenda let out a laugh, and then she didn't say anything further either, continuing to focus on chatting with me. To be more precise, bombarding my messages. "Brenda, Fiona, Jock. Fiona, why aren't you replying to me anymore? Ja. Brenda, hurry up and reply to the message. Jai SSD. I'm so bored." Brenda, "Oh my gosh. Why haven't you replied to me after this long?" Has the affection faded? Brenda, boo-hoo-hoo, Fiona doesn't want me anymore. My heart is so broken. At this time, I had just gone out to the living room to pour a glass of water, and brought it back to the bedroom. Seeing that Brenda had sent me so many messages, for a moment, I truly didn't know what else to say. "Me, Brenda, why do you have so many antics?" I only went to drink a sip of water. Brenda saw my message, bursting out into a hearty laugh, and then replied, "Hee. Isn't it just because I miss you?" Me, "It's only been 1 day and you already miss me. Then tomorrow aren't you going to be completely miserable?" Teasing emoji. Brenda, Fiona, what are you saying? Could it be that you just wish I were far, far away from you, so you can be happy and carefree all by yourself, right? Me, I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Gst. Brenda, you definitely meant it that way. Just you wait. Me, what are you planning to do? After that, Brenda didn't reply to my messages anymore, which left me a bit fuzzy. But Brenda wasn't any petty person either, so I didn't take it to heart, lying comfortably on the bed scrolling through videos. "Brenda, who are you texting? You seem so enthusiastic." From the corner of her eye, Madeline noticed Brenda's expression changing from time to time. So she asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing, Mom, Auntie Helen. I'm heading up to my room to sleep first. You two keep chatting? Brenda gave a greeting, then went upstairs to her room. Auntie Helen and Madeline looked at each other. The former glanced toward the stairs and said meaningfully, Madeline, do you think Brenda actually has someone she likes? It's just that she doesn't want to tell us. Madeline was taken aback upon hearing this, saying slowly, probably not, right? Brenda doesn't seem like that kind of child. That's not a sure thing. Kids dating secretly and not telling their parents is a very common thing. Right now, Brenda might just have someone she likes, but they aren't together yet. This possibility isn't completely out of the question. Auntie Helen analyzed. Hearing you say that, it seems to make some sense. Madeline pinched her chin, saying in deep thought, let's call it a day then. I'm heading back first, Auntie Helen said with a smile. All right, I'll see you out. The moment Brenda got back to her room, she sat on the bed, put on her headphones, and couldn't wait to make a video call. To me? The phone ringtone rang out, almost startling me. I adjusted my clothes a bit, then pressed the answer button. Hello? Brenda, is there a reason you're looking for me? I waved my hand, saying with a smile. Brenda narrowed her eyes slightly, saying slowly, why were you so slow to answer the phone? What were you doing? Amused, I said, what else could I be doing? Lying in bed, of course. Really? Don't lie to me. Brenda knit her brows, saying fiercely, haha, I'm not lying to you. I was about to be amused to death by the silly girl on the screen. Hee, that's good then. Brenda's knit willow leaf brows instantly relaxed, and she said with a smile, Fiona, did you miss me? Let me tell you, I missed you so much. If my mom hadn't lied to me saying there was something to do at home, I would definitely be at home with you right now. Brenda lay prone on her bed, placing the phone in front of her, pouting her lips as she spoke mournfully. Madeline stood outside the door, and hearing these words from Brenda, she was instantly struck with shock. What did she just hear? Missed you so much? At home with you? Wait a minute, at home? Are they living together already? Why hadn't Brenda said anything to her? Listening to Brenda's complaints, I comforted her. I missed you too. Your mom only lied to you because she missed you too. You haven't been back in such a long time, so it's completely normal that she wanted to see you. Even if you put it that way, I still want to be with you every single second. Eating and drinking with you is so much fun. Brenda looked at me, saying with a beaming smile, it's fine. You're coming back tomorrow afternoon anyway. Won't we be able to play together again by then? When you get back tomorrow afternoon, how about I treat you to dinner out? I propped my right hand behind my neck, holding the phone with my left hand, and said with a smile, awesome, awesome. Let's see if I don't give your wallet a serious beating. Brenda said, pretending to be fierce. Then let's pass on that. I'm very poor. If you give my wallet a beating, what am I supposed to do if I can't afford it? Haha, isn't this matter very simple? I'll pay for you, and then your person can just belong to me. Brenda giggled non-stop, joyful to the absolute extreme. Oh, isn't this an indenture of servitude? I said with a laugh. That's right, it's exactly an indenture of servitude. This young lady will support you, so it's not like you're losing out. Brenda's eyes were glistening like silk, scanning my face with a smile. Haha, all right then. I'll sit tight and wait for rich lady Brenda to sugarcoat me. Madeline, hearing the words Brenda said inside the room, couldn't help but have a scene flash in her mind that left her horrified. She shook her head vigorously, cast a deep look toward Brenda's room, and then Madeline quietly walked away. On Sunday, Brenda noticed the moment she woke up that Madeline was acting a bit strange. She would glance at her from time to time, which left her very bewildered. In the end, after being stared at by Madeline for who knows how many times, Brenda finally couldn't hold it in anymore, asking, Mom, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Madeline propped her chin with one hand, saying slowly, I'm just thinking. Brenda, are you hiding something from me? And your dad? The moment Brenda heard this, she grew even more bewildered in her heart, asking, what am I hiding from you guys? How come I don't even know about it? You really aren't? Madeline looked at Brenda's expression, which didn't seem faked either, and she also began to feel bewildered in her heart. I really am not. Brenda spread her hands, answering honestly. All right then. Madeline looked at her, ultimately not telling Brenda about eavesdropping last night. What her daughter's personality was like, she knew very well. She had to wait until she grasped concrete evidence before she could press for answers. Otherwise, Brenda would always have countless excuses to smooth it over. Adorable little baby Fiona, I'm back. At 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Brenda pulled her suitcase. Standing before the warm little apartment that belonged solely to her and me, calling out, Coming. Brenda, you're back. Wearing my slippers? I walked out of the bedroom with a clack-clack, smiling happily upon seeing Brenda. My little baby Fiona. Did you miss me? Brenda directly gave me a massive bear hug, breathing warm air next to my ear. Unable to handle Brenda's little playful antic, I gently pushed her away, saying whiningly, Who is your baby? Don't go calling me random names. Brenda's eyes widened slightly, saying in disbelief, Fiona, I've only been gone for 2 days, and you're already turning your back on me? Confess honestly. Did you take advantage of these 2 days when I wasn't home? To go out flirting around, meet a new young thing, and decide you don't want me anymore? I gave her a sideways glance, saying, Brenda, look at you being silly. Whether I went out or not, don't you know very well? Wouldn't checking my WeChat location tell you everything? Only now did Brenda remember that was indeed the case, giggling with a laugh. Her eyes rolled around as she said, Fiona, I remember you said you would treat me to a delicious meal tonight. Now that I'm hungry, what are you going to do? I let out a soft laugh and said, Then what are we still waiting for? Once you drop off your luggage, let's go. All right, Brenda, just say whatever you want to eat. The two of us walked hand in hand down the street. I looked at Brenda and asked. Ever since the two of us stepped outside, the corners of Brenda's lips had always held a faint smile. One look, and it was obvious that being with me made her very happy. I want to eat barbecue, hee, Brenda said after thinking for a bit. Sure, there's a shop right ahead. Let's head over there. Arriving at the barbecue restaurant, after ordering a whole bunch of things, we sat in a corner inside the restaurant, chatting away while enjoying the air conditioning. The looks of the two girls also attracted quite a few glances inside the restaurant, but it only stopped at people taking a few extra looks. No one came forward to strike up a conversation. Very quickly, the food was brought over. Brenda glanced over the plates in front of her, feeling like something was missing, so she called an employee over and said, Hello, give us 4 more bottles of beer, please. Yes, please wait a moment. The employee turned and left, very quickly bringing 4 bottles of beer over. Brenda, you want a drink? I said in surprise. Not me, us. Brenda opened 2 bottles of beer, placing one of them in front of me, looking at me with a beaming smile. My alcohol tolerance is extremely poor. If I end up drunk, it'll be a total hassle. I waved my hands, a bit unwilling to drink. It's fine. Don't you have me here anyway? Well, furthermore, who gets drunk just from drinking a little beer? Brenda said with a laugh. All right then. Half an hour later, Brenda looked at my bright red face, my consciousness blurry right before her eyes, and fell into deep thought. All right, it turns out there really is this type of person. But Fiona is even more adorable when she's drunk. Fiona, let me help you back, okay? After paying the bill, Brenda gently patted my back. No need to be that troublesome. I can walk by myself. I spoke haltingly, trying hard to stand up on my own. But it didn't have any effect. If Brenda hadn't been supporting me from the side, I would have almost fallen. Come to think of it, in the past, Brenda had never carried me. But supporting me as we walked home now, she suddenly discovered in surprise that I was actually so light. I felt even lighter than her. 20 minutes later, Brenda gently let me lean back on the sofa. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she turned around and went into the bathroom to find a wet towel. Squatting down in front of me, she carefully helped wipe my face, laughing as she wiped. Fiona, how can there be someone as adorable as you? Drinking just 2 bottles of beer and you're completely passed out. You were even muttering to yourself and causing a fuss. If I hadn't been supporting you, and lacked a spare hand, I would have definitely recorded it, to keep as evidence to tease you in the future. I shook my head slightly, letting out a soft whimper as if acting cute. Fiona, your whole body smells like barbecue right now. Let me help wipe down your body a bit, okay? Going to bed like this is definitely out of the question. Brenda looked at me as I lay there completely wasted, saying with a laugh. Seeing that I didn't answer for a long time, Brenda talked to herself. Since you aren't saying anything, I'll just take it as your tacit consent then. Very quickly, Brenda carried a basin of warm water and placed it by my feet. Taking a step forward, her jade-like hand brushed across my lower abdomen, grabbed the hem of my clothes, and pulled it up. Swiftly removing my shirt, A chest binder? Why is Fiona wearing something like this? Brenda looked at the chest binder on my chest. Very bewildered, but she didn't think much of it. Reaching her hands behind my back, she unfastened the chest binder. Poof! I didn't expect that Fiona isn't small either. Though it's not quite on par with mine, it's getting pretty close. Brenda looked at the chest binder that had just been removed, and the pair of white bunnies that popped out, saying with a beaming smile, and then she held the wet towel, carefully helping wipe down my body. At 8:30 the next morning, I woke up in a total daze. Rubbing my head, which still ached a bit, I opened my eyes. Taking a quick look around, I noticed the pajamas on my body, and the pajama pants. Thinking back on the experience last night, I suddenly remembered something, and the expression on my face instantly shifted. Didn't I get completely wasted last night? How did these clothes get changed? Could it be that Brenda changed them for me? Then haven't I been completely seen naked by her? Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and Brenda poked her small head inside. Seeing that I was awake, she said with a laugh, "Fiona, you're awake, Brenda? You still have the nerve to say that after last night. Last night, you passed out instantly from being drunk. I was the one who supported you all the way back. After getting back, I even helped wipe you down and change your clothes. It tired me out to death." Brenda stepped inside, sitting down beside my bed, continuing to speak on her own. "What? You helped wipe me down and change my clothes?" My eyes widened into perfect circles, and I said in astonishment, "That's right, there are only the two of us in this apartment. If it wasn't me, then who else could it be? Could it be a conch girl?" Brenda covered her mouth as she laughed and said, All right then, thank you so much, Brenda. I troubled you last night." I expressed my thanks. Oh well, forget it. Being seen completely naked by Brenda is just being seen completely naked. Or both girls anyway. There's no need to say thank you between the two of us. Why stand on ceremony like that? Brenda ruffled my hair, saying with a laugh, "Let's go eat breakfast. I made century egg and pork porridge for you." Okay. Fiona, how is it? Is the flavor delicious? Brenda propped her chin with both of her hands, looking at me with a beaming smile. It's delicious. I was still feeling a bit uncomfortable earlier, but after eating the porridge now, I feel much better. I gave a thumbs up in praise. Hee, it's good that you like it. Although Brenda really knew how to cook, ever since starting college, she'd been staying on campus, so she basically very rarely cooked herself. Now, after co-renting with me, the number of times she stayed over and cooked during this period was almost equal to the total number of times from the entire previous year. Watching me eat the food she cooked so happily, and hearing my praise, Brenda's heart felt completely sweet. I'm so full, eating this much first thing in the morning. I feel like sooner or later I'm going to be raised fat by you. I rubbed my slightly protruding stomach, saying contentedly, "Haha, isn't putting on a bit of weight a good thing? Add a little meat? Fiona, you originally should put on a bit of meat. Being too thin in certain places isn't a good thing either," Brenda said with deep insinuation. What's that? I don't understand what Brenda is talking about at all. I didn't dare to meet Brenda's teasing gaze, my eyes dodging around. Really? You were already seen completely naked by me last night. Don't be shy anymore. Brenda stood up and sat down right next to me, leaning close to my ear, breathing warm air. "Brenda, you're acting like a creep." My face turned bright red. Just thinking about that embarrassing scene from last night, I already felt like I had no face to meet anyone. I wished I could dig a hole and crawl right into it. I'm acting like a creep? Where am I acting like a creep? The gaze in Brenda's eyes held an amused smile as she looked at me in my embarrassed exasperation. As if suddenly remembering something, she asked, "But to be honest, Fiona, why do you wear that kind of chest binder?" This question instantly left me stunned. My mind rapidly spun, and finally came up with an explanation. Don't I just want to keep a low profile? Wearing a chest binder makes them look smaller, so it won't attract too much attention. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of harming your body? You have to cherish your own body properly. Wearing it for a long time will definitely be harmful. Brenda's willow leaf brows shot up, and she spoke in dissatisfaction. Furthermore, look at me. Do I wear something like that? Brenda puffed out the high mountain peaks on her chest. Hearing Brenda care about me this much, a warm current surged up in my heart. I smiled comfortingly. I know, Brenda. Thank you for caring about me so much. Don't change the subject. You have to promise me not to wear a chest binder anymore. Brenda knit her brows, saying insistently, "But if I don't, Wear this. What am I supposed to wear? I'm used to it anyway. How about let's just drop it? I blinked my big eyes, intending to use a cute, pleading act to gloss over the matter. No way. I'm doing this for your own good. Either you wear mine, or I'll take you out to buy some and you can choose one yourself. Brenda said seriously. What? Wear yours? I was shocked. Wear Brenda's underwear? The two of us aren't even the same size. Forget it. I looked at Brenda's mountain peaks, conservatively estimating them to be at least a D cup, while I was at most a C cup. How can this kind of thing be worn carelessly? Since that's the case, after we tidy up in a bit, I'll take you out to buy some. Brenda put on an air of having everything under control, saying with a laugh, All right, Ben. I could only resign to my fate, saying helplessly, That's a good girl. The two girls arrived at Fenghua Square near Electronics University. This was also the place where the two of them had first met. Wow, it's been a while since I came here. It really is pretty nice, Brenda said with a laugh, counting the time. It's already been 2 weeks since we last came. I chimed in agreement. Let's go. Target clear. Taking Fiona to buy underwear. Brenda pulled my hand to walk inside. Shh, Brenda, keep your voice down. Ha ha ha, I know. The two of them very quickly arrived at the women's underwear section. This place could be said to be a total blind spot for me. In the past, I had basically never stepped foot over here. Now looking at the various shops all around, a blush instantly climbed onto my cheeks. No way, Fiona, are you really this sensitive? Just standing outside the shop looking at the underwear makes your face turn red, Brenda teased. I am not. It's just that right now it's Brenda, bringing me to buy this kind of intimate clothing, so I'm a bit self-conscious. I hurriedly found an excuse. Haha, it's fine. What is there to be self-conscious about? This is just a normal matter among us girls. Let's go pick out a suitable one for you. Brenda pulled me into the shop. Welcome. Do you two beauties need any help? A female sales clerk dressed in a business skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings, walked over. Seeing Brenda and me, these two rarely seen beautiful girls, her eyes instantly lit up, and she greeted us with a smile. Fiona, do you want me to speak for you? Or are you going to say it yourself? Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile as I stood silently. I froze slightly. How could I let Brenda speak on my behalf for a matter like this? If that happened, it would be way too embarrassing. Hello, I want to pick out a set of underwear that fits me. I lowered my head, not daring to meet the sales clerk's eyes. Haha, sure thing. Is it convenient for you to tell me your size, so that I can easily make a recommendation for you? The sales clerk smiled, sizing me up. This girl was simply too adorable. This was just an everyday item, wasn't it? Yet she was still this self-conscious. As for the specifics, I don't really know either. Probably a C cup. Oh, is that so? Then try this one first. If it's too loose, we'll try a different one. The clerk picked out a light blue bra and handed it to me. Oh, Fiona, don't just stand there dazed. Hurry up and go into the fitting room to try it on, Brenda urged. Okay. I gritted my teeth and took the bra. Walking into the fitting room. The fitting room in this store was quite spacious. Able to accommodate 2 people, a full-length mirror was mounted on the wall. And even inside this small space, cool air from the air conditioning was blowing. The service was quite thoughtful. Beautiful. Is your friend always this easily embarrassed? After I went inside, the sales clerk struck up a conversation with Brenda. Haha, that's right. She blushes very easily. She's exceptionally adorable, Brenda said with a laugh. After a few minutes passed, seeing that I still hadn't come out, Brenda stepped over, gently knocking on the door and saying, Fiona, are you done trying it on? How does it feel? Hearing Brenda's voice, I called out for help. Brenda, could you come in and help me fasten it a bit? I can't reach it. Sure, open the door. Brenda smiled and said, with just a click, the door opened a tiny crack. Brenda swiftly slipped inside and very nimbly locked the door behind her. Brenda turned her body to look at me. She saw my hair was a bit messy, my cheeks were flushed bright red, and because I was a bit flustered, there was even a trace of moisture in my eyes. The removed chest binder was placed on the stool nearby, and my white t-shirt was held spread out by me to cover my chest. How could any man handle seeing a sight like this? It was both pitiful and moving, instantly triggering a protective desire in anyone's heart. Fiona, who are you covering yourself from? I've already seen everything long ago. Drop the shirt, turn around, and I'll help you fasten the hooks, Brenda said, both annoyed and amused. All right. I turned my back around, allowing my fair, smooth back to be exposed right in front of Brenda. Brenda inwardly praised the sight, then took a step forward, patiently helping me fasten the bra hooks. It was done in just a few quick movements. Brenda teased, Fiona, why are you so silly? I gave a huff, lowering my head to look at my own body. The light blue bra accentuated my great figure very clearly. The cleavage pushed out looked incredibly alluring, to the point that even I almost couldn't contain myself looking at it. No wonder so many men like looking at this stuff. How about it? Fiona, how does it feel? Brenda asked with a smile. It's pretty good. The size is just right. Let's just get this style. After speaking, I quickly took it off and changed back into the chest binder, and then put my white t-shirt back on. All right then, we'll just buy this size. Let's get a few more colors, Brenda said. Okay, how about it? Fiona, doesn't this feel much more comfortable than wearing a chest binder? Walking through the shopping mall, Brenda held my hand, swinging my wrist back and forth, as she spoke with a beaming smile. I lowered my head to take a quick glance at my chest, which was obviously much more prominent than before, and said with a helpless laugh, it's all right. Just now, Brenda had driven me to pick out 4 of them in one go. After checking out, she absolutely insisted that I change into one right away. Being forced by necessity, I could only obediently listen to her. As for the chest binder, it was put away by me, stuffed together into the shopping bag. Furthermore, how could items gifted by the system be of poor quality? That chest binder was perfect and didn't harm the body. Moreover, wearing it even gave a cool, refreshing sensation, which was very comfortable. Now, to suddenly have Brenda use the excuse of it being harmful to the body, to demand that I switch it out, even though I wasn't overly willing in my heart. After all, she was doing it out of care for me. Wearing either one was just the same anyway. That's more like it. It's fine to wear a chest binder occasionally, but most of the time, you still shouldn't wear it. More or less, it's bound to cause harm. Do you understand, Fiona? Brenda said seriously. Yeah, I get it. I gave a small smile. Oh, right, Brenda. Where are we going next? Looking around a bit, I noticed that Brenda didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, just strolling around. Staying at home all the time isn't very good either. How about we go watch a movie? Brenda's eyes rolled around, and she said with a laugh, Go watch a movie right now? I asked. What's wrong with that? It's almost 10 o'clock now. By the time we finish watching, it'll be right around 12. It'll be just the right time for lunch, too. How about it? How about it? Are we going or not? Brenda shook my arm, saying coquettingly, All right then, whatever you say. Awesome, let's go. Brenda bought 2 adjacent movie tickets, clutching a massive tub of popcorn, while I carried 2 cups of soda. The 2 of us strolled unhurriedly toward the theater room. After sitting down in our seats, I checked the time. There were still 3 minutes before the movie started. Brenda grabbed a small handful of popcorn, stuffed it into her mouth, munching loudly on it, and then took another sip of soda, the expression on her face full of absolute enjoyment. Eat slower. It's not like I'm competing with you. Look at the way you're eating. I couldn't help but tease her. Ha ha ha, my bad. Brenda snorted and burst out laughing. Thank goodness she had already swallowed the popcorn in her mouth. Otherwise, she definitely would have sprayed it all over my face. When the time came, the movie started right on time. Probably because the timing was a bit early. Inside the theater room, there were only Brenda and me watching. Regarding this, I considered the 2 of them to be quite lucky, spending the least amount of money yet getting to book out the entire theater. Fiona, can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? After watching for a little over 10 minutes, Brenda let out a yawn and said softly, Sure, go ahead and lean. I nodded. Brenda placed her head, gently resting it against my shoulder, and suddenly said, Fiona, I want to eat popcorn. Here, grab it yourself. I brought the tub of popcorn in my hand in front of Brenda, while still keeping my eyes glued to the screen. I had never watched this movie before. I want you to feed me, Brenda said, pouting her lips in dissatisfaction. Hearing this, I didn't say anything, but reached out my hand to pinch 2 kernels of popcorn, bringing them to Brenda's lips. She parted her rosy lips, catching the offered popcorn, her mouth moving slightly as the popcorn was eaten down. We got her. You're so sweet, Brenda said with a smile while chewing. Haha, being sweet to you is only right. I gently patted Brenda's head, saying with a laugh, You dare pat my head? Fiona, your guts are getting larger and larger day by day. Brenda pouted, trying to put on a fierce display as she spoke. But her heart was completely bursting with joy. You're already leaning on my shoulder, so what's wrong with me patting your little head? I teased. What do you mean? I am not a little dog. Fiona, you're truly annoying. Brenda gave my waist a gentle pinch, saying coquettingly, You pinched me? What's wrong with pinching you? Do you have an objection? Brenda asked with a raised brow smile. Of course I have an objection. I must take revenge. After speaking, I swiftly reached my hands out to grab toward Brenda's waist. But Brenda had long since been on guard, and very quickly, our 4 hands became tangled together. Inside the theater room, the joyful laughter and play of the 2 girls echoed out. Open wide. I, wearing a disposable plastic glove, picked up a small slice of New Orleans cheesy roasted chicken pizza, turning the side with the most toppings toward Brenda, and brought it to her lips. Brenda naturally wasn't going to refuse, closing her eyes as she happily took a massive bite. I watched Brenda take down 3/4 of it in a single bite, unable to help but tease, as expected of Brenda. Your mouth really is large. Hearing this, Brenda's eyes instantly widened, and she pouted, pretending to be aggrieved as she said, Fiona, why do you keep bullying me today? I looked with a beaming smile at Brenda as she acted cute, and threw a little tantrum, propping my chin up as I laughed and said, Did I? I didn't do any such thing. Aren't I treating you extremely well? First letting you lean on my shoulder to watch the movie, and then even feeding you food. You still dare to say that? Who knows which pervert in the theater suddenly got handsy, actually groping right into. Brenda cast me a sideways glance. Hearing this, I gave a forced laugh. There was no helping it. At that time, in order to fend off Brenda's counterattack, coupled with the dim and dark lighting inside the theater room, in a moment of panic, I had touched something I shouldn't have touched. Back then, it caused Brenda to let out a small gasp. Why bring that matter up anyway? Let's eat, I said with a laugh, trying to redirect her attention. Brenda didn't really take this matter to heart either. After all, I hadn't done it on purpose. Furthermore, since the 2 of them were both girls, if she got touched, she got touched. Hadn't she already seen my body completely naked anyway? At most, it could be considered even. Here, Fiona, try a bite of this. Brenda picked up a phoenix tail shrimp, bringing it before my face with a smile. Hee, then I won't stand on ceremony. I ate it right up with an om-nom. The 2 girls just kept feeding each other like that. You take a bite, I take a bite. This deep friendship of theirs made the surrounding dining customers incredibly envious. By the time we finished eating, it was already past 1 o'clock. The 2 checked the time for a bit, and then carried their things back home. After all, today was Monday, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, both of them still had 2 classes to attend. They couldn't play for too long. Wow, today was so much fun. It's another day full of happiness. Brenda returned home after finishing her classes, lying on the sofa, shouting happily. I sat right next to her, giving her thigh a gentle pat, and said, Brenda, keep your voice down. Your loud voice is about to puncture my eardrums. Ha, really? Brenda said with a laugh. Of course it is. Oh my, then I'm really sorry, Brenda. Ha, honey. Why are you suddenly packing your bags out of nowhere? The moment he stepped into the bedroom, Arthur saw Madeline, stuffing neatly folded clothes one by one into the suitcase placed on the floor. My performance these past few days hasn't been bad, right? I didn't make you mad, did I? What's wrong with you? Madeline raised her head, looking speechlessly at the slightly anxious Arthur, and said huffily, You didn't make me mad. I'm packing my things to go stay over at Brenda's place for a couple of days. What are you going to Brenda's place for? Arthur let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, asking in confusion. Oh, I forgot to tell you last time. That day Brenda came home. In the evening, when I passed by her room, I heard her making a call to someone, saying stuff like missing them so much, staying at home together and all that. I suspect our daughter is secretly dating someone. Furthermore, she's already living together with them. Madeline knitted her brows, speaking with a serious tone. Arthur was instantly struck with shock upon hearing this. The precious daughter he had doted on from childhood to adulthood had things already progressed to the point of living together. With another man now? He found it a bit hard to believe. After all, this matter was too shocking. That's probably fake, right? Don't you know what Brenda's personality is like? I feel like Brenda isn't that kind of child. Deep inside Arthur's heart, he still trusted Brenda very much. She wouldn't do something like that. I don't dare guarantee this matter is 100% certain, but I don't feel at ease. I absolutely have to go over there to check it out. Otherwise, my heart just won't feel settled. Madeline didn't want to witness that scene either. All right then, do you need me to go with you? Hurry up. No need at all. I'm only going for a couple of days. Too many people going isn't very good. Not to mention the company is so busy lately, so you just focus on doing your work properly. All right then, Fiona, have you been waiting long? I'm so sorry. The professor dragged out the class time. At 11:30 at noon, Brenda and Mandy walked out from the lecture building following the stream of people. The former, the moment she spotted me, couldn't wait to run over and give me a massive bear hug. Had already grown used to Brenda's enthusiasm toward me, saying with a laugh, "All right, Brenda, we're in a public place. Pay attention to your public image." Wasn't it so? Among the students walking past, quite a few people were already looking in our direction. After all, Brenda still held a reputation for being cold at Electronics University. Now seeing her being this enthusiastic, it was inevitable for them to feel a bit astonished. Could it be that you still don't know what kind of person I am? Being cold or whatever basically doesn't exist. Am I right, Mandy? Brenda walked between the two of us, turning her head to look at Mandy with a smile. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Brenda is a total social butterfly, an expert driver with 10 years of experience. Don't you agree, Fiona? Mandy covered the corner of her mouth, laughing as she spoke. I think you're right. Ha ha ha, I chimed in agreement. Watching the two of them chime in together to make fun of her, Brenda stomped her foot in annoyance. Giving a huff? What do you mean? You two are ganging up to bully me, aren't you? The ship of friendship sinks the moment you say so. Haha, we did no such thing, I said with a laugh. Are you fooling a kid? Fiona, you've learned to be bad. Shouldn't you unconditionally stand on my side? Brenda said, pouting her lips aggrievedly. No way, be a good girl, Brenda. Don't cry now. I ruffled Brenda's head, the amused smile in my eyes almost about to overflow. Being suddenly hit by my head-ruffling move, Brenda froze slightly, and then she immediately brushed my hand away, pinching my cheek with her left hand, saying fiercely, Fiona, I find your guts are getting larger and larger day by day. You actually dare to ruffle my head. Don't you know I'm your older sister? I brushed Brenda's hand away, pouting my lips as I said, What older sister? Aren't you just older than me by 5 months? 5 months is still older than you. Brenda gave a huff. Yes, my lord, you're much bigger than me, I said with deep insinuation, noticing the alternative meaning in my words, and seeing me beaming with a smile. As I glanced over at her chest, Brenda couldn't help but yell out, You annoying Fiona. Where are you looking? Mandy watched the two of them acting like a pair of playful rivals, trading banter back and forth, and her whole body shook with laughter. At 9:30 in the evening, I looked helplessly at Brenda, who was holding my hand, and walking ahead, saying, Brenda, what time is it already? Why are you hungry again? Didn't you eat your fill at dinner tonight? Brenda turned her head back, sticking out her tongue as she laughed and said, Of course I'm hungry. I didn't even eat that much at dinner tonight. Hearing this, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. If I hadn't had dinner together with you, I would have almost believed your nonsense. Feeling the softness in the palm of my hand, I also allowed Brenda to drag me along. After all, it wasn't like I was losing out anyway. Sitting in front of the barbecue stall, Brenda watched the owner bring over a large plate of grilled skewers, and her drool almost trickled out. She couldn't wait to grab a skewer of grilled gluten, bringing it directly into her mouth. This is so delicious. Afterward, she picked up her Sprite and took a massive gulp. Burp, hee-hee, sitting opposite her, watching Brenda look completely different from her appearance at school, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Although I had already seen this alternative side of hers many times before, every time I looked at it, I still felt a desire to imagine it a bit more. Though thinking it over, it made sense. Being able to enjoy a normal life is pretty great. Being happy and carefree every single day, a Brenda like this was exactly what attracted me the most. Fiona, don't just focus on laughing. That's right, Brenda said, her mouth still stuffed, with a piece of rice cake, speaking unclearly. I'm not hungry, you eat. I'll just keep you company. I had eaten a large bowl of beef noodles for dinner tonight, and right now I was still a bit full, not really wanting to eat a late-night snack. Oh, then that's quite a pity. Brenda picked up a skewer of grilled potato slices, saying regretfully, Just eat your barbecue. Talk less, I said with a laugh. Half an hour later, Brenda chatted while eating, finally wiping out the grilled skewers in front of her. She closed her eyes, pouting her lips upward. Seeing that, I understood her meaning instantly. Letting out a soft laugh, I pulled out a piece of tissue, carefully wiping Brenda's lips, which had turned a bit flush red from eating the spicy food. Thanks, Mom. Brenda opened her eyes. I cried out in astonishment. No way! Brenda, I only helped wipe your mouth. You don't need to return such a massive greeting. I teased. Brenda, this one is? Madeline walked up from behind me, pulled out a chair, and sat down, saying with a smile, looking at the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared before my eyes. Along with Brenda's expression, I instantly understood something, feeling a bit embarrassed. This is my close soulmate Fiona. Fiona, this is my mom. Even though Brenda was very bewildered in her heart, not knowing why her mother would suddenly appear here, she still introduced her enthusiastically. So, that's how it is. Nice to meet you, Madeline greeted with a smile. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Davis, I replied with a smile. This girl is truly beautiful. Her voice is very pleasant to listen to as well. Not bad, Madeline praised. Haha, thank you for the compliment, ma'am. Mom, you still haven't told me why you came here, Brenda asked. I came here for work. Madeline casually made up an excuse to explain. Furthermore, it's already this late. You two girls are still out having a late-night snack. You must pay attention to your safety. Rest assured, Mom. This place is very close to the apartment we rented. Plus, the street is very well lit. It's very safe, Brenda said with a smile. You too? Madeline looked at the two girls in front of her in confusion. That's right. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Mom. Fiona is my roommate, hee. We have a great relationship. Brenda looked with a beaming smile at me as I stood silently, pretending to be shy. Is that so? Madeline came to a realization. It turned out that back then, Brenda was on the phone with this girl named Fiona in front of her. It made her make a trip for nothing. She had miscalculated this time. Mom, it's not early anymore. We should head back. Where are you staying? Why don't you come to our place for the night? Brenda asked. No, your place only has 2 bedrooms. I won't squeeze in with you 2 young girls. I'm staying at a hotel, Madeline said helplessly. Then do you want to come over to our place to hang out for a bit? I won't go. I won't disturb you 2 anymore. I'm heading back tomorrow afternoon. So soon? There's no helping it. Your mother is just born to work hard. Oh dear. Well, goodbye, Mom. Fiona, let's go. After saying that, Brenda took my hand and walked toward home, leaving Madeline all by herself, watching the 2 figures recede into the distance helplessly. Fiona, looking at me so seriously like that. It feels kinda weird. Is there something wrong? Brenda, wearing her pajamas and rubbing her eyes, stepped out of the bedroom and instantly saw me sitting on the living room sofa with an expressionless face. A bad premonition immediately arose in her heart. I said weakly, I've decided to move out. In the future, you're on your own. I said flatly, my tone casual, as if I were recounting a minor matter not worth mentioning, nothing important at all. What? Why? Hearing such words first thing in the morning, Brenda's drowsiness instantly vanished into thin air. Her eyes widened, looking at me in disbelief. No reason. I just don't want to live with you anymore. Simple as that. I gave her a glance and then withdrew my gaze, as if I didn't even want to look at Brenda for one more second. No way. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, right? Brenda rushed forward and grabbed my hand, looking into my eyes to question me. Why would I lie to you? Is this matter very amusing? I brushed Brenda's hand away, walking straight toward the front door. Fiona! Brenda bolted upright, panting heavily in large gasps. A lock of hair clung to her forehead because of the beads of sweat. Her messy hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Brenda looked at the familiar surroundings around her, only now realizing that everything just now was merely a dream. Recalling every single scene from the dream just now, it felt exactly as if it had truly happened. It was terrifying. Brenda stared blankly at the wall in front of her, the rims of her eyes turning a bit red. What's wrong, Brenda? I thought I heard you calling me just now. I gently pushed the door open, and seeing Brenda sitting on the bed staring blankly, I hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Hearing my familiar voice, Brenda turned her head to look at me, and before I could even react, Brenda had already lunged forward, tightly wrapping her arms around my waist, pressing her face against my stomach, crying out, Fiona, don't leave me, okay? I could hear a bit of trembling in Brenda's voice, and sensing the girl in my arms, her body shaking slightly. I gently patted her back, comforting her. I will definitely not leave you. Brenda, stop letting your mind wander, okay? How could I possibly leave you? Really? Brenda raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, as she stared at me blankly. Of course it's true. Brenda is so beautiful and adorable, pleasant-scented and soft. Why would I leave you, right? I smiled and gently scraped her nose, teasing her. You said it yourself. Brenda nuzzled against my soft stomach, breathing in the fragrance on my body that put her at ease, closing her eyes to quietly enjoy it all. I was also very tactful, not saying anything, only gently caressing Brenda's hair. The two of us just held each other like that for a while. I felt Brenda, in my arms, shift slightly, and then she let go of me. I asked with a smile, "Can you tell me now why Brenda was crying like a baby first thing in the morning?" Being asked like this by me, Brenda's beautiful face turned red, and she looked at me resentfully, pouting her lips as she said, "Isn't it all because of you? Because of me? I didn't bully you," I asked. "I just had a dream." Afterward, Brenda spent 2 minutes, recounting her dream just now to me briefly. After hearing all of this, I blinked my eyes, staring at Brenda. Brenda felt a bit shy being stared at by me, turning her head away, pouting her lips, saying weakly, "That's how it went. I was just afraid the dream would come true. In a moment of being triggered by the scene, I just ended up like this." You are not allowed to laugh at me. I looked at Brenda, who was willing to let down all her guard, unreservedly in front of me, and my heart twinged slightly with tenderness. Gently turning her head back, I looked into her eyes, and said seriously, word by word, "Brenda, rest assured, the things in the dream will definitely not come true. I can't guarantee other things, but I will absolutely not leave you, absolutely not. Believe me, okay?" I believe you." Brenda nodded her head vigorously. "Then give me a smile, okay? The way Brenda smiles is truly beautiful," I said with a laugh. Hee. Brenda heard this, and a smile that could strike anyone with amazement instantly bloomed on her face. "So good. Since I'm being this obedient, is there any reward?" Brenda blinked her eyes and said, "Then I'll make breakfast for you with my own hands. How about it?" I suggested. That's pretty good." "Then it's a deal," Brenda said with a smile. "All right, please wait a moment." After saying that, I left her bedroom. Brenda watched my figure disappear, the gaze in her eyes flickering slightly. "Fiona, I also promise you, I won't leave you either, and I certainly won't let you leave me." "Oh my gosh, Fiona, what did you make?" Brenda sat before the dining table, looking at the burnt fried egg in the bowl in front of her, and the rice noodles that had completely clumped into a single ball, falling into deep thought. Cough. The first time is always like this. It'll be fine after doing it a few more times. Why don't you just make do and eat it? I said in a low voice. Let me give it a taste, since I was the one who made it. Brenda certainly wasn't going to dampen my spirits. She picked up the fried egg, gently taking a bite. How is it? What's the flavor like?" I asked expectantly. A bit burnt, and there's no salt." Brenda reviewed it seriously. "Ah, then doesn't that mean it's not delicious?" I lowered my head in disappointment. "No way, I didn't say it wasn't delicious," Brenda said with a laugh. "Really? Brenda, you're willing to eat it?" I looked at Brenda in surprise. "Of course, it's just that you have to pay a bit more attention next time. When cooking rice noodles, you have to add a bit more water, and add a bit more salt, understand? Otherwise, next time the flavor will still be bland, and it'll clump into a single ball again," Brenda explained patiently. Yeah, I get it. "Brenda, next time I will definitely make a normal meal for you." I nodded. He, my lord. Then I will obediently wait for Chef Felix to cook for me." Brenda looked at me and said with a smile, her eyes completely filled with my reflection. "Haha, sure thing. Brenda, have you already made a habit out of sleeping in my bed? To this extent now? Why are you here again?" I had just finished showering, and the moment I returned to the bedroom, I saw Brenda lying in my bed, only showing her head. Incredibly adorable. Isn't the weather getting colder and colder? Sleeping together at night can also keep us a bit warmer, right? Furthermore, I even helped warm up the blanket for you. Where else could you find a beautiful bed-warming maid like me? Brenda stuck out her tongue, looking at me with a beaming smile, putting on a total robe display. "A bed-warming maid is supposed to leave once the bed is warmed up, right?" I said with a laugh. "Fiona, you wouldn't be that heartless, would you?" Brenda looked at me aggrievedly, burrowing her head even further under the blanket. Her pitiful, moving act was played way too realistically. All right. I was just casually saying that. If you want to sleep, just sleep. I gave a small smile, kicked off my slippers, and crawled onto the bed. The moment I slipped under the blanket, I felt Brenda's 2 paws wrap around my waist. I was caught between tears and laughter at the sight, but I didn't say anything, evidently having grown used to it. Fiona, can you turn around? Brenda wiggled her body, scooting closer to me, whispering right by my ear. What's wrong? Even though my mouth was asking, I still turned my body around, facing Brenda, face to face. At such a close distance, I opened my eyes to look at Brenda's bare face. Even though I had seen it many times, every time I looked, my heart was still struck by her beauty. It was truly a sight one could never tire of looking at. Nothing. I just want to look at my Fiona's breathtaking face, Brenda said with her eyes closed, smiling. How are you going to look with your eyes closed? I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Hee, Brenda said with a laugh. I truly yield to you. I gave her a sideways glance, and then closed my eyes too, nestling close against Brenda as we drifted into a dream. Time passed day by day, and the temperature dropped lower and lower. Everyone wrapped themselves in thick padded coats one after another, to resist the onslaught of the freezing cold. Very quickly, January arrived. During class, I couldn't help but let out a sneeze. Snuffing my nose, I felt a bit helpless. It was probably because my pajamas were a bit too thin, coupled with me being too lazy to switch to thicker pajamas. Every time I finished showering, I just thought about toughing it out for a bit, and running directly back to the bedroom to lie down on the bed. Doing this repeatedly, I had probably caught a cold from the chill. Are you all right? I have tissues here. Vincent, who was sitting in the row in front of me, took advantage of the moment the professor was adjusting a new PowerPoint slide, turning his head back to ask me caringly. I'm fine. I have some already, no need. Thank you, I smiled, pulling out a tissue to wipe my nose. Oh, all right then. Vincent, seeing me keep my head down to look at my textbook, could only turn back around, letting out a quiet sigh. Vincent, how come your springtime still hasn't arrived yet? It's already winter now. From the corner of his eye, the class president glanced over at me as I seriously read my book, then spoke in a lowered voice with a laugh. Sigh, it's hard. She treats me completely flatly. Just a normal classmate relationship. There's nothing I can do either. Vincent shrugged, saying helplessly. I naturally knew about Vincent's little feelings for me. It was just that I didn't have that thought at all. Therefore, I always maintained a distance from him, in my words and gestures, only acting out of normal politeness between classmates. It's so cold. Unbearable. Completely unbearable. The moment Brenda returned home with me, she couldn't wait to turn on the heater, blowing hot air onto her small hands that were frozen stiff from the cold. Our area is in the north, after all. There's no helping it. Winter is originally this cold. I comforted. Aren't you cold, Fiona? Brenda looked at me, asking curiously. I am cold. It's just not as exaggerated as you. I said with a laugh. Since that's the case. Brenda looked at me as I kept my head down playing on my phone, her eyes rolling around. Stealthily approaching me, she took advantage of the moment I was off guard, slipping her hands directly into my collar. Brenda, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go. I was caught completely off guard by this sudden sneak attack. This jolt of cold almost sent me to the afterlife. This is killing me. Is it fun, Fiona? Brenda withdrew her hands, pulling back to a safe distance from me, looking at me with a beaming smile. Brenda, you're so mean. Originally, I wanted to take revenge, but seeing Brenda put on a guarded display, I could only drop that intention. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm answering a call. I glanced at the incoming call display on the screen, giving the giggling Brenda a sideways glare, and spoke huffily. Go ahead. I returned to my room, pressed the answer button, and said, Mom, is there something wrong? The moment the words left my mouth, I instantly realized I had made a slip of the tongue. I hadn't intentionally lowered my voice to speak like I usually did. Instead, I had used my real voice. Sure enough, hearing a girl's voice on the other end of the line, Helen froze slightly, saying in astonishment, Felix, why is there a girl's voice? I hurriedly lowered my voice to explain, Mom, you misheard. There's no such thing. It's just me. Helen caught the tone in my voice. No, she said, no. I heard it so clearly just now. How could I have misheard? Confess honestly. Are you together with a girl? Do you have a girlfriend again? I got a bit flustered, explaining, there's no such thing. You're overthinking it, Mom. You just misheard. No way. Your mother isn't old enough to have failing hearing yet. Don't try to lie to me. The reason I called you is to ask when you're coming back. When you come back, remember to bring her along for me to take a look, Helen said with a laugh. I'll be back in 2 weeks. What do you mean, Mom? What do you mean, bringing her along for you to take a look? I already told you there's no such thing, I said helplessly. I don't care about that. It's settled then. After Helen finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone in the phone, I had a bit of a headache. How could I have been this careless? Sigh, I can only cross that bridge when I get to it. In the evening, after I finished showering, I looked at myself in the mirror, pursing my lips, feeling a bit distressed. My current appearance was fair and clean, with bright eyes and white teeth. No matter how one looked at it, I looked exactly like a girl. How am I going to explain things when I go home in 2 weeks? Just thinking about the matter of my voice being misunderstood by my mom, I felt a headache coming on again, massaging the space between my brows. I let out a quiet sigh and left the bathroom. Fiona, why are you still dressed so thinly today? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold again? Brenda, wearing thick pajamas, was curled up on the sofa watching TV, casting a glance at me. Knitting her brows, she said, It's fine. Don't worry. I smiled. Hurry up and go rest early. You just recovered from a cold, yet you're still dressing this lightly. Stop wandering around outside. Brenda reminded. Yeah, I know. The next day, I went to class as usual. From childhood to adulthood, I hated sweating. Therefore, I particularly liked winter. Even though one had to wear a lot of clothes, it still couldn't stop my love for winter. Particularly now that I had turned into a girl. Wrapping my whole body inside a thick down jacket allowed me to hide my figure, which could keep me a bit more low profile. When class let out, I opened my phone, receiving a message sent by Brenda. Fiona, something came up at my student council department that I need to attend to. Go ahead and eat first. SG. It will probably drag on for a little over 20 minutes. Me, it's fine. Just focus on your work. G. Poidots. Putting away my phone and slinging on my backpack, I walked alone toward the cafeteria. When I was about 100 or 200 yards away from the cafeteria, I felt a few hurried footsteps, approaching from behind. Before I could even turn around, someone patted my shoulder. Yo, isn't this Felix? What a coincidence. The familiar voice left me a bit stunned. Turning my head around, I looked with delight at the 3 people in front of me. My sons, what a coincidence indeed. I intentionally lowered my voice and said with a laugh, Get lost. Is that how you talk to your father? Fatty laughed out loud and said, Ha, Felix. Why do I feel like you're looking more and more fair and delicate day by day? Four Eyes spoke with a wicked grin. This is a sign of my body being healthy. Unlike you need to practice some restraint, my son, I said with deep insinuation. What nonsense are you talking? I'm a proper, decent man. Four Eyes defended himself. Four Eyes, do you even believe that sentence yourself? Anyway, we don't believe it. Vincent callously rained on his parade. The group talked and laughed. It could be seen that the relationship between Fatty's trio and me was still very good. Let's go, time to eat. I'm about to starve to death. Fatty looked toward the cafeteria and said, Felix, you have no idea. Ever since you moved out, there's been no one to help me buy food anymore. Now I have to run to the cafeteria myself every single day. The little back gate behind the dorm is also blocked off because that section of the wall needs repairs. It's driving me crazy. They won't let us pick up takeout from there anymore. These past few days have truly been pure torture. In Fatty's voice, there was complete helplessness and bitterness. That's good though. You should move around a bit more. Take the opportunity to lose some weight. I teased. Sigh. It's a long story full of tears. These 2 lazy sons of mine won't even help me buy food. Sometimes I'm even the one buying it for them. Fatty aggressively complained about Four Eyes. The 2 of us are doing this for your own good. Four Eyes raised his eyebrows, saying with a laugh, Yeah, Fatty, getting more exercise won't do any harm. Vincent said seriously, Felix, look at this. Look at the attitude of these 2 toward their father. Aren't they being way too unfilial? Haha. I watched my 3 good brothers teasing and bickering with each other, letting out a small, genuine smile. These kind of carefree days spent with good friends were truly very comfortable. Felix, how come your appetite has gotten so small? You're only eating this little bit? Fatty looked at the small portion of egg noodles I had brought over, then looked at the portion of food in front of himself, asking in confusion, "Oh, about that, I just recovered from a cold these past 2 days. So I don't really have much of an appetite," I explained with a smile. Having been a girl for so long now, my appetite had also shrunk a bit without me realizing it. "Oh, I see, then that's a pity." Fatty nodded in sudden realization. "Fatty, it's not that Felix's appetite has gotten small. I think it's clearly because you eat way too much. Look at the portions of us, too. They're also only a little bit more than Felix's." Vincent pushed up his glasses and said with a laugh, "Haha, Four Eyes, you're brutal. You didn't just kill him, you destroyed his soul too." Four Eyes couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fatty gave a huff, not wanting to pay attention to his two roommates, who specialized in ruining his moment anymore, and quietly kept his head down to eat his food. "Felix, now that you've changed majors, how is the learning in class going?" Vincent ate a piece of duck meat, asking casually. "It's all right, mainly because I'm interested in it myself. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any need to switch." I took a bite of my egg, saying softly, "Are there any beautiful girls in your class?" Four Eyes asked with a beaming smile. "What are you up to?" I gave him a sideways glance, asking, "What could I be up to?" Naturally, I'm just asking casually. "Oh right, speaking of which, back when you hadn't moved out yet, I remember there was a girl who called you Fiona. How are things developing between you two now?" Four Eyes' eyes rolled around, as if he had just thought of something, grinning wickedly. The moment this matter was mentioned, Fatty and Vincent instantly grew spirited, setting down the chopsticks in their hands and looking at me curiously. Hearing this, I silently cursed Four Eyes in my mind, while my face remained as calm as usual as I said, "What? What do you mean, how are things developing? There was never anything going on in the first place. I'm not in a relationship right now either." "Really?" Four Eyes looked at me with a beaming smile. "Otherwise, what do you think?" I continued eating the noodles in my bowl, saying flatly, "Tsk, how boring." Four Eyes saw that I didn't show the slightest slip-up, so he could only drop it, pouting his lips as he also began to eat the food in his bowl. After the four of us had eaten and drunk our fill, because Fatty's trio was in a hurry to return to the dorm to squat up for a game, we parted ways after saying goodbye at the entrance. Returning home, I let out a long sigh, a faint smile hanging on my lips. Being able to chat with my good brothers from time to time, the feeling truly wasn't bad. "Oh, Brenda, you're back so fast?" I walked into the living room, only to find Brenda acting just like last night, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. She was looking at her phone with an expressionless face. Hearing my words, Brenda's brows knit slightly as she looked toward me, saying slowly, "Fiona, the 3 guys you had lunch with this noon. Are you guys very close?" Brenda's question also left me stunned. I hadn't expected Brenda to have seen the scene of the few of us having lunch together. I walked over, sitting down right next to her, and explained with a smile, "We've known each other since freshman year. We've been friends for over a year. Why do you ask?" My straightforward explanation instead caused Brenda's expression to turn slightly flustered for a moment. After giving me a deep look, a faint smile forced itself onto Brenda's face. "It's nothing. I just happened to see it, so I was a bit curious." Listening to Brenda's explanation, I nodded gently, but I still kept feeling like something was a bit off. The way Brenda looked just now didn't seem like she was just a bit curious, did it? Why did it feel more like she looked like she wanted to give me a beating instead? Fatty sent a picture. Fatty tagged me. "How about it, Fiona? This play of mine was pretty good, right?" "That's a pentakill." Four Eyes tsk. "If you hadn't stolen 2 of my kills, would you have been able to get a pentakill?" "Vincent, come off it. Without me controlling the team fight, could you guys have even won?" "Fatty, Vincent, where is your shame? You were the one who went back to the fountain the fastest. How do you still have the nerve to say that out loud?" Vincent, phooey, looking at the 3 people in the group chat, bickering back and forth, trading remarks. I pulled up the blanket, leaning against the headboard, and couldn't help but burst out into a loud laugh. "Fiona, what are you looking at? That's making you laugh so happily?" Brenda spoke while leaning her head over, glancing at my screen. Only then did she realize that I was actually messaging other people in a group chat. "Isn't it just those 3 friends of mine? Right now they're bickering. Haha, this is killing me," I said with a laugh. "Is that so, Fiona? I feel like you've been very close with them lately. You don't even have time to play with me anymore." Brenda pouted her lips, her gaze looking at me resentfully. "Huh? No way. I'm just casually chatting with them. Aren't I together with you every single day anyway? I replied to 3 messages in a row, bombarding the chat from those guys. And only then did I look over at Brenda, whose face was completely filled with a pout. I comforted her. Look at you. Just now you were ignoring me. Yet, instead you went and chatted with those 3 guys first. Only after finishing chatting did you talk to me. Brenda used her head to gently nudge against my stomach, saying in dissatisfaction, that was because they kept continuously tagging me just now. I just replied a bit to show my presence in the group. If you don't believe me, look. Saying that, I held on my phone screen, even scrolling up and down a few times. Brenda opened her eyes wide to take a careful look, finding that the truth was exactly as I had said. I really had only shown my presence in the group for a brief moment. I don't care. I'm mad. The kind of mad where you have to coax me for a very long time to fix it. Brenda pouted her lips, lying prone on my stomach with a face full of a pout. Be good now, what is there to be mad about? If Brenda gets angry and grows wrinkles, what are we going to do? I gently pinched Brenda's soft cheek, teasing with a laugh. Don't touch me. Brenda shook her face away, saying proudly, all right, then I won't touch you anymore. I'm going to sleep. I slid down with a swift movement, lying straight down on the bed, closing my eyes, pretending I wanted to sleep. Brenda, seeing me use this old trick of mine again, knitted her brows as she looked at me. I kept my eyes closed, having absolutely no intention of speaking. Brenda directly flipped her body over, pinning herself down on top of me, feeling the weight on my body, and the faint fragrance right by the tip of my nose. I instantly opened my eyes. The moment I opened them, Brenda's face was right there, directly facing mine. Brenda, what are you doing? I wiggled my body, but it didn't have any effect. Brenda directly sat astride on top of me, restricting my movements. What do you mean? What am I doing? Fiona, I find your guts are getting larger and larger day by day. Actually using this trick on me again. Wanting to pretend to sleep again, right? Brenda pressed right up against me, bending her body down to look into my eyes, enunciating every single word clearly. Being pressed up against by a top-tier beauty at such a close distance, my breathing also grew hurried, my eyes dodging around. As I said stammeringly, did I? No way. I really am sleepy. Really? Brenda basically wasn't listening to my lie, continuing to stare intently at me beneath her, remaining silent. After a long while, to my astonished gaze, she let go of me, turning over to lie down on the bed. Except she lay on her side with her back turned toward me. I blinked my eyes in bewilderment, having thought Brenda was planning to do something to me. But in the end, nothing happened at all. Looking at Brenda's back, I pursed my lips, nudged a bit closer, shaking Brenda's shoulder. I said softly, Brenda, I feel like you've been a bit strange lately. Is there something bothering you? After a moment, Brenda turned her body back around, facing me face to face. Our eyes locked onto each other. In Brenda's eyes, my face was entirely reflected. I really do have a bit of a bothering matter. Brenda opened her mouth to speak. What is it? Is it convenient to tell me? I asked. It's fine. It's not any big deal anyway. Who knows? Maybe after a night's sleep I won't be bothered anymore when I wake up tomorrow. Brenda said with a small smile. Is that so? I nodded and said, Fiona, in the past, you said you would never leave me. You said you'd always stay by my side, right? Brenda asked. That's right. So what if you meet someone you like in the future? What if you drift away from me just to be with them? What should I do then? Brenda's voice grew quieter and quieter, even carrying a slight tremble toward the end. That won't happen. Our relationship is so good. How could I possibly grow distant from you? I smiled and reassured her. Brenda, you're being way too sensitive. Seeing the smile bloom on my face, Brenda felt a lot more at ease. She smiled along with me. Brenda, you should smile more. You look really beautiful when you smile. I couldn't help but poke Brenda's cheek, speaking with a beaming smile. If you spend more time with me, I will definitely smile at you every single day. Brenda looked into my eyes and said with a laugh, Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Then you said it yourself. You can't break your word. Of course I won't break my word. I keep my promises. I'm just afraid someone won't want to stay by my side. Are you kidding? Am I that kind of person? Haha, whether you are or not depends on your performance in the future. Brenda gave a huff. Then you just wait and see. Can we sleep now? I'm so sleepy. Brenda, I let out a yawn, rubbed my eyes, and said, All right, let's sleep. The two of us closed our eyes together. After a few minutes, my breathing gradually became steady, evidently having fallen fast asleep. Only then did Brenda crack her eyes open a tiny slit. Seeing that I was asleep, she fully opened her eyes, staring intently at me as I slept soundly in front of her. Brenda reached out her hand to gently caress my face, letting out a soft smile. "Fiona, you've promised me. You won't grow distant from me. You'll always stay by my side. Spoken words are like spilled water. They can't be taken back. If you break your promise, you'll be punished." After speaking, Brenda's fingers lightly traced across my face, lingering for a brief moment on my lips. Then she withdrew her hand, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep, nestled close against me. Days trickled by, just like that, and the winter break that countless students had been looking forward to was getting closer and closer day by day. But at the same time, final exams rolled in right along with it. Failing a class is a major hassle. Furthermore, as a major change student, I'd also been frequently burning the midnight oil lately to study. "Fiona, are you still reading? Do you really need to push yourself this hard?" Brenda pushed the door open and stepped inside, placing the cup of hot milk in her hand, down right next to my desk, knitting her brows as she spoke. During this recent period of time, the amount of time I spent reading grew more and more. In the past, every day, I would only read for about an hour, but now it had already exceeded 3 hours. Furthermore, looking at this momentum of mine, it was clearly preparing to break my own record every single day. Toiling like this, it made Brenda's heart ache terribly just watching. She frequently had to use a mix of coaxing, tempting, sweet-talking, and pouting before she could make me set down my books to take a proper rest. Finals are coming up soon. I don't want to do terribly right after transferring to a new major and end up failing a class. Otherwise, what would even be the point of my major change? I looked at Brenda's face full of care, letting out a soft smile, signaling for her to rest assured. "But you always study right after returning from class anyway. There's definitely no way you'll fail a class. Can you stop worrying so much?" Brenda pulled over a chair and sat down right next to me. "Even if you put it that way, I originally missed out on the entire freshman foundation anyway. Shouldn't I seize the time to make up for it now? Go get some rest first. I'll be over in a bit." I patted her hand, saying softly, "What do you mean? I don't want to, without you by my side. What fun is there for me all by myself?" Brenda pouted her lips, looking at me pitifully. I cast a glance at Brenda's current appearance, then turned my head back to continue reading. That pitiful, moving display almost caused me to break my defenses. Getting the actual work done is still more important. Seeing that her acting cute routine didn't have any effect, Brenda let out a helpless sigh. Lying prone on the desk, watching me read my books without moving a muscle, taking down notes. This serious look of mine, it had to be said, struck right into Brenda's heart. The more she looked, the more she wanted to keep looking, just like it possessed a magnetic charm, and her eyes couldn't even bear to look away. A smile hung on the corner of her lips, her eyes entirely filled with my reflection. "Brenda, can you please stop staring intently at me like that?" I let out a long breath, looking at Brenda helplessly. Brenda propped half of her face against the palm of her hand, looking at me with a gentle smile as she said, "On what basis? My eyes grow on my own face. I can look at whatever I want. I can look at whichever spot I want. You focus on reading your books, and I'll focus on looking at you. No contradiction, no conflict at all." For a moment, I was completely choked up, unable to say a word. Looking at the time and the textbook on the desk, I could only compromise. "You win. I'm not reading anymore." "Oh my. If you don't read, then don't read. It doesn't affect me looking at you anyway, hee." Brenda pouted her lips, saying with a laugh, All right then." I gave a small smile, also copying Brenda's posture, lying prone on the desk to look at her. The two girls stared at each other, our gazes intersecting in the air. The atmosphere instantly grew more and more strange, even carrying a hint of ambiguity. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold it in. "Fiona, why are you acting like a kid?" Brenda sat straight up, crossing both arms over her chest, looking down at me from above, saying huffily, "Me, acting like a kid? Isn't the one acting like a kid clearly you? Are you playing the thief crying thief right now?" I pouted my lips, giving her a sideways glance. Hee, I don't care. If I say it's you, then it's you. Tisk, time to sleep. Hey, wait for me. I want to go too. Go back to your own room. Don't just keep clinging to me all the time. Fiona, do you find me annoying now? Yes, I exactly find you annoying. What can you do to me anyway? I looked at Brenda with a gentle smile. I'm mad. Brenda puffed out her cheeks, looking exactly like a little pufferfish. Oh my lord. I'm not going to pamper you. I blinked my big eyes, lay down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, and closed my eyes. Brenda saw that I actually truly intended to just go straight to sleep, getting so mad that she clenched her small fists and walked to the bedside. With just a soft thud, she hopped right up next to me. Without uttering a single word, she went directly on the attack. Brenda, don't. I was wrong. Hurry up and stop. Being hit by a sudden sneak attack, I hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll show you how to sleep, you heartless, soulless meanie. Brenda pinned down both of my hands with one of hers, bending down to look down at me. Brenda was originally someone who practiced martial arts, so I was completely restricted by her in no time. Seeing that I couldn't break free, I could only say with a laugh, Brenda, I was only joking, can you let go of me first? Brenda looked at me beneath her like a little lamb waiting for slaughter, and a desire to tease me instantly arose. Pinching my chin with her other hand, she said with a laugh, You think I'll let go just because you say so? Don't I need to save some face? Then what do you want? I said helplessly. Call me older sisters in a sweet voice. Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile. Alas, no. My face turned slightly red as I turned to the side, not looking at Brenda. Well, I just happen to like this stubborn streak of yours. Hee. After saying that, Brenda leaned her body down, getting closer and closer to my face. Feeling the wave of warm breath brushing against my face, my heart involuntarily began to beat fast. I closed my eyes, completely giving up resistance. Brenda looked at this adorable display of mine, and gently blew a breath next to my ear, saying charmingly, I won't tease you anymore. Haha. After speaking, she immediately let go of me, stood up, and lay down right next to me. You only know how to bully me. I rolled onto my side, saying in a huff, Haha, who told my Fiona to be so adorable? Wouldn't it be a total pity not to tease you a bit? Brenda giggled non-stop. Time to sleep. Days trickled by just like that, and I finally endured through final exams. A brand new winter break began. After finishing the last subject and stepping out of the exam room, I felt a wave of relief wash over my entire body. These past few days of exams made me realize that my hard work throughout the entire semester had definitely not been in vain. My mood was exceptionally good. Fiona, exams went pretty well, right? I see that even though it hasn't been long since you transferred to our class, you've always been working really hard. Kevin walked over, smiling politely at me as he spoke. It was just all right. After all, I only just transferred in, so there are a few things I'm not used to yet. How could I not work hard? I gave a soft smile, answering politely, You're way too modest. I felt like when you were taking the exams, your pen barely ever stopped. Completely unlike me. Haha. Behind the class president, Vincent scratched his head, looking at me as he spoke with a laugh. Haha. For a moment, I didn't really know what to say. Fiona, Brenda's voice drifted over from not far away. I turned my head to look, instantly seeing her waving her hand at me. I'm sorry. My friend is here. I'm heading out first. See you next semester. I waved my hand, saying with a smile. Yeah, see you next semester. The class president smiled. Goodbye. Vincent watched with a lingering gaze toward me as I gradually walked away, letting out a helpless sigh. My boy, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to pin your heart on a single flower? She completely doesn't feel that way about you at all. Isn't unrequited love just pure misery? The class president patted Vincent's shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Sigh. Vincent didn't say anything, only looking in the direction where Brenda and I had left, letting out a helpless sigh. Fiona, I really envy you. It only takes 2 hours for you to get home. Unlike me, having to sit on the high-speed rail for 4 hours. Brenda clutched her hair, letting out a miserable cry. Haha, there's no helping it. Have you bought your ticket yet? I asked with a smile. I already bought it during the break after the morning exam. My luck wasn't too bad. There was still one business class ticket left. Hee, Brenda said with a laugh. Oh, rich lady, I said upon hearing this, putting on an exaggeratedly shocked expression, which tickled Brenda into bursting out laughing. Then, do you want to be an ornament hanging onto my leg? Brenda said with a laugh. Yes, rich lady, I'm hungry. Hungry, give me food. I played along with her. Ha. The two of us burst out laughing in unison, doubling over with laughter. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and very quickly it was time to say goodbye. I pulled my suitcase out into the living room, and just as I was preparing to speak, Brenda walked over and took my hand, saying with a lingering gaze, "Fiona, we're about to not see each other for a whole month. I can already imagine how miserable these upcoming days are going to be." I gave Brenda's palm a gentle squeeze, saying with a smile, "Even though we can't meet, we can still text each other on our phones. What is there to be miserable about? How can that be the same? Can't see you, can't touch you? It's so boring." Brenda pouted her lips, saying aggrievedly, "Well, if you miss me, we can just video call each other." "How about that?" I thought it over for a bit, saying with a smile, "Sigh, I guess that's the only way." In the end, under Brenda's lingering yet resentful gaze, I departed. With the help of the system, my ID and other documents had all been successfully changed to the female gender. The whole process of ticket checking, entering the station, and boarding the train went seamlessly, without encountering any obstacles at all. Arriving at the 3-seat window spot that I had intentionally chosen, I struggled to lift my suitcase up. A pair of hands suddenly appeared from behind me, giving it a powerful push, and instantly helped me place the suitcase onto the luggage rack. "Thank you." I looked at the person and expressed my thanks. "It's nothing." The person gave me a smile, and sat back down in his own seat. Sitting in my seat, I marveled a bit to myself. Is this one of the perks of turning into a girl? There are actually people proactively offering to help. Back when I was still a guy, some people would see that I was a male student and wouldn't come over to help. "Felix, how far have you gotten?" Looking at the message sent by my mom, I replied, "I'm already on the train. I'll be there very soon." "Is that so? Pay attention to your safety, understand?" "Rest assured, Mom. Let me tell you something. I've changed quite a bit now, so I hope you won't be too shocked when you see me in a bit." "What kind of change could you possibly have? Gained 30 pounds? Or cut off that hair you treasure like a prized possession?" You'll know when I get back." "All right then. I'll be waiting." Turning off my phone, as more and more stations passed by, the distance to my home also grew closer and closer day by day, and my heart grew more and more nervous. The reason was very simple. Returning home with this identity right now would definitely shock my parents to the point of absolute speechlessness. How am I supposed to explain things when the time comes? Say I went to Thailand? No. First of all, not to mention that I've completely never been there. I didn't even have the money to go either. But if I actually dared to offer this absurd excuse, my dad, Arthur, would definitely whip out his belt and beat me to a total cripple. I racked my brains along the entire journey, but I still couldn't think of a single logical reason. After all, things like medical reports or whatever, I completely didn't have them. And the system wasn't helping me either. In the end, I could only choose the simplest and most brute force approach. At worst, I'll just face the music. Following the location my mom had sent earlier, I hailed a ride to the residential community where our new home was located. Standing before the gates of the residential community, I raised my eyebrows. This environment is actually pretty good. After briefly stating my purpose of visit to the security guard, I smoothly entered the residential community. Walking along the small path inside the community, I looked at the lush green vegetation all around, and even spotted a few artificial lakes. Each of the residential buildings, at least looking from the outside, the exterior decoration was still very decent and very new. There were also quite a few elderly grandpas and grandmas, sitting on the stone benches chatting away. "Whose girl is that over there? She's truly beautiful." An older lady used her elbow to nudge another older lady's arm, signaling her to look in my direction. "Oh, it really does seem like I've never seen her before. So pretty. I wonder if she has a partner yet. If she doesn't, introducing her to my grandson wouldn't be bad. Come off it, my grandson is still better." I couldn't hear their gossip. With a heart filled with nervous anxiety, I walked up to the door of our new home. Gulping nervously, I pressed the doorbell. The faint sound of footsteps approached. With a click, the door leading to an unknown outcome finally swung open. The person who opened it was none other than my mom, Helen, a kindergarten teacher. "Oh, hello, sweetie. Did you get the wrong door?" Helen looked at the unfamiliar girl standing before her with her head down, asking in confusion. "Mom, it's me. It's Felix." Hearing her call me sweetie, I was instantly caught between tears and laughter. I raised my head to look at Helen and gave a soft smile. "What? "Your Felix?" Helen obviously found it hard to believe. After all, what her own child looked like was something she remembered clearer than anyone else. Even though I used to keep my hair a bit long, no matter how she looked at it, it shouldn't have been to the extent of looking as beautiful as the girl in front of her. "It's really me, Mom. Can you just let me inside first, and then I'll explain everything to you?" I said helplessly. "All right then, come on in first." Helen was still doubting her own eyes and ears, but talking outside the door wasn't right either, so she closed the door and walked inside with me. Looking around the new apartment, although it was much more spacious, a lot of familiar things from my memory were still there. A wave of familiarity instantly surged up in my heart. "Mom." I sat on the sofa, and just as I opened my mouth to speak, Helen raised her hand to cut me off. "Don't say anything yet. Let me take a good look to see if you're really Felix. How could a son look so fair and delicate?" Helen knit her brows, carefully sizing me up from head to toe. The more she looked, the more she felt something was off. I didn't say anything, just allowing Helen to examine me. In my heart, I had already psychologically prepared myself for a strict interrogation. Helen raised her eyebrows, saying slowly, "It really is Felix, no mistake. Looking closely, I can still see some of your features." "Mom, I told you I'm really Felix, but you wouldn't believe me," I said. "Did you go to Thailand or something?" "What?" My eyes widened into perfect circles, looking in disbelief at Helen, who actually blurted out that question. "Cough, cough, you young people nowadays pull some wild stunts. It's not like that's completely impossible, right? Haven't those internet celebrities also had surgery before? It's just, aren't you afraid your dad will beat you to death?" Helen blinked her eyes, looking at me as she spoke. "It's not like that at all, Mom. Just listen to me. The story goes like this." Next, I spent a few minutes recounting the entire event from beginning to end to Helen. Naturally, that system, which hadn't shown up in a long time, was automatically omitted by me after listening to an explanation that sounded far too absurd, yet happened to be the absolute truth. Helen fell into deep thought. I didn't dare to keep speaking either. The atmosphere inside the room instantly fell into a bizarre silence. "In other words, Felix, you're a girl now." Helen raised her head to look intently at me, no emotion detectable in her voice. "Yes," I said firmly. After all, the matter had already happened. The words had been made clear, and I had been completely upfront. "Mom," I was also very helpless. Helen blinked her eyes, and suddenly smiled as she said, "The matter has already happened, hasn't it? Besides, there are billions of people on Earth. What kind of absurd thing hasn't happened before? Even though in my heart I still feel the possibility of you secretly getting surgery is a bit higher. As your mother, the one who gave birth to you, no matter what appearance you turn into, I am still your mother. And I will always love you." "Mom," I listened until I was almost moved to tears. "Did your voice also turn into a girl's voice? It sounds kind of unusual." "I've been meaning to say that for a while. It did change. It's just that back then, I didn't dare let you and Dad find out. Having gained Helen's understanding, I didn't need to suppress my voice anymore, directly using my real voice." "Oh, it's really not bad. It's a very pretty voice." Helen caressed my cheek, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." I said between chokes, "What are you crying for? You silly child." Helen gently patted my head, offering a comforting smile. "I'm not crying." I rubbed my eyes, then buried myself in Helen's embrace, letting out a soft hum. "Having a daughter isn't bad either. Obedient and well-behaved. Felix dear, since you've turned into a girl, have your daily habits and everything also changed?" Helen looked at the beautiful daughter in front of her, with bright eyes and white teeth, and skin as white as snow, unable to help but ask out of curiosity. "They've changed, but I'm completely used to it all now. There's no problem anymore." I lowered my head, my face flushing slightly, not daring to look at Helen's beaming smile. This was truly far too embarrassing. Why is it that after turning into a girl, you actually learn to be shy? You don't even dare to look at your mother anymore? With one glance, saw right through my little thoughts, exposing me without showing any mercy. "Mom, stop it." I covered my warming face and said, all right, I won't say it anymore." Helen looked at me with a beaming smile. She kept feeling that a daughter was still more pleasing to the eye. Why hadn't she discovered this point before? Right, then what about Dad's side? I raised my head, having talked for so long just now. Only now did I realize there was still an unresolved problem. and it looked to be a rather difficult one. About this, just now I was only focusing on your matter, and completely forgot about your dad instead. This is going to be a bit tricky to handle. You know your dad, his mindset is a bit old-fashioned. I don't know. When he comes home and sees his beloved son turned into a sweet little daughter, if he'll be shocked to a complete daze. The moment Helen thought of that scene, she really wanted to laugh. It was only to protect my fragile heart that she didn't burst out laughing. Mom, what kind of situation is this already? And you can still joke around? I looked at Helen resentfully, saying aggrievedly, all right, I'll explain things clearly to your dad on his side. Go back to your room first in a bit. Once I'm almost done preparing him mentally, then you come out. Helen said after a moment of thought. I guess that's the only way. I let out a long sigh, lowering my head as I spoke helplessly. It's fine, Felix. Don't overthink it either. No matter what is said, you are still our child. Even if your dad can't wrap his head around it, he won't do anything to you. Rest assured. Helen looked at my downcast look, comforting me. Yeah, I know, Mom. What? Helen, you aren't playing a joke on me, are you? How could something like that happen to Felix? In the evening, the moment Arthur returned home, after listening to Helen finish speaking, he bolted straight up from the sofa in excitement. His eyes widened, his face completely filled with shock as he stared at Helen. Helen had long since anticipated that his reaction would be exactly like this. She looked at him with a firm gaze, saying slowly, the truth is exactly like that. The matter has already happened, and it can't be changed anymore. Arthur froze on the spot for a long while, then plopped right back down. Massaging his temples, which were aching a bit from the tension, he said in a deep voice, Then where is Felix? I told her to go out for a stroll, and instructed her to come back a bit later. Helen blinked her eyes, looking at Arthur while seriously talking nonsense. It's this late at night. You let her, a young girl, run outside all by herself. How can you feel at ease? Arthur said with a knitted brow. What is there to be worried about? She's already 20. Plus our family just moved here. To Felix, this is a completely unfamiliar environment. I let her go out to get a bit familiar with the environment. Is there anything wrong with that? Helen took a sip of hot water, giving him a sideways glance, observing Arthur's reaction. How can that be acceptable? You already said it's an unfamiliar environment. I don't feel at ease. I have to go out and look for her. Arthur picked up his jacket, intending to walk toward the door. Hey, come back here. Felix is right at home, safe and sound. What are you going out for? Helen said with a laugh inside the room. Arthur turned his head to look at Helen. She's at home. Helen gave him a look, saying with a laugh, let her come out here. You have to ask clearly. I sat properly right in front of Arthur and Helen. The atmosphere instantly grew a bit heavy. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it straight. Can you please stop staring intently at me all the time? I said in a low voice. I heard from your mother. I also roughly know about the matter now. Arthur looked at me with a complicated gaze. How could a son raised for 20 years turn into a girl for no rhyme or reason? It really is having both a son and a daughter at once. The things that should be said, your mother has already told you. I won't say any unnecessary words either. No matter how hard it is for your parents to accept, we still have to face reality. From now on, you just treat yourself well, that'll do. As for your mother and me, we'll just consider it raising a daughter. Arthur and Helen looked at each other, speaking helplessly. Thank you for understanding me, Dad. Hearing Arthur's words, I felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Happily, I lunged forward to give him a hug. Hey, let go, don't you know to avoid inappropriate closeness? Probably because he suddenly had a daughter. Arthur's voice was also quite a bit gentler than before. Hee, Dad, you're my father. It's fine. I let go of my hands, saying with a laugh, that's not the same. You should still pay a bit of attention. Arthur said so with his mouth, but inside his heart, he was still a bit happy. All right. It's time to eat. Let's talk while eating. Helen looked at the father and daughter talking and laughing, and her mood was also very joyful. Mom, your cooking is still as delicious as ever. I haven't eaten it for half a year. I chewed on a piece of sweet and sour pork, saying contentedly, of course. Your mother's cooking skills are getting better and better. Raising you fat during winter break will definitely not be a problem. Helen looked at my delicate, beautiful appearance. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Getting fat isn't good. How is she going to find a partner later? Arthur said out of the blue. Cough. Hearing this, I instantly got choked up. Patting my chest for a while, I finally calmed down. Dad, what are you talking about? What's wrong, don't you want to find one? Arthur looked at me in confusion. For the time being, I have no such intention. The moment I heard Arthur speak about finding a partner, the image of Brenda and me being together instantly popped up in my mind, making me reject Arthur's suggestion from the bottom of my heart. Don't have one? Then when do you plan to have one? All right. It wasn't easy for her to get a break, yet you keep asking about this and that. Just eat your food. Helen gave Arthur a sideways glare, saying huffily, I'm only thinking about Felix's future. Why are you blaming me again? Could it be that you aren't curious about what Felix thinks regarding this matter now? Arthur said slowly. This sentence truly hit right on the main point. Helen looked toward me, asking carefully, what your dad says counts as the truth. Felix dear, are your requirements for a partner still the same as before? Or have they changed? I don't know either. Oh, let's talk about this matter later. Can we talk about something else? The more I listened, the more I felt it was getting out of hand, completely not wanting to answer this question. All right. No more talking about this. It's all your dad's fault. Always bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Helen complained. Brenda, hello, my precious Fiona. Did you miss me? In the evening, after finishing my shower, not long after I lay down on the bed, I received a video call from Brenda. The moment I picked up, Brenda's laughter already rang out. How long has it even been? I said with a laugh. Sigh. It's already been 6 hours since we last saw each other. That's a very long time. Before, I could see you every single day. Brenda pouted her lips, saying in dissatisfaction, Right. I missed Brenda so much. Missed you to the point of being unable to eat. The moment the words left my mouth, because Helen had piled way too much food for me tonight, I directly let out a burp. This scene made Brenda behind the screen widen her eyes slightly, gnashing her teeth as she said angrily, You annoying Fiona. You total liar, only knowing how to give me perfunctory answers. Ha, Brenda. Listen to my defense. No, that's wrong. Listen to my explanation. I'm telling the truth. I wasn't being perfunctory with you at all. I laughed while trying hard to explain something. Brenda looked at my hilarious display, unable to help but snort and burst out laughing, waving her hand as she said with a laugh, Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Now that you're back at your new home, how does it feel? Very comfortable, hee. Particularly this big bed. There's no one squeezing in with me anymore. It really is unspeakably awesome. As I spoke, I held my phone, turning the screen toward myself as I rolled around on the bed. Why do I feel like Fiona is throwing shade at me? Is it that because I'm not by your side anymore, you're flying high? Brenda gave a huff. No way, how could that be possible? Let me tell you, this blanket is freezing cold. Without you to warm up the bed, I'm actually not used to it yet. Order book. Haha. Me sharing a bed with you is your good fortune. Don't be living in bliss yet, not knowing it. Brenda gave me a proud glance. Right. Too bad for this upcoming month. I won't be able to enjoy this part of bliss anymore, I said with a sly grin. Aish, Fiona, you're finished. Just wait until I get back and see how I deal with you. Blia, I'm not afraid of you at all. I stuck out my tongue teasingly. Very well, Fiona. It's only the first day, and you're already like this. Just you wait, Brenda said fiercely yet adorably. Haha, I'll be waiting. The next day, it was a rare moment for me to sleep all the way until 10:30. Letting out a comfortable stretch, I adjusted the clothes on my body, walking out of the room while letting out a yawn. Oh, Felix is awake. Helen and Arthur were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The former, seeing me come out, said with a smile, If you haven't slept enough, go back and sleep some more. You're on break now anyway. Arthur cast a glance at me, saying, Hearing these words, my drowsiness instantly vanished into thin air, looking at Arthur with quite a bit of astonishment. In the past, if I had slept this late, I would definitely be subjected to a severe scolding from him. As it turned out, my dad was now proactively telling me to get some more sleep, and his tone was gentler than it had ever been before. Is this what it feels like to become a daughter? Wow, you finally know how to dote on your child now. How come I never saw you have this attitude before? Helen teased, looking at Arthur's double standards. How can before and now be the same? Having his past brought up against him, Arthur's old face flushed red as he spoke. Well, see that? Felix, this is your dad for you. Why don't you hurry up and listen to him by going back to sleep? Helen clapped her hands, saying with a laugh, "Never mind. I'm not sleepy anymore." I sat down right next to Helen, obediently watching TV with the two of them. "Oh right, Felix. Right now you probably can't fit into your old clothes anymore, right? Let's go buy some clothes for you a bit later." Helen pulled my soft hand over, saying with a smile, "Okay, I was actually thinking these pajamas are a bit too long. It's just the right time to buy a couple of sets that fit." "Thank you, Mom." I gently nuzzled against Helen's neck, acting cute. Cough, cough. "You aren't even considering who's footing the bill." Arthur let out a cough, dropping a hint. "Oh, I almost forgot." "Thank you too, Dad." I let out a sweet smile. Even though Arthur didn't show anything on his face, his heart was already bursting with joy. Your dad really is someone who says one thing but thinks another. How should I put it? He's just an old, arrogant, middle-aged man. Helen gave Arthur a sideways glance, saying with a beaming smile, "Our child is still right here." "What are you talking about?" Arthur said helplessly. "Haha." After changing my clothes, I followed Arthur and Helen out to go shopping. Not long after we stepped out of the building, we ran into two middle-aged women. "Oh, Helen, is your whole family heading out to buy groceries?" One of them, upon seeing Helen, greeted her enthusiastically. "Yes. Didn't our child just come back? We're going to buy some delicious food, and take the opportunity to buy her a few outfits," Helen explained with a smile. "Her?" The two women looked behind her, only now noticing me walking behind Helen. I gave a soft smile. "Hello, aunts." "So beautiful. Helen, your daughter is truly beautiful. Her voice is very sweet, too. It really makes people envious. How old is she this year? Does she have a partner yet?" "Haha, stop asking random questions, you two. This matter completely depends on her own wishes. I can't make the call either," hearing her close friends praise me. Helen spoke politely. Standing behind them and listening to their chat, I sweat dropped a bit. Is this what a normal conversation among 40 or 50-year-olds is like? Mom is still exactly the same as before, isn't she? I sidled up to Arthur and said, "Sigh, you'll get used to it. When we first moved here, your mother was just naturally a social butterfly. She has to say hello to everyone she meets. Back and forth, she got to know a ton of people. I am very helpless too." Arthur shrugged. "Haha, so that's how it is." I couldn't help but laugh and say, those two, catching sight of my smile, had their eyes light up even more. One of them, still unwilling to give up, asked, "Helen, can you do me a favor and give it a try? Introduce my son to get to know your daughter one of these days." Helen naturally understood her intentions, smiling politely as she said, "Sure thing. I'll help ask her for you. It's just that, whether she agrees or not, isn't something I can decide." "Haha, then thank you, Helen. Mom, is this outfit a bit unsuitable for me?" Inside the women's clothing store, I looked at Helen, picking out an outfit for me, asking weakly, "Is it unsuitable for you?" "I think it suits you perfectly." Helen held up a pink turtleneck sweater, placing it against my body, to try it out a bit. "Mom, I don't like pink," I said helplessly. "Then what color do you like? I'll go swap it for you." "Actually, I just don't like wearing turtleneck sweaters. It feels uncomfortable around the neck when I put it on," I said, pursing my lips. "Is that so? All right then. Then you go pick out whatever you like yourself." Helen put the sweater back in its place, saying with a smile, "Okay." Leaving the women's clothing store, our family of three went to the supermarket again, buying a huge haul of groceries. Naturally, the strenuous task of carrying the items was automatically handed over to Arthur. I looked at Arthur, carrying 3 bags of items in his hands, feeling a bit bad for him. I made a move to take 1 bag of items to carry myself. Arthur, seeing this, brushed my hand away and said with a laugh, "It's fine. Your dad can handle carrying these things. You just stay with your mother, that'll do." "It's fine, Dad. I have some strength too. Let me help you carry a bag," I said stubbornly. "Why stand on ceremony with your dad?" Arthur knit his brows, saying, "All right, Felix. Your dad is just looking out for you. If you absolutely insist on helping, your dad will actually feel awkward instead." Helen, standing to the side, said, "All right then." I cast a glance at Arthur, feeling a bit touched. "Sorry to trouble you, Dad." "Haha, it's nothing." On the way back home, I could be considered to have truly witnessed the extent of Helen's social influence. Just about every few yards we walked, someone would greet her. When running into people she had a pretty good relationship with, she would stop to chat, exchanging a bit of small talk. Furthermore, Talking back and forth, the topic would invariably shift onto me. Without exception, they were all envious of Helen for having such a beautiful daughter. Regarding this matter, I was very helpless too, able only to stand to the side and force a polite smile. Mom, the number of people you know is way too high. From elderly folks in their 60s or 70s to young couples in their 20s or 30s, you know them all. Having just seen an elderly couple off, I said in astonishment. Do you actually not remember what my job is? Helen looked at my face full of astonishment, saying with a beaming smile. It could be seen that her mood was obviously very good. A kindergarten teacher, I blurted out. Immediately after, I came to a realization. Moving to a new home, her workplace definitely had to change too. But with those kids, she inevitably had to interact with their parents. Back and forth, she was bound to get to know quite a few people. Your mother is originally a talkative person. She can exchange a few words with anyone. Even if they don't want to be close, they end up close anyway. Arthur, standing to the side, said with a laugh, being talkative is better than being completely silent and saying few words. What do you even know? Besides, those kids are so adorable. One look, and you just like them. Helen gave the unromantic Arthur a sideways glare, saying, Right. Only you understand so much. What does kids being adorable have to do with you anyway? You're just envious, Arthur pouted, retorting, Haha. Watching my parents acting just like before, bickering back and forth, I smiled with a pursed lip. This smile directly shifted Helen's attention. She looked at my sweet and adorable smile, saying with deep insinuation, speaking of which, Felix, you should be able to give birth to a child in a few years, right? What? Your mother is speaking seriously, Helen said, and by the look on her face, she didn't seem to be joking. Hearing what Helen said, I was so shocked that my eyes almost popped out. I took a step back, shook my head, and said firmly, No way, absolutely not, definitely not. Making me give birth to a child in a few years. There was no way I would ever do something like that. What do you mean, absolutely not? Just as Helen was about to press further, she was interrupted by Arthur. All right. This kind of thing completely depends on what the kids want. What's the rush? Besides, don't you know what Felix's situation is like? Suddenly saying things like that. Aren't you afraid of scaring her? Dad was still the one who knew how to look out for others. I walked over to Arthur's side, grinned, and said, Are you two planning to form a united front and defeat Mom together? Helen said huffily. I was just saying it casually anyway. If you take it to heart, I will naturally be very happy. If you don't want to, I won't force you either. I know. Oh, let's hurry up and go home. My stomach is growling. I checked the time on my phone, only now realizing it was almost 12 o'clock. All right, let's go home. Let your dad show off his skills for you. And make some dishes you like to eat, Arthur said with a smile. Thank you, Dad. Watching Arthur busying himself in the kitchen, I felt a bit dazed for a moment. After all, I had never received this kind of treatment before. Back then, I just ate whatever was available. How could it be like now? Arthur bought a lot of dishes I like to eat, and even went into the kitchen to cook them for me himself. Even with those leftovers from last night, Helen had intended to just heat them up for lunch to make do. But Arthur refused to agree. The reason was also very simple. He was afraid I would get a stomachache from eating them. See that, Felix? This is the difference in treatment your dad gives to a son versus a daughter. The reason I didn't want to have another child was because I was afraid that giving you a little sister would cause your family status to take a nosedive. Helen leaned on the sofa, cracking melon seeds, and said seriously, Mom, isn't the actual truth because having another child would just be too much of a hassle to take care of? I callously exposed her. Having her past behavior called out by me, Helen let out 2 dry laughs and said huffily, You heartless thing. Don't you know to see through things without saying them out loud? What good does exposing your mother do for you? It was just a slip of the tongue. It's not like I did it on purpose. I took hold of Helen's arm, gently shaking it. A daughter is still better. She actually knows how to act cute. Feeling my soft words, Helen said with a beaming smile. Then what you mean is, back when I was a son, I used to annoy you? I pouted my lips, very dissatisfied. Whether you were annoying or not, just look at your dad. Look at his current attitude toward you. It really has done a complete 180, Helen said with a laugh. What are you two, mother and daughter, talking about? It's time to eat. Arthur walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Dad, what did you cook? It smells so good. Catching a whiff of the fragrance, the gluttonous craving in my stomach was instantly triggered, and I asked, Haha, they're all dishes you like to eat. I'll make you a really great feast tonight. For lunch, I was afraid of leaving you hungry, so I just whipped up a few random dishes. Arthur wiped his hands, saying with a smile, Thank you, Dad. I sat down in my seat, looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup laid out on the dining table, the smile on my face growing even brighter. Hurry up and eat, Arthur called out. You're being very unusual today, you know. How did you suddenly see the light? After finishing lunch, inside the master bedroom, Helen lay on the bed, saying with a laugh, What's so unusual about me? Is it wrong for me to treat our child a bit better? Arthur sat cross-legged beside her, reading a historical novel, as he spoke casually. Before, I never saw you treat Felix this well. Now, it's exactly like you've changed into a different person. Helen teased. Is it? I haven't. The reason my attitude toward Felix is different from before is because before he was still a son. A son, after all, more or less needs to be raised with tough love. Now, it's different. For some unknown reason, he turned into a daughter, and she's so beautiful, so treating her a bit better will keep her from being easily tricked away by someone else. You didn't see it earlier. Just now in the supermarket, I noticed. There were several young punks sneaking glances at her. I am doing this to protect her. From what I see, it's just that the daughter-doting trait inside you has been triggered, Helen said, pouting her lips. What daughter-doting trait? I am not that kind of person. Arthur defended himself. Tisk, what are you pretending for? Don't I know that when we went out today, you stood so close to Felix? One look and I understood everything. This time Arthur was left with nothing to say. After all, everything Helen said was the absolute truth. How does it feel to have a daughter? Helen nudged closer, saying with a beaming smile, Go watch your TV. Don't disturb my reading. Arthur gave Helen a little push, turning his head and facing the other way. Haha, my home was located in the north. When winter arrived, the temperature plunged sharply. At a time like this, after finishing lunch, washing one's feet, slipping under the blanket to play on the phone for a bit, and then taking a great afternoon nap, don't even mention how comfortable it was. I did exactly that. By the time I woke up from my sleep, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Rubbing my slightly groggy head, I sat up. With my eyes half open, I let out a dazed yawn, waiting until I was a bit more awake. Only then did I fling back the blanket, change my clothes, and walk out of the bedroom. Felix, you're awake? Arthur turned his head upon hearing the movement. Catching sight of me, he said with a smile, Dad. Why are you all by yourself? Where did Mom go? I shook my head, sitting down right next to him as I asked. Your mother went out to hang out with her close sisters. She won't be back for dinner tonight. Arthur looked at me as I still seemed a bit dazed, knitting his brows slightly, and said softly, I think you don't seem completely awake yet. You look so sluggish. Why don't you go back and sleep for a bit longer? It's fine. Dad, maybe it's just because I only recently came home, so I'm not quite used to it yet. I can't sleep anymore. If I sleep anymore, I'll turn into a total slacker. Haha. I rubbed my eyes, forcing out a smile. All right then, suit yourself. If you need anything, just tell your dad, Arthur said. Dad, there are only the 2 of us. There's really no need to make this many dishes. Can we even finish them all? I looked at the delicious food laid out on the table, saying in surprise, Haha, your dad promised you that I would make you a great feast tonight. How could I go back on my word? Just because your mother isn't at home? Arthur said with a smile. Hurry up and eat. The weather is cold. Don't let the food get cold. Okay. With Arthur treating me this well, I was naturally very happy too. My chopsticks barely ever stopped, eating with absolute relish. Watching this, Arthur's heart was also bursting with joy. Eat slower. It's not like anyone is competing with you. Arthur couldn't help but say with a laugh. Haha, it's all your fault, Dad. Who told the food you cooked to be this delicious? I just can't help myself. I spoke while chewing on a piece of braised pork, my eyes completely curving with a smile. Felix, while your mother isn't around, I want to have a chat with you. Arthur saw that I was almost done eating, so he set his chopsticks down and spoke seriously. A chat about what? It had been a rare sight these past few days to see Arthur looking this serious. I also set my chopsticks down and sat up straight. About how you suddenly turned into a girl, and it's already been almost half a year now. When your mother was here, I felt awkward asking too much, and by the look of it, your mother has probably forgotten about this aspect. At school, you aren't still staying in the men's dorm, are you? Arthur looked at me, asking in a deep voice. How could that be possible? A few days after it happened, I moved out. Hearing Arthur's words, I answered honestly. Is that so? Are you living by yourself? How much is the rent? Hearing that I had moved out long ago, Arthur let out a sigh of relief in his heart. I'm co-renting with another person. The rent is actually quite reasonable. $1,000 a month. So that's how it is. I was wondering why these past 2 months. You suddenly needed $2,000 for living expenses. Arthur nodded in sudden realization. I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, in the past, I only asked my family for a little money, and usually earned some pocket money from part-time jobs. Later on, I sold the items provided by the system, which was enough to cover 3 months of rent. By the last 2 months, I was struggling a bit to keep up, and only then did I ask Arthur and Helen for some extra money. Don't be embarrassed about it. In the future, if you're short on money, just ask directly at home. Arthur saw that I was a bit self-conscious, patted my shoulder, and said with a smile, Thank you, Dad. Hearing these words, I smiled happily. There's one more thing. At school, there must be quite a few guys pursuing you, right? Arthur asked the second question, but looking at his slightly tense expression, it seemed like this question was actually the most important one. About this, there are indeed guys pursuing me. It's just that I haven't agreed. I thought about those people and said, then how do you feel about them pursuing you? How I feel? I can't really explain this clearly either. At first, it just felt weird, but after gradually accepting the reality that I've turned into a girl, regarding those actions of theirs, I don't really feel anything about it anymore. After all, this kind of thing is very normal. Hee. I looked at Arthur, and then looked at the dishes on the table, saying, I'm grown up now, and have my own thoughts. I don't have much else to say to you, except that as someone who has been through it, you're a girl now, which is different from before. You have to learn to protect yourself, understand? Try to avoid going out in the middle of the night, and don't go to gatherings where there are too many strangers, Arthur said seriously. I understand all of these things. Just rest assured, Dad. I nodded, saying with a smile, That's good then. Are you full? Arthur looked relieved and gave a small smile. I'm full. I can't eat another bite. Go get some rest. Your dad can handle clearing these things up. Oh, no way. I have to lend a hand too. I can't just come home to rest and enjoy myself. I need to do some chores too. I stood right up and started clearing the dishes, not giving Arthur a chance to refuse. Haha, all right. You clear the table and I'll wash the dishes. How about that? Arthur said with a smile. Deal. What is Fiona doing right now? Lying on the bed, I watched videos for a bit, and then received a voice message sent by Brenda. Hearing Brenda's voice, I only felt a warm, comfortable feeling surge up in my heart, which was very pleasant. Not doing much. Just lying in bed, resting, and playing on my phone. What about you? I also very quickly sent a voice message back. I just finished eating. I went shopping with my mom all day today, and I'm about to die of exhaustion. Brenda's sigh echoed from the phone, making me unable to help but smile. I also went out with my parents today, to stroll around for a bit. The new neighbors are far more enthusiastic than imagined. There were even a few aunts, who directly asked me if I had a boyfriend. By the looks of it, they wanted to set me up with someone. Smiled. As I spoke and sent this voice message out, Brenda didn't reply right away this time. Only after 5 or 6 minutes did she send a message back. So what did you say? Her tone sounded a bit displeased. Naturally, I told the truth. But rest assured, right after, I directly said I have no intention of dating for now. So they didn't ask further. I guess that's acceptable then, Brenda said huffily. What's wrong? Is big sister Brenda mad? I replied with a mischievous grin. Me? Mad? What do I have to be mad about? What reason do I even have to be mad? Brenda gave a proud huff. Oh my lord, I can hear it. You misheard. Ha ha. This isn't something that's decided just because you say so, Fiona. Leah. I chatted with Brenda on the phone for another half hour, and after saying goodnight to each other, I set the phone down and turned off the lights. With both hands propped behind my head, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, inside my mind, Scenes from the past 2 days began to flash by one. To be honest, I had never imagined that Helen and Arthur would accept the fact that I turned into a girl this quickly. I had already prepared myself for the worst-case scenario, but this unexpected outcome turned out to be very good. No more overthinking. Since the matter has already happened, then there's no need to stress over it too much. Living the upcoming days well is the most important thing. I must say, you two, father and son, really can eat. 4 plates of food completely cleared out. Arthur and I had just finished chatting, and were preparing to clear the dishes, when Helen returned. With one look, she spotted the empty plates on the dining table, her lips twitching as she spoke speechlessly. Cough. Well, the food Dad cooked was just too delicious, so I accidentally ate a bit too much. I scratched my hair, saying with a grin, "Is that so? How come when your mother is holding the ladle, I never see you eat this much? Are you disdaining my cooking as inferior to your dad's?" Helen sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, her tone very calm, but I could still hear the underlying meaning in her words. It really is inferior, that's just the truth. Arthur stood to the side clearing the dishes, muttering in a low voice, "What did you say?" "Go wash your dishes. Oh, both of you are excellent cooks. Didn't I just come home these past 2 days? Back then, I just didn't have much of an appetite, Seeing this, I ran over to sit down right next to Helen, clutching her arm as I spoke softly. You heartless little thing." Helen gave me a sideways glare as I grinned, saying huffily, "All right." Seeing Felix reminds me of something. Helen looked at me and said, "What is it, Mom?" "Today, I gathered with a few friends living nearby, and the news that I have a beautiful daughter has already spread through their group. Several of them want to introduce their sons to get to know you. Felix, do you have any thoughts on this?" Helen looked at me with a beaming smile and said, "Huh? What?" Hearing these words, Arthur and I cried out in astonishment at the same time. What is there to be so astonished about? Isn't this a very normal thing? It's just human nature. Helen looked at the father and daughter who were in a daze, asking in confusion, "How old is Felix anyway? You already want to send her on a blind date?" Arthur set down the rag in his hand, knitting his brows as he spoke. "What do you mean, blind date? It hasn't even reached that point at all. It's just to let young people get to know each other. At most, it can only be considered expanding her circle of friends," Helen explained. Hearing this, Arthur couldn't say anything further either, so he looked over at me as I stood silently, waiting to hear my thoughts. "I don't want to." I directly shook my head and refused. "Why is that? Isn't it good to get to know a few more friends?" Helen asked. "Let's pass on that. Mom, it's not like you don't know my personality. Look, these past 2 days, aside from going shopping with you two, I barely even stepped out the door. I clearly don't like socializing with others." I brought up the facts that Helen used to know about me in the past. "But I think, aren't you quite vibrant?" Helen said in confusion. "How can that be the same? With you and Dad, of course I have to be a bit more enthusiastic. With others, it's hard to say. I don't want to be called impolite by people," I said, pouting my lips. "All right then. Anyway, this matter mainly still depends on your wishes. Since you have no such intention, I can't be bothered to manage that much either," Helen said with a smile. Thank you for understanding me, Mom." I clutched Helen, acting cute. Hearing my answer, Arthur also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, this daughter hadn't been doted on for many days yet. If she were to be tricked away by someone just like that, he would be the first to object. "Brenda, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You truly grow more and more beautiful day by day." Brenda was sitting on the sofa, when suddenly a few footsteps approached from behind. Turning her head to look, it was a middle-aged couple, followed by a young man behind them. The person who just spoke was that middle-aged woman. "Hello, Auntie Wong." "Hello, Uncle He." Brenda hurriedly stood up, greeting them with a smile. "Don't stand on ceremony like that, dear. Where is old Lin? Why don't I see him?" "Mister," he said with a smile. "About this, Auntie and Uncle, please take a seat first. My dad is busy working in the study upstairs. Uncle call him down for you," Brenda said while walking upstairs. From beginning to end, she didn't even bother to give that young man a single glance. "Harvey, see that? Brenda doesn't even care to pay attention to you at all. Look at those fine things you usually do. It's a waste that our two families are family friends." "Mister," he glared at the silent Harvey. speaking out of anger that his son wasn't living up to expectations. Dad, can this matter even be blamed on me? Back then when I pursued Brenda, she originally had no feelings for me anyway. Could it be that I can't give up and go pursue someone else? Harvey stood in front of Mr. He, not even daring to breathe heavily. All right. Don't scold him anymore. Auntie Wong stepped in to smooth things over, saying softly, "You are the same way too. Clearly knowing Brenda completely doesn't like this kid. Yet last time you still told me to bring up that matter in front of old Lin. What was the point of setting this up? To force the girl? I watched that girl grow up since childhood, and I like her very much. Right now, more or less, I still have a bit of that thought." Auntie Wang gave a bitter smile and said, "Then you also have to see if this kid is worthy first. Mr. He spoke and then glared at Harvey again. Harvey wanted to cry but had no tears, not daring to say anything at all. "Oh, old He, I'm truly so sorry. Originally, I was the one who invited everyone over, but in the end, I got so busy that I forgot." Lawrence Lin, wearing a comfortable set of loungewear, walked down from the second floor, greeting them with a smile. "Then that is your fault. Tonight you must punish yourself with 3 glasses. Mr. Hay, seeing his old friend whom he hadn't met in a long time, was exceptionally happy, saying with a laugh, "Haha, all right. I'll drink, how about that?" Lawrence Lin said with a laugh, "Where is Madeline? Why don't I see her?" Auntie Wong asked in confusion. "Her? She went to buy groceries. Is it New Year's coming up soon? Nanny Wu has also gone back for her break. So everything has to be done by ourselves," Lawrence Lin explained with a smile. "Brenda, hurry up and pour some tea." "Okay." Brenda brought over 2 teacups, put in some premium tea leaves that the Lin family had specially bought to entertain guests, and brewed 2 cups of hot tea. Carefully, she placed them in front of Mr. He and Auntie Wang, saying with a smile, "Uncle and Auntie, please have some tea." Good. Brenda, what about mine?" Harvey, seeing Brenda completely ignore him, couldn't help but speak up. "Oh, this is yours." Brenda pulled out a disposable paper cup instead, poured a cup of hot water, and casually placed it in front of Harvey. Seeing this, Harvey's lips twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "Brenda, why is mine just plain water? Drinking more hot water in the winter is good for your health." Brenda gave him a sideways glance, saying flatly, "Furthermore, don't you dislike drinking tea?" Harvey was completely choked up, unable to say a word. After all, the fact that he didn't drink tea, this matter, had been mentioned before in front of these parents. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Brenda bringing it up. Lawrence Lin, seeing this, didn't say anything further either. After all, Harvey was a young man whose usual conduct was indeed a bit improper. It was very normal that his daughter didn't like him. Mr. He and Auntie Wang, on the other hand, had faces full of helplessness. It truly was a missed opportunity despite being close. Such an excellent, beautiful candidate for a daughter-in-law. Who knew how many people coveted her in their social circle? Too bad the He family didn't have this chance anymore. It was all because of this annoying kid. Right now, the more Mr. He looked at Harvey, the more displeased he felt. Going to college meant he started letting himself go, going around flirting everywhere. Harvey also noticed Mr. He's scornful gaze when looking at him, truly having a grievance but being unable to voice it. "Madeline, you're finally back." Madeline, carrying the 2 bags of groceries she had just bought, heard the familiar voice the moment she returned home. "Aha, Wanda. You're here," Madeline greeted with a smile. "You went to buy groceries. Why didn't you tell me? So I could have gone with you." Auntie Wong hurriedly walked over, helping Madeline carry a large bag of groceries. "You are the guest today. How could I dare to trouble you?" Madeline said with a smile. Evidently, the relationship between her and Auntie Wong was very good. "What are you saying? Do you still consider me a good sister?" Auntie Wang gave her a sideways glare, reproaching her. All right. Later, when cooking, you aren't allowed to run away. You must help me," Madeline said with a smile. "Then that's acceptable." Auntie Wong smiled along. The 2 men, Lawrence Lin and Mr. Hay, looked at the happy expressions of Madeline and Auntie Wang, smiled, and then continued their previous topic. "Brenda, silly Fiona, what are you doing?" As for Brenda, she was sitting to the side, keeping her head down, playing on her phone, preparing to send me a barrage of messages. As a result, I replied directly in a split second. "Why? Just woke up. What's wrong?" Brenda raised her eyebrows, looked at the time on her phone, and sent a string of question marks. Brenda, you're still sleeping at this hour? And you just woke up too? Lying comfortably in my bed, I let out a stretch and then replied, is that not allowed? It's very comfortable at my house. Eat when I want to eat. Sleep when I want to sleep. He he he. Brenda, are your parents raising a little piggy? Me, I am not a pig. I have post-sleep irritability. I'm mad. Although what I sent wasn't a voice message. Brenda, from my every word, could still sense my silly and adorable display. Brenda, oh, you're mad? Then what should be done? Does Big Sister need to coax you? I looked at the teasing message Brenda sent, thought about it for a bit, and then replied, no need. No need. I already have someone to coax me, Blia. Brenda, who? Not telling you, he he he. If you beg me, then I'll tell you. I really couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing while sending her a voice message. Brenda took a quick look around. Lawrence Lynn and Mr. He were still chatting away happily. The two of them. She then glanced at Harvey, who had nothing to do, and could only keep his head down playing on his phone. Harvey. Confirming they weren't paying attention to her, she turned the volume down to the lowest and then pressed the play button. Hearing my playful tone from the phone, Brenda's eyes curved, laughing very happily. This scene just happened to be caught by the corner of Lawrence Lynn's eye. He said with a smile, Brenda, who are you texting? Laughing so happily, hearing Lawrence Lynn's words, the father and son, Mr. Harvey, he and Harvey, both looked toward Brenda. Brenda shook her head, saying with an unchanged expression, it's nothing. I just saw something funny. Oh, the two parents didn't think much of it either. Continuing the topic from just now. Harvey, on the other hand, gave Brenda a look full of meaning, but, unfortunately, the two elders were right beside him, so it wasn't convenient for him to say anything either, able only to continue keeping his head down to check his phone. Brenda, I find that you, Fiona, are truly getting more and more mischievous day by day. Since I'm not by your side, you're getting more and more reckless now. Me, is that so? No way, I've always been well behaved, okay? Brenda, do you even believe that sentence yourself? Me, I believe it. Brenda, me too, ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Brenda, very well. Fiona, this is the second time I've noted it down. Me, I'm so scared. In the evening at the dining table. Here, Brenda, eat more of this dish. This was made by my own hands. It's very delicious. Auntie Wong picked up a piece of braised fish that had almost no bones and placed it into Brenda's bowl. Thank you, Auntie Wong. Brenda gave a sweet smile. Oh, why stand on ceremony with me? Auntie Wang genuinely liked Brenda, picking up food and pouring drinks for her again and again, just short of hand, feeding her herself. Auntie Wang just let Brenda pick her own food. It's embarrassing to keep bothering you, Madeline said with a smile. Haha, it's a rare gathering, so I'm happy, Auntie Wong said with a beaming smile, picking up a piece of ribbon fish for Brenda again. Auntie, I really don't need any more. You've given me so much. How could I finish it all? Brenda wiped her mouth, which was full of fish oil, saying with a smile, haha, all right. You just eat first. At the dining table of 6, Lawrence Lynn and Mr. He chatted about business matters among themselves. Brenda, Auntie Wong, and Madeline, the three women, also chatted about daily life. Only Harvey was left all by himself, wanting to cry but having no tears, keeping his head down to eat. The scene was momentarily extremely awkward. Dad, it smells so good. What delicious food are you making? I had just stepped out of my room and already caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. My nose sniffed gently, and then I walked over to the kitchen. Looking at Arthur and Helen busying themselves inside, I asked curiously, these are all those braised dishes you used to like. There's braised chicken feet, braised chicken wings, braised pig ears, and braised eggs. Does it smell good? Do you want to take a bite to taste it? Arthur said with a beaming smile, speaking while scooping several braised eggs for me, along with chicken wings and chicken feet, filling up a whole large bowl, making my mouth water terribly. What are you doing? The quantity this year is less than previous years. Yet you still scoop such a huge bowl for Felix. Do you really need to dote on her to that extent? Helen said huffily. I see that Felix is hungry. What's wrong with giving our child a bit to eat? Besides, in the end, these things, won't they all end up in our family's stomachs anyway? Arthur said with a smile. He, thank you, Dad. Seeing this, I hurriedly took the bowl from Arthur's hand, grabbed my chopsticks, and ran outside. afraid that Helen would change her mind and not let me eat anymore. Look at that. She's only been doted on for a few days and already turned out like this. Sooner or later, Felix is going to be spoiled rotten by you. Helen glared at Arthur, saying, in the past when Felix was still a son, every time you wanted to scold our child, I don't know who jumped out to stop me back then. How come back then I didn't see you talk about yourself? Arthur retorted. Oh my. I find your guts are getting larger and larger day by day. You actually dare to argue back. Helen rolled up her sleeves, making a gesture as if wanting to get handsy. Seeing this, Arthur hurriedly smiled to smooth things over. Cough, cough. Just a little joke anyway. Look at you. Why do you still plan to get physical? We're an old married couple. There's no need for that. No need for that. Next time you still dare to argue back, be careful or you won't keep your ears. Helen gave a huff, urging, hurry up, braise the rest of the batch. All right. Sitting outside the kitchen, listening to the bickering couple inside the kitchen, Arthur and Helen, I couldn't help but let out a smile. The various braised items in the bowl tasted exactly like the flavor from my childhood before, evoking a lot of my beautiful memories. The days of winter break just trickled by day like that, and in the blink of an eye, it was just a few days closer to New Year's. Burp. I set down my chopsticks, leaning back against the chair, satisfactorily patting my small stomach. Look at you. You don't have a single bit of a lady's manner. Eating a meal and turning out like this. Helen gave me a scornful glare. Mom, I've only been back for a few days. Yet you've already started using this kind of look. And using this kind of tone to speak to me. What's the point of acting like a lady at home anyway? It's not like I'm being seen by outsiders. I pouted my lips, saying coquettingly, you still think you're in the right, don't you? Helen stared intently at me, saying huffily, Dad, look at Mom scolding me again. I turned my head to look toward Arthur, acting cute, trying to get him to speak up for me. Arthur was just about to open his mouth to say something, but hearing Helen let out a cough, he immediately gave me a look of being willing, but lacking the power. You're quite something, aren't you? And you even wanted to gang up with your dad. Do you not know who makes the rules in this house? Helen looked at me with a beaming smile. Tisk. I pouted my lips and stopped talking, lest she start lecturing me again. Sure enough, everything people say on the internet is true. Before you come home, your parents miss you in every possible way. The first 1 or 2 days you're back, they treat you like royalty. But a few days later, they show their true colors, disdaining you in every imaginable way. Because Arthur had dared to challenge Helen's absolute authority in the house, this glorious task of clearing the dishes was naturally handed over to him. Helen looked at me propping my chin up, keeping my head down as I scrolled through my phone, and suddenly asked, Felix, when is your period coming? My fingers scrolling through the screen froze. I casually said, probably the end of the month. Why do you ask? Then the first time you got it, how did you handle it? Helen asked out of curiosity. Mom, why are you suddenly interested in this kind of thing? I looked at Helen with a face full of guard. I'm your mother. What's wrong with me showing a little care for you? What's with that look on your face? Helen raised her eyebrows and said, Oh my lord, Mom, you're nosy. I'm not telling you. I stuck out my tongue, saying with a giggle, look at you go. You actually dare to tease your mother. As Helen spoke, she reached her hand out to pinch my ear, giving it a firm tug. Ah, Mom, ow, ow, ow. Hurry up and let go, Mom. My small face wrinkled up, and I cried out aggrievedly. If you dare act like this next time, see how I deal with you. Helen gave me a sideways glance, and then let go of her hand. That was a really harsh move. Am I even your biological child? I rubbed my reddened ear, muttering in a low voice. What are you muttering over there? Do you want another round? Helen said. Never mind, Mom. I'm taking my leave. I'm going to grab my clothes and take a shower. I hurriedly stood up and dashed back to my room. Staying by Helen's side was pure torture. Thinking back to her attitude toward me, the first 2 days I came home, compared to now, it was completely like night and day. Boo-hoo. Fiona, did you miss me yet? The moment the video call connected, Brenda's loud voice almost ruptured my eardrums. Thank goodness I had put on my headphones and turned down the volume just in time. Sigh. I propped the phone up in front of me, lying prone on the bed, letting out a soft sigh. Why the sudden sigh? Brenda saw that I looked completely dejected and unhappy, so she asked caringly, It's nothing really, just a bit tired. I tucked a lock of hair behind my ear, saying with a smile, Aren't you on break now? A few days ago, you were even bragging to me that you just eat and sleep, sleep and eat every day. Now you're complaining about being tired to me. I suspect you're humble bragging. And I even have the evidence, Brenda said, pouting her lips. Lately, my mom has had a massive change in temperament. Every day she drags me out of bed right on time, making me do all kinds of chores. I feel like I've already fallen from grace. I pressed my face against my arm, speaking listlessly. Haha, I didn't expect that you would also have a day like this. Brenda snorted and burst out laughing. I don't want to pay attention to you anymore. I buried my face in the pillow, leaving only the top of my head for Brenda to see, unable to see my face. Brenda instantly got flustered, reproaching, Fiona, turn your face back around. I'll turn around just because you say so. Then wouldn't I lose all my dignity? I didn't give in to her wishes, shifting my face a bit further out of the camera's view instead. Haha, then what do you want? Brenda said with a laugh. Can I ruffle your head? To offer you a bit of comfort. Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile. How are you going to ruffle my head? It's not like you can touch me. I raised my head, only showing the part from my nose up, speaking in a low voice. Looking at how adorable I was on camera, Brenda took a deep breath, saying with a laugh, I can ruffle it from a distance. Furthermore, the way Fiona looks right now is simply way too adorable. Ruffling it from a distance is so boring. If Fiona wants to, then wait until I get back to ruffle it to your heart's content. How about that? Brenda said with a laugh. Haha, sure thing. I lay prone for a bit and then suddenly said, it's New Year's Eve in 2 days, isn't it? Time really flies. Yeah, oh right. I almost forgot, Fiona. I've prepared a New Year's gift for you. Send your home address to me, and I'll mail it over when the time comes. Brenda slapped her forehead and said, what kind of New Year's gift is it? The moment I heard there was a gift, I instantly grew spirited, asking out of curiosity. It's a very special gift. It's not something that those things online can compare to. It has a lot of commemorative meaning, but I can't tell you just yet. Brenda intentionally kept me in suspense, saying with a smile, all right then. Then I'll be waiting. This year, New Year's Eve arrived a bit later than usual. Even so, that didn't affect everyone's anticipation in the slightest. I must say, why are you so slow at pasting the spring couplets? Just dragging your feet forever. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered, yet I still haven't seen you come inside. Helen walked out, looked at Arthur, and said helplessly, didn't I used to have Felix to help me out before? I got used to ordering her around. Now that she went to the supermarket to buy groceries, there's no one to help. I was just afraid of pasting them crooked, wasn't I? Arthur scratched his head, saying embarrassedly, all right. Let me help you. Helen gave him a sideways glare, saying huffily, dressed in a thick down jacket, I pushed the supermarket's dedicated shopping cart, strolling slowly forward. What should I buy now? If I buy too many snacks and bring them back, Mom will just say that the house isn't short on food. Then what did I even come here for? Isn't the warm blanket at home much better? My eyes widened, suddenly seeing the light. I muttered in vexation, sigh. Since I'm already here, I might as well buy some more snacks. If I get scolded, I get scolded. Food is still the most important thing anyway. Thinking up to this point, I directly pushed the cart toward the snack section, sweeping through the aisle along the way. The little shopping cart was soon completely stuffed with snacks, estimating it could fill up 2 large bags. Contentedly, I walked toward the checkout counter, queuing up, paying, and leaving. The whole process went smoothly. Phew, so tired. In the past, I had also carried this many things, and back then it felt completely fine. Now that I've turned into a girl, my strength has shrunk by way too much. How annoying. I walked a bit and stopped a bit. What was originally a 20-minute walk took nearly half an hour before I reached the gates of the residential community. Phew, I'm exhausted to death. Let me rest for a moment first. I set the 2 large bags of snacks down at the gates, standing there shaking out my hands. Oh, isn't this Helen's daughter, Felix? Why are you out here all by yourself? I turned my head around, instantly seeing a woman of about 40 years old. Behind her, she was also followed by a male student who looked like he had only recently reached adulthood. Mrs. Miller, what a coincidence. Of course I knew this person. A few days ago, she had come over to my house to chat with Helen. I bought some things, and they're a bit heavy, so I set them down to rest for a bit. I let out a polite smile and said, this much stuff? For a girl like you to carry it truly is a bit strenuous. How about this? Let my son help carry it back for you. Your apartment is still on the 3rd floor, right? Mrs. Miller said hurriedly. Oh, there's no need, really. No need at all. I can manage it by myself. You two just go ahead with your own errands. I waved my hands, hurriedly declining. If Helen were to see that I actually let Mrs. Miller's son help me carry this pile of snacks, I would definitely be subjected to a severe scolding. No matter what was said, I couldn't agree to it. Why stand on ceremony like that? We're all close neighbors. Helping each other out is only right. Leo, what are you still standing there dazed for? Mrs. Miller held my hand back and spoke to that male student. Okay, Mom. The male student named Leo froze slightly and then immediately reacted. Just now, he had been busy looking elsewhere. Hey, put them down quickly. I hurriedly reached out my hand, wanting to stop Leo. Felix, don't stand on ceremony. But how could Mrs. Miller give me that chance? She directly blocked me. By the time Leo picked those things up, Mrs. Miller finally let go of me. Hearing that, I could only give up, saying, Then thank you, ma'am, and you too, Leo. My voice was as clear as a fresh spring, soaking into one's heart. Listening to it made Leo's heart involuntarily beat faster. Looking at my jade-like face, he smiled shyly. It's nothing, Felix. Let me help you carry them back. All right then, Leo, you take Felix back first. I'll wait for you here. Mrs. Miller watched the two figures gradually recede into the distance, smiling happily. Along the way, I once offered to help carry one bag, but Leo wouldn't agree to it for dear life. Seeing this, I could only give up. Leo, how old are you this year? I walked beside Leo asking. Almost 20. Why do you ask? Leo said with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just asking casually. I gave a small smile. When the two of us passed by the delivery pickup point in the residential community, I looked at him and said, Wait for me here. I need to go grab a package first. Okay. After I got the package, I didn't open it right away either. If this was what Brenda mentioned, a special gift with a lot of commemorative meaning, then I naturally wouldn't open it so casually. I'd wait until I got home and unwrap it slowly. Thank you so much. Leo, I really troubled you. I stood in front of my door, expressing my thanks to Leo. Leo let out a soft smile, shook his head, and said, It's nothing. You don't need to stand on ceremony like that. Then I'm heading out first, Felix. Goodbye. I let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Leo didn't offer to help me carry the things all the way inside the house. Otherwise, if Helen discovered it, I'd be completely finished. Why did you buy this many snacks again? Is the food at home not enough for you to eat? Sure enough. When I carried the 2 large bags of snacks into the house, the moment Helen saw them, she turned on lecturing mode. Aren't those things about to be completely eaten anyway? I just thought about going to buy a bit more. I lowered my head, saying a bit aggrievedly, Buy a bit more? From what I see, you're going out to stock up a warehouse. Helen glanced at the 2 large bags of snacks in my hands, saying speechlessly, He, I was discovered by Mom. After speaking, I carried the bags and walked toward my room. Anyway, the package in the bag was still waiting for me to open. I really wanted to know what Brenda had sent over. Felix dear, eat less of these junk foods usually, Helen instructed. I know, Mom. I went back to my room and couldn't wait to open the package. The package was quite small, looking by its shape like it should be some small item. A few seconds later, I managed to open it. A brand new, exquisite small photo album lay quietly in the palm of my hand. I really hadn't expected that Brenda would actually gift me this, but I was still exceptionally surprised and happy. Flipping it open to take a look, the very first photo was of the first time Brenda and I went out to eat a meal. She had sneakily taken a photo of me eating. The situation back then, even up to now, I still had a bit of an impression. It seemed like at that time I was too busy chatting with Brenda, not paying attention to the beef ball I had just picked up, and stuffed it directly into my mouth, being burned to the point that my face was almost contorted. My eyes were also squeezed shut tightly at that moment. I didn't expect a heartless person like Brenda would actually snap a photo of that exact moment. Did she really need to have such a fast hand speed? Looking at each photo after another, it evoked quite a few happy memories for me again. Counting roughly, there were probably a little over 20 photos. Every single one was taken at just the right moment. There were photos of me, and also photos taken together of the two of us. Naturally, there was no lack of Brenda's beautiful selfies either. Except what made me a bit angry was that my individual photos inside were all of the silly kind. looking pitifully dorkish, while Brenda's were entirely beautiful selfies. I opened my phone to check. It was exactly a voice call from Brenda calling in. Evidently, she must have received the notification that the package had been signed for. Fiona, have you opened a package yet? You jerk. Why did you take such ugly photos of me, while taking such beautiful ones of yourself? I said angrily. That's completely not the main point, is it? Brenda could even imagine. The look of my cheeks puffed up with anger right now, doubling over with laughter. All right. Isn't this gift very special? Inside are entirely beautiful memories. From when we first got to know each other up until now, Brenda said with a laugh. I can see that. Drax's M.I. Thank you, Brenda. I'm very happy to have met you. I flipped through the album in my hand, saying seriously, I'm very happy too, to be able to get to know Fiona. For a rare moment, Brenda wasn't joking around, but spoke to me in an exceptionally serious tone. However what? Cases. I haven't even printed out all of the photos yet. Inside my phone, there's still quite a lot of ugly photos of you. Brenda directly burst out into a loud laugh. What? Brenda, you're way too much. You're finished. Blia. If you have the ability, then come beat me up. Just you wait. Once school starts, I won't let you off easily. I said fiercely yet adorably. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm terrified of you. It's not like you can beat me in a fight anyway. Brenda basically didn't care about my threat at all, saying with a beaming smile. Fiona. What are you doing inside your room? Why don't you hurry up and come out to help me? Coming. I'll be right out. Hearing Helen calling me, I said a word to Brenda and then put the album away, opened the bedroom door, and stepped outside. Hurry over here and help me wash the vegetables. Helen was wearing an apron, holding a cooking spatula, looking exactly like a genuine housewife. Okay, Helen's command. How could I dare to disobey? Otherwise, I'd inevitably be subjected to a bout of nagging. These past few days, I had already learned my lesson. Mom, are we not going to Grandpa's place this year? I asked while picking celery leaves. We aren't going anymore. Your grandpa was taken abroad by your uncle to enjoy his retirement. For this new year, just the three of us will stay together and have a great meal. That'll do. Helen used the spatula to flip the carp in the pot, saying casually, Oh, I see. Furthermore, this year if we went to your grandpa's place, how would your current condition be explained to him? To give him an unexpected surprise, a grandson turned into a granddaughter. Arthur walked inside, laughing out loud as he spoke. That actually seems true. Hee. I gave an embarrassed laugh. My family didn't have many relatives. My grandma had passed away 2 years ago, and as for my paternal grandparents, they had passed away when I was little. So every year during New Year's, our house wasn't as lively as other families. Even though there were few people, there was still a very strong sense of family warmth. In this aspect, we weren't inferior to any other family. You came at just the right time. You cooked the rest. I'm going to rest for a bit. I'm exhausted to death. Helen took off her apron and handed it to the dazed Arthur. Haha, Dad, you're so pathetic. I stood to the side, gloating over his misfortune. Sigh, I'm getting old. I'm not useful anymore. Now your mother has started bullying me too. Arthur sighed. Dad, can you please stop bragging? Cough. Actually, when you're not home, your mother is still very obedient to me. Arthur put on the apron and started braising the carp in the pot. Do you even believe what you just said, Dad? I pouted my lips, speaking speechlessly. Haha, see through it but don't say it out loud. We are still a good father and daughter. Arthur let out a loud laugh, looked at me, and said, Felix, you should go outside too. Don't wash the vegetables anymore. The tap water is so cold, it's not good if your hands freeze. After I finished washing the vegetables, I set them aside and wiped my hands, saying with a smile, It's fine, Dad. I'll just dry my hands in a bit and warm them up. All right then. Bang, bang, boom, boom. At 8 in the evening, the sound of firecrackers outside still hadn't stopped. Crackle, crackle, pop, pop. It was loud enough to make one's scalp tingle. Closing the windows blocked out quite a bit of the noise. Our family of 3 gathered around the dining table, watching the New Year's program on TV while talking, laughing, eating, and drinking. Mom, with just the 3 of us and this many dishes, how can we possibly finish them all? I really can't eat another bite. I looked at the remaining food and said, What's there to fear? The weather is so cold. The food won't spoil easily anyway. Once we're done eating, we can just put it in the fridge. Helen said, True. My phone was vibrating constantly at this moment. I opened it to take a look. They were all New Year's greetings sent by my old friends. After replying to them one by one, I looked at Brenda's WeChat, which was pinned to the top. Opening the chat box, I typed, "Brenda, Happy New Year." "Oh my, Felix. I didn't expect you to be so popular. Are there a lot of guys sending you New Year's greetings?" Arthur asked with a beaming smile while chewing on a braised chicken foot. No, there aren't. You're overthinking it, Dad." Even though he was speaking the truth, there was no way I was going to admit it. "Is that true or false?" Helen looked at me, speaking with deep insinuation. "Of course it's true. Your daughter is so beautiful, would no guy notice her?" "Haha," Helen said with a smile. "If I say there isn't, there isn't." I pouted my lips and said, all right, there isn't. Helen looked at my stubborn mouth with an amused gaze. Evidently, she didn't believe a word I said. Not long after, Brenda replied, "Brenda, oh my gosh, Happy New Year, my precious Fiona." "Brenda, I'm about to die of boredom. A whole bunch of relatives in the house are just making polite small talk. Listening to them is making me so sleepy. Plus, they keep asking if I've found a partner yet, or what kind of guys I like. And they even want to set me up with someone. I completely don't want any part of it." Looking at the long string of complaints Brenda sent, I couldn't help but smile. I glanced at Helen and Arthur, who were talking and laughing, and then replied, "Then my house can be considered pretty good. Geez, this year for New Year's, it's just me and my parents. Few people, but it's quite warm and cozy, haha." Seeing me say that there were only 3 people celebrating New Year's, Brenda's eyes rolled, and she giggled. "Brenda, is that so?" "Few people has its perks, and many people also has its perks. A whole crowd of people in the house is loud and lively, just and I. Even though the noise is a bit much, it's still pretty fun." Me, true. I also want it to be a bit more crowded and lively, but we don't have any relatives around here. Brenda, oh, right. Fiona, since school doesn't start until the 16th of the first lunar month anyway, do you want to go out and play in a couple of days? Seeing this message, I couldn't help but freeze. Me, wouldn't going out to play be too much of a hassle? We aren't even in the same city. It's very troublesome. ID, not D. Brenda, oh my gosh. How could it be troublesome? We can just take the high-speed rail, not D. Transportation is so convenient nowadays. Isn't it just a matter of a few hours? I can come to your place. I miss you so much. Plus, you can take me around to have a great time. Don't tell me you don't miss me. Me, I do miss you. GCC.U. It's just, how many days do you plan to stay? Are you going to stay at a hotel then? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? On the other side of the screen, the corners of Brenda's lips curved slightly. Seeing that I had taken the bait, she hurriedly pretended to be pitiful. That really is a problem. One's decision to what more time as well see. One's decision to what we be. How about I stay at your house, okay? Oh boy. Me, what? Brenda, what's wrong? Just a second ago you said you missed me and wanted to go out and play with me. Now I say I'll come to your house to stay for a couple of days. And you actually don't want me to? Boo-hoo-hoo. Me, I didn't mean it that way. It's just, I definitely have to ask my parents about this first. Brenda, be a good girl, just to me one. Then go ahead and ask your aunt and uncle. If they agree, I'll buy a ticket to come over. Me, then I'll ask. I put away my phone, pursed my lips, and looked at Helen. For a moment, I didn't know how to open my mouth. Taking advantage of a commercial break on TV, I finally summoned up the courage to speak up. Dad, Mom, I have a friend who wants to come over and hang out with me. She usually looks after me a lot, but if she comes, she might have to stay at our house for a few days. Male or female? Helen blinked her eyes and asked. Female, of course. I hurriedly said, sure, we have a spare room in the house anyway. If she wants to come, just let her come. This is the first time Felix is bringing a friend home, Arthur said with a smile. I don't have any objections either. If that girl treats you pretty well, then you just tell her to come over without any worries. It's a good opportunity to give our thanks. To thank her for looking after you usually, Helen said while cracking melon seeds. That's wonderful. I smiled happily. Me, my parents agreed. When are you coming over? Brenda had still been a bit nervous. After all, she didn't know what kind of people my parents were. In case they didn't agree, there would be nothing she could do. Carrying a nervous and apprehensive mood, she finally got my reply. Seeing that my parents agreed, Brenda let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Unbearably joyful, she replied. Then it's settled. I'll come over in about 3 days. When the time comes, you must take me out to have a great time. Me, rest assured. I'll make sure you have a blast. Felix, when is your friend arriving? Helen asked casually while cracking melon seeds and watching a comedy sketch on TV. She said in about 3 days. Why do you ask, Mom? I set my phone down and replied. Nothing, I was just asking casually. Oh right, I'm a bit curious. Before, you were still a son, Felix. Now you've turned into a daughter, and you have a female friend who looks after you a lot. Could it be that your feelings toward her are— Helen seemed to suddenly think of something, staring at me as she asked. What are you thinking, Mom? I don't have those kinds of thoughts at all. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurriedly explained. You really don't? If you did, it's not like your mother wouldn't understand. Helen said with deep meaning. It's really not like that, Mom. Can you please stop letting your imagination run wild? I said with a bitter smile. Oh, all right then, when she's about to arrive. Remember to tell your dad and me in advance. We'll prepare a few more delicious dishes to entertain her. Helen said. I know, Mom. I nodded. What? You want to go to your friend's city to hang out? Auntie Wong was a bit surprised to hear what Brenda said. Yes, Mom. Besides, you've even met that friend of mine before. Brenda crossed her long legs, saying with a smile, even if you put it that way, it's still a bit far away. Furthermore, we don't have any acquaintances over there. I'm just worried about you. Auntie Wong took hold of Brenda's hand, saying with a face full of worry, what is there to worry about? That friend of mine is very nice. Staying at home is so boring. Every single day it's nothing but big feasts and heavy meat. If I keep eating like this, I will definitely get fat. Mom, please let me go, okay? Brenda pouted her lips, acting cute. Arthur, who was sitting to the side, listening to the mother and daughter's conversation, then said, just let Brenda go. She's already grown up now. Moreover, she even knows some martial arts. Protecting herself won't be a problem. See that, Mom? Dad is still the best, completely understanding and reasonable, Brenda said with a laugh. Come off it. You make it sound as if your mother is an old, obstinate woman, Auntie Wong said huffily. Hee, how could that be possible? My mom is both beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she be that kind of person, right? Dad? Brenda looked over at Arthur, saying with a beaming smile. Right, Arthur replied helplessly. All right then, since your dad has said so. It wouldn't be right for me to not let you go. Anyway, you aren't the type to stay put. If you want to go, just go. Remember to pay attention to safety, Auntie Wang said. Awesome. Thank you, Mom. Brenda was unbearably joyful, holding Auntie Wang's face to give her a kiss. Go away. Isn't that gross? You're already this big. Auntie Wang gave Brenda a scornful look. It's not gross at all. Time trickled by slowly, and very quickly the day arrived for Brenda to come to my city. The moment she stepped out of the high-speed rail station, Brenda pulled her suitcase, and with just a single glance among the crowd, she recognized me, the person she had missed for many days. I was wearing a black down jacket, black thermal pants, my whole body bundled up tightly, both hands shoved in my pockets, looking all around. I must have been looking for her. Brenda let out a small smile, strolling slowly behind a stream of people, moving toward me. Not long after, when she walked to a distance of about 3 steps away from me, only then did I discover she had approached, calling out with a face full of surprise and joy, Brenda. Brenda, on the other hand, had a face full of helplessness, reaching her finger out to poke my forehead, saying huffily, I spotted you long ago, yet you only noticed me just now. Hee, I gave an embarrassed smile, trying to defend myself a bit. No way. I spotted you long ago too. I was just pretending, to wait for you to walk over on your own. Brenda pouted her lips, giving me a sideways glance. Ask your own conscience. Those words you just said, do you even believe them yourself? I believe them. I believe myself the most. I patted my chest, saying with a laugh, Tisk, let's head to your house first. Your aunt and uncle must be waiting for me, Brenda said with a laugh. My parents heard that you were coming today, so they're at home cooking right now. By the time we get home, it'll probably be ready to eat, I said with a smile as we walked. Oh right. Is there a supermarket near your house? Brenda asked. There is, but don't buy anything. My parents specially instructed me. I can't let you bring gifts to the door. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble, I said with a stern little face. Haha, what will happen to you? Brenda covered her mouth, saying with a beaming smile, naturally I'll be lectured by them. I spread my hands and said, oh, is that so? Then I absolutely must buy something. Brenda, you can't be like that. Why can't I be like that? Meeting your aunt and uncle for the first time, am I supposed to just pull my suitcase empty-handed and come to eat for free, drink for free, and stay for free, without bringing a single gift? Would that be proper? Brenda intentionally wanted to tease me, so she spoke that way on purpose. Proper, completely proper. I hurriedly took hold of Brenda's other hand and spoke. Haha, I'm just not going to listen to you. I definitely must bring something. Brenda brushed my hand away, giving a huff. Don't you dare. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, I directly switched to a tough stance, speaking fiercely, see if I dare or not. Brenda refused to back down, retorting, except her eyes were completely filled with an amused smile. Oh, Brenda, you're so annoying. I'm ignoring you now. I pouted my lips, quickening my pace, walking forward in a huff. Seeing that I seemed genuinely mad, Brenda also dropped her intention of continuing the joke, catching up and saying with a laugh, all right, I won't buy anything, I was only joking. How did you actually take it seriously? Be good now. After speaking, she even ruffled my head. Being hit by Brenda's head-ruffling move, I didn't dodge, allowing her to ruffle it. Hello, Uncle Auntie. My name is Brenda Lynn. Hee. Brenda followed behind me and stepped into the house. The moment she entered the door, she saw Helen and Arthur looking at her, hurriedly greeting them and introducing herself. Oh my, what a beautiful girl. Hurry up, come inside and take a seat. Helen, seeing Brenda being so well behaved, had her eyes light up instantly, saying with a beaming smile, Come, sit down and rest first. The food is almost ready. Take a small break. Arthur greeted. Thank you, Uncle, Auntie, Brenda said with a smile. She felt that Fiona's little home was also very warm, and she was starting to like this feeling a bit. Brenda, you just sit here with Fiona for a bit. I'll go into the kitchen to lend a hand. We'll be able to eat in just a little bit. Helen looked at Brenda. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Brenda's eyes curved, smiling sweetly. Brenda, I feel like my mom seems to really like you. I looked at the busy figure inside the kitchen, then turned my head to speak to Brenda. Of course. Drop the seams too. I feel like you were about to fall from grace. Brenda covered her mouth, giggling charmingly as she spoke. No way. Come. Brenda, try a bite of this dish. This is my specialty. The potato stewed beef is very delicious. Helen picked up a piece of beef, placed it into Brenda's bowl, and said with a smile, Thank you, Auntie. You go ahead and eat too. Don't keep scooping food for me. Look, you've already scooped food for me several times. Brenda intentionally emphasized the last sentence, right in front of me, saying with a smile. I pouted my lips, remaining silent. This Brenda was being way too proud. Why stand on ceremony with your aunt? Just say whatever you want to eat. I'll make it for you. In a bit, tell Felix to take you out to have a great time playing. He. Thank you, Auntie. Brenda, you're co-renting an apartment outside with Felix. She doesn't cause any trouble for you, does she? After finishing lunch, Helen, Brenda, and I sat on the sofa, chatting while watching TV, while Arthur could only be forced to go wash the dishes. Mom, what do you mean by that? What do you mean, do I cause any trouble? Do I look like someone who really knows how to cause trouble for others? Hearing Helen say that, I said in dissatisfaction. I was just asking casually, what's wrong? Do you have a guilty conscience? Helen gave me a sideways glance and said, Me, have a guilty conscience? Are you kidding? Then let Brenda speak. If she says no, then I'll believe you don't. Helen smiled, looking toward Brenda. Brenda gave a small smile. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at me, looking completely full of confidence, instantly getting the urge to tease, letting out a soft sigh. Auntie, if you want to hear the truth, then I'll tell you honestly. With Fiona, basically every single morning I have to wake her up and make breakfast for her to eat. Sometimes, when she wants to eat a certain dish, I'm always the one who goes to buy the ingredients and makes it for her. Furthermore, seeing the look Helen was giving me, growing more and more unfavorable, I hurriedly stopped Brenda. Brenda, what do you mean by this? Am I really that childish? What's wrong? Could it be that what I said isn't the truth? Is there any sentence in there that is a lie? Brenda turned her head, playfully winking at me. That look of hers was exactly like a little girl intentionally telling on someone, speaking ill of me behind my back. For a moment, I actually didn't know what to say to retort, because every single word Brenda just said was the truth. Most of the time, it really was Brenda who finished making breakfast and then woke me up. When I wanted to eat a certain dish, it was also Brenda who bought it back and cooked it for me. After all, having someone in the apartment who was both beautiful and knew how to cook was truly incredibly comfortable. It was just that what I hadn't expected was that Brenda would actually tattle on me to Helen, and furthermore, these words were all the absolute truth. What's wrong, Felix? You're at a loss for words now, aren't you? And you still say you don't cause trouble for others. You're already this big, yet you still let others look after you. Helen stared intently. I had a grievance but couldn't voice it. Auntie, don't scold Fiona anymore. She and I are good friends. Looking after each other in daily life is only right anyway, Brenda said with a well-behaved smile. Brenda is still the sensible one. Look at yourself. I truly wanted to cry but had no tears. How is it that after just one New Year's break, Brenda acts like she's changed into a different person? This is way too much of a trap. Fiona, which room am I sleeping in tonight? After finishing her shower, Brenda held a towel, wiping her hair, speaking to me as I sat on the sofa. Sleep in whichever room you like to sleep in. I didn't even bother to give her a single glance, saying in a huff, Oh, are you still mad? No way, no way. Since when did Fiona become this petty? Brenda looked at me with a bright smile, saying teasingly, You still have the nerve to say that. How could you tattle on me to my mom? I pouted my lips, looking toward Brenda. Brenda had just finished taking a hot shower, her collar slightly open, and her white and pink skin was exceptionally eye-catching. Hee, didn't I just feel it was fun at that time? Furthermore, who told you to be that arrogant online before? Can't I take a little revenge on you? Brenda sat down right next to me, saying with a beaming smile, Even so, you still can't. I spoke while turning my head back, and before the words could be finished, Brenda's face was already leaning right in front of mine. Brenda looked at me as I fell into a slight daze, the corners of her lips curving up into a smile, saying gently, Even so, I still can't what? If you, Fiona, are still mad, then how about I make it up to you a bit? Make it up how? My cheeks turned a bit red as I spoke weakly. However you want me to make it up is fine. I don't have any objections. Brenda looked at me with an amused gaze. After a long while, I pouted my lips, turning my head to the side and saying, Never mind. I don't have the fortune to enjoy that. Why would you say that? I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Isn't that great? Brenda asked in confusion. Really? You'll do whatever I tell you to do? I looked at Brenda, asking curiously. This lady absolutely won't resist, Brenda said with a laugh. I blinked my big eyes, standing up under Brenda's astonished gaze, picking up the pajamas and bath towel already prepared to the side, walking over to the bathroom door, turning my head around to speak to Brenda. Go sleep in that room with the closed door. Furthermore, I want you to keep your distance from me. Ha ha ha. After speaking, taking advantage of the moment Brenda was still in a daze, I directly shut the bathroom door. Fiona. Brenda angrily brandished her small fist toward the bathroom. In the end, she could only carry her things and walk into the room I had indicated. This person is truly getting more and more mischievous day by day. Wasn't it just saying a few words about her? Half an hour later, the door to Brenda's room was knocked on. Come in. Hello, Brenda. Do you want to eat some fruit? I carried a plate of already cut fruit, poking my small head inside to ask, what do you care whether I eat it or not? Brenda gave me a glance, then turned her body away, saying proudly, Then I'll set it on the nightstand for you. My mom told me to bring it to you anyway. Remember to eat it in a bit. I pursed my lips, trying hard to suppress a laugh. After all, Brenda, when she was being arrogant, was truly far too adorable. I'm not eating it. Bring it back to your aunt, Brenda said. That won't do. My mom will scold me if she finds out. Do you have the heart to watch me get scolded? I said aggrievedly. Brenda kept her back turned toward me, but hearing the grievance in my voice, she couldn't quite bear it. Turning her body back to look at the fruit plate, she opened her mouth and said, Then you feed me. All right. Now it's my turn to serve the young miss of the Lin family. I gave a small smile, not refusing. Using a toothpick to pierce a piece of apple, I brought it into Brenda's mouth. Hee hee, it really is sweet. Brenda thoroughly enjoyed being fed by me, laughing until her eyes narrowed into slits. Have a piece of dragon fruit. Sure, I'm not a picky eater. Right. I'm the one who is the pickiest eater. I knew right away you were throwing shade at me. No way, Fiona. How can you take this completely the wrong way too? Ha, I was just teasing you. I'll beat you up. Do you believe me? Then go ahead and beat me. Anyway, I can't beat you in a fight. Not a single bit of power to fight back. If you beat me to pieces, let's see if your heart aches. At 10:30 in the evening, I lay inside the blanket, my two calves curled up together, comfortably scrolling through my phone. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out inside my mind. Ding dong. Does the host miss me? Oh, my lord. You haven't shown up for such a long time. I completely forgot about your existence already. I spoke bluntly. Aw, that truly breaks my heart. What do you want, suddenly jumping out right now? I asked watchfully. Hee, nothing at all. Can you please not use that kind of tone, making it sound like I'm some evil system? The system said helplessly. Could it be that you aren't? Cough, I am not. I came over to inform you that your third mission has arrived. The system suddenly said seriously. The third mission? Let's hear it, I said suspiciously. Tsk, what do you mean, let's hear it? The mission I issue, you have to do it whether you want to or not. At this moment, I was truly speechless. All right, after such a long time had passed, I had indeed forgotten about its existence. Anyway, whether it was around or not didn't make much of a difference. The third mission, make Brenda proactively suggest sleeping together. What? I directly blurted out instinctively, then quickly covered my mouth with my hand, looking toward the door. After confirming no one heard, I finally let go of my hand. System, are you suffering from some kind of terminal illness? I asked euphemistically. What are you trying to say? If I remember correctly, you said at the beginning you wanted to nurture me into a goddess. So this mission, with the goal you told me at the start, does it have any connection at all? I said speechlessly. A goddess also needs a social circle. Building a good relationship with Brenda is also an important step. Friendly reminder. She isn't an ordinary person. Oh please, she's a rich lady. Did you think I didn't know? I pouted my lips and retorted. Haha, anyway, I don't care. This is the third mission. You have to do it, whether you want to or not. Right now, as far as I'm concerned, all the important people already know I'm a girl. What else do you have to threaten me with? I said with a sly smile. Oh, since that's the case, you wouldn't want Brenda to know that you used to be a guy, right? The system said flatly. I had completely forgotten about this matter. After all, Brenda treated me so well. If she found out that I actually used to be a guy, this matter would absolutely be hard to resolve. Furthermore, if the system found a way to tell her, the consequences would definitely be even more unimaginable. Fine, I'll go. I'm going right now, I said, gnashing my teeth. That's more like it. The mission reward is randomly adding 1 point to a body attribute. Good luck. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared. No matter how I yelled inside, it didn't show up again. Looking at the mission on the control panel, I fell into deep thought, wanting Brenda to proactively make the suggestion. This matter was a bit difficult. I couldn't just force her to voice this request either. Although Brenda, indeed, liked sleeping with me. Right now, after all, we were at my house. She would definitely exercise some restraint. Never mind. No use stressing over it too much. Let's just give it a try. As I spoke, I flung back the blanket, put on my slippers, and walked outside. Knock, knock, knock. To avoid drawing Helen and Arthur's attention, I intentionally knocked on the door very lightly. The moment the door opened, Brenda saw the person arriving was me. Before she could even react, I slipped right inside with a swift movement. Although Brenda was very bewildered, she still closed the door, looking in my direction. Tilting her head, she asked, Fiona, what are you planning to do? I sat by Brenda's bedside, looking at her with a grin, preparing to beat around the bush a bit before speaking. Brenda, look, you just came to my house. To you, this counts as an unfamiliar environment, right? Yes, what about it? Brenda grew even more puzzled listening to me. An unfamiliar environment, more or less, still affects your sleep. Don't you think your room is missing a bit of human warmth? I gave an embarrassed laugh. Huh? Brenda looked at me as I kept grinning, and also looking distracted, as if she had understood something. With deep insinuation, she said, It seems that's indeed the case. So what should be done then? Right, what should be done? Think about it carefully. I dropped a hint. Hearing my completely artless hint, Brenda understood perfectly. But she wasn't about to let me get my way so easily. The corners of her lips curved up slightly, and she sat down right next to me. Propping both hands against the edge of the bed, swinging her long legs, with a beaming smile she said, I don't know either, but it's probably fine. Close your eyes and you'll fall asleep in no time anyway. Not a big problem. What do you think? Fiona? No. You should say, Fiona. Then can you sleep with me? Of course, these were the words in my heart. I wasn't going to say them straight out. Igor, what you said isn't right. The weather is so cold. Lying inside the blanket all by yourself isn't comfortable either. The moment your feet move, it's freezing. At a time like this. If there's a heat source nearby, to help you warm up the bed a bit, wouldn't it be much better? I blinked my big eyes, which were full of wisdom, asking, I can't take it anymore, Fiona. Can you please stop using such a forced explanation? It's so embarrassing. Hearing that, Brenda snorted and burst out laughing, holding her stomach as she giggled non-stop. I didn't know what to say to make things right either. Those words just now sounded embarrassing even to my own ears. I really didn't know where I found the nerve to say them out loud. So, Brenda, you, Fiona, have you already made a habit out of sleeping with me? Brenda said with a beaming smile. I haven't. There was no way I was going to admit it. After all, back at school, it was always Brenda finding excuses to sleep with me. Is that so? Then it looks like I was just flattering myself. Then you go on back. I need to rest now. Brenda gave a small smile, using retreat as a means of advance, intentionally saying it like that for me to hear. All right, I am indeed used to it. For the sake of the mission, what's wrong with tolerating it a bit? Haha, is that so? I get it now. Then why didn't you admit it just now? Brenda lay prone on the bed, propping up her chin, looking at me with a giggle. Wasn't I just afraid you wouldn't agree? I casually found an excuse to gloss it over. Phooey, did you think I wouldn't agree? I'm over the moon as it is. My Fiona has grown up. She knows how to be clingy now. I'm very happy. Brenda said with a laugh. I am not a kid, I said, pouting my lips. Ha ha ha, suffering for the sake of saving face. So does Fiona want to sleep with me? Sure thing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Received 1 random body attribute point. Due to exceptionally fast completion, rewarded 1 additional point. The moment Brenda finished speaking that sentence, the system's voice also rang out inside my mind. Fiona, what are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and come over here. Brenda patted the spot next to her, saying with a laugh, hee, coming, with a beautiful, pleasant-scented big sister nearby. Who would bother sleeping alone? The next morning at 9:30, it was already completely bright outside. The sunlight outside pierced through the gaps in the curtains, shining inside, casting over the 2 people on the bed, adding a touch of soft, adorable beauty. The blinding sunlight caused my eyelids to twitch slightly. A little over 10 seconds later, my eyes slowly opened, letting out a yawn. I felt my body was a bit heavy. Without even looking, I knew. Brenda was like an octopus again, draping her entire body over me. I shifted my body gently, originally planning to break free from Brenda. As it turned out, Brenda did the exact opposite, subconsciously wrapping her arms even tighter, muttering something inaudible with a hum. She even smacked her lips a bit, probably because the incoming sunlight was a bit piercing to her eyes. Brenda even nudged her head, burying her face against my neck. Her warm breath kept brushing against my neck continuously. It tickled. Sigh. It's another day of being tortured. I let out a quiet sigh. Evidently, this wasn't the first time, and I had already grown used to it. Half an hour later, Brenda finally let go of me with a lingering reluctance, and also gradually woke up. Fiona. Good morning. Brenda rubbed her still sleepy eyes, her eyes half open, and greeted me as I lay beside her with a helpless expression, saying her good morning. Good morning, Brenda. I gave a small smile. Looking at Brenda at this moment, she was completely unlike her lively daytime self, as if they were 2 different people. Waking up in the morning, she was a soft and adorable little sister. Once fully awake, she turned back into a mature and beautiful older sister. This contrast was way too huge. Brenda, are you awake yet? Helen's voice rang out from outside the door, along with a very soft knock. I'm awake, Auntie. The door is unlocked. You can come in. Brenda said straight out without a second thought. Right while I was still in a daze. After receiving Brenda's permission, Helen directly opened the door. Did you sleep well last night? Felix, why are you here? Helen pushed the door open and stepped inside, and instantly saw me lying right next to Brenda, covering my face, not daring to look at her. Mom, I can explain, I said helplessly. It's like this, Auntie. Back at school, Fiona and I originally slept together anyway. We're used to it, so last night I told her to sleep with me. I'm so sorry for making you see this. Brenda scratched her head, saying embarrassedly. Hearing Brenda take all the responsibility entirely onto herself, I felt a bit touched. Sigh, it's just a small matter like that. It's fine. It'y want. I can just tell Felix to sleep with you every single day. Helen froze slightly, then reacted and said with a smile. Then thank you, Auntie. Brenda smiled sweetly, softening her voice. Why stand on ceremony? You two clean yourselves up a bit and get up to eat something. After Helen finished speaking, she closed the door and left the room. She gave the bedroom door a deep look and then turned to walk away. Brenda, I'm so touched. You actually took all the responsibility onto yourself. Yoo-hoo! I wrapped my arms around Brenda's waist, burying my face against her shoulder, my eyes brimming with tears as I spoke. Phooey, haha, it's just a small matter anyway. Rest assured. I just didn't want your aunt to scold you again. You poor thing. Brenda patted my hand, saying with a laugh, let's go, eat something. In a little bit, we're going out to play. You promised me that you'd take me out to play. I haven't been out to play in a long time. This is also my first time coming to this city. The feeling is pretty great. Brenda held my hand, strolling slowly along the street step by step, looking all around. Of course, this city still has quite a few fun places to play, and a lot of delicious food. It's just that right now, because it's New Year's, a lot of shops haven't opened their doors yet. When we have time later, I'll take you out to have a total blast, I said with a smile. All right then. Brenda turned her head to look at me. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Oh right, Fiona. I looked at the map and saw there's a scenic spot near your house. It looks like you can even do some mountain climbing. How about we go check it out? Brenda looked at her phone and suggested, sure thing. It just so happens I haven't been there in a long time either. Over there is also a huge park. Let's go. 15 minutes later, the two had already arrived at that huge park. Wow, it's so beautiful. Brenda looked at the scenery before her, unable to help but marvel. This park is actually quite famous in my city. Normally, there would be a lot of people coming here for picnics. The environment is also beyond reproach, and the air is quite fresh. It's very suitable for the whole family to come for a stroll. It's just that right now, because it's New Year's, the number of people coming isn't too many, but it's still not a small amount either. Brenda, look at this lake. Before, when I came here, I could still see a lot of small fish, and there were also a lot of big fish. Too bad it's frozen over now, so we can't see them anymore. I pointed at the artificial lake in front of us, saying with a smile. Furthermore, back when I was in elementary school, I even fell into it once. There's actually a story like that too? What was the situation? Brenda asked out of curiosity. Back then, I wasn't living around this area yet. At that time, I came here to play with a few childhood friends and our parents. Afterward, we were running and chasing each other around the lake. Look at this. Back then, the slope on this edge wasn't very obvious. The few of us spotted small fish in the lake, so I got bold and sat right on the slope, wanting to stretch my legs down into the lake. As it turned out, I accidentally slipped down. Thank goodness the lake hadn't been built for very long back then. The water wasn't deep, and I was close to the edge, so the water only came past my legs. Even now, I still remember. Back then, I just kept screaming, "Save me, Mom. Save me." I covered my face, recalling the embarrassing incident from my childhood. Phooey, hearing me recount it, Brenda couldn't help but burst out laughing. You were still small back then anyway. Being scared is very normal. Haha, Brenda wanted to try hard to suppress her laugh, but she still couldn't hold it in. If you want to laugh, just laugh. They're all humiliating incidents anyway. I waved my hand, saying with a smile, who didn't have embarrassing incidents when they were little? It's very normal. I had them too, Brenda said with a laugh. Really? Tell me about it. I looked toward Brenda with a face full of anticipation. No way. You tell me to tell you and I just have to tell you? Don't I need to save some face? Brenda pouted her lips and said with a laugh, Oh, Brenda, you can't be like that. I already told you my embarrassing story. Why can't you share yours? Why should I share mine? I didn't ask you to tell me yours. Che. You told me yours entirely on your own, okay? Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile. You're totally playing foul. How annoying, smelly Brenda. Oh, well, not extra together. Brenda stayed at my house for 3 or 4 days, before being urged to return home by Auntie Wang. Before leaving, Brenda still held me in a lingering hug for a long time. Fiona, let's meet back at school. Have a safe trip. On the car ride back, Helen looked at me, acting distracted, like I had lost my soul, wanting to speak but stopping herself. In the end, because she was self-conscious about Arthur being present, she didn't say it out loud. Felix, come sit over here. Helen waved her hand at me, patting the spot next to her as she spoke. What's wrong, Mom? I obediently sat down right beside her, asking in confusion, Felix, how come I keep feeling that the relationship between you and this girl Brenda isn't simple? Helen watched Arthur, who had gone straight into the study to busy himself with work, the moment he got home, and then pulled my hand over, speaking to me. Oh, the relationship between us is indeed very good, just like good friends, close soulmates. Is there any problem with that? My heart skipped a beat, my eyes dodging around a bit, not daring to look at Helen. As someone who had been through it, Helen, with one glance, saw right through my current little thoughts, and said softly, whatever you're thinking, your mother can guess it. Roughly speaking, you're grown up now, and there are some matters you have to learn to judge for yourself. I'll only say this one sentence, you just remember it well. After speaking, she patted my hand. Helen stood up and walked away, leaving me sitting alone on the spot, not knowing what to do. Time passed day by day, and the lingering atmosphere of the new year also gradually settled down. As the day to return to work for various industries approached, everyone plunged back into their own tasks. Phew, I'm finally back. Fiona, are you home? Brenda walked inside, pulling along several large and small bags of luggage, calling out into the house. Yes, I'm here. I was just hanging up clothes a moment ago. Hearing the familiar voice, I ran out. Catching sight of the familiar person, I smiled happily and said, that must have been so exhausting. School just started, so the station was almost bursting from the crowd. There were way too many people. Brenda set her luggage aside and directly plopped down onto the sofa, her head leaning against a cushion as she sighed weakly. I only gave a small smile, not saying anything, stepping quietly behind Brenda. Looking at the exhaustion on her face, my heart instantly twinged with tenderness, and I reached out my hands, placing them on her shoulders, then massaged them with just the right amount of pressure. This sudden action of mine caused Brenda to freeze slightly. Feeling my hands, massaging her neck and shoulders with a bit of warmth, her body gradually relaxed. My technique really wasn't bad either. The corners of Brenda's lips curved up slightly, evidently finding it quite comfortable. The two of us tactfully chose not to open our mouths to speak and ruin this beautiful moment. After a long while, Brenda felt it was enough, so she extended her long, jade-like finger and gently poked the back of my hand. Only then did I withdraw my hands, asking with a beaming smile, how does it feel? Is it comfortable? Brenda looked at me with a giggle, then suddenly changed her expression, asking seriously, Fiona, confess honestly, who did you learn this technique from? And whose shoulders have you massaged before? Hurry up and tell the truth. I was caught between tears and laughter by her, spreading my hands innocently as I said, I'm self-taught, obviously. As for whose shoulders I'd massaged before, saying that, I cast a glance at Brenda, falling silent and not continuing further. Why did you stop talking? Keep going. Brenda raised her eyebrows, pouting her lips as she spoke. I've only massaged my parents and yours. Are you satisfied with this answer? I said with a laugh. He, satisfied, completely satisfied. Hearing that, Brenda let out a radiant smile. Looking at the smile Brenda gave me, my heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable feeling filled my heart. Oh right, Fiona. School starts tomorrow. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. Brenda stretched her back, her soft bodily curves completely revealed without a single omission, as she spoke with a smile. Anything is fine. I don't have any specific dish I want to eat. I put on a thoughtful look, saying slowly, since that's the case, let's go out to eat then. Sure thing. The next day, Brenda and I walked shoulder to shoulder, stepping onto the school campus that we hadn't returned to for a month. Watching the students walking back and forth around us, the sense of familiarity returned. Fiona, I'll head out first. There's a bit of business over at my club. Brenda let go of my hand and said, Goodbye. Buzz buzz, latest announcement. Students, please gather in front of the tennis courts at the sports complex before 10:30. I opened my phone to check. It was a message sent in the class group chat. Without thinking much of it, I walked toward the sports complex at 10:30. Originally, I intended to leave these 2 gym classes for you all to have free activity time, but I received a notice from the school. Our once-a-semester physical fitness test must be completely finished today. The gym teacher looked at the international trade class lined up in front of him, clearing his throat as he spoke. What? No way. The very first class back at school is actually a fitness test. Isn't this completely trying to take my life? Save me, my Aunt Flo just arrived. This sudden piece of bad news instantly left me at a total loss. Eating and sleeping and eating every single day. How on earth could I pass some fitness test like this? It'll be a miracle if I don't collapse from exhaustion. Cut the chatter. Everyone is present. Run 1 lap to warm up. Go. The gym teacher blew his whistle, and the classmates slowly started jogging out. Boo-hoo. I don't want to take the fitness test. This is absolute misery. In the line, a girl running in front of me wailed to the girl beside her. Sigh, even if you don't want to, you still have to do it. If you don't get it done today, they'll still make you take a makeup test later. You can't escape it. The girl beside her comforted. I cast a glance at them, then shifted my gaze elsewhere. As a student who transferred majors midway through, plus it being a college class, there weren't as many rigid rules as high school, so I always kept to myself, usually interacting very little with others. My personality was just like that, and it couldn't be changed all at once. After finishing the warm-up, everyone was panting heavily, running back completely out of breath. Prepare for the movement. Sit and reach. Go 1 by 1 according to your ID numbers. First person, Fooey. 3 centimeters. That's way too short. You still have the nerve to laugh at me. How many centimeters did you get just now? 4 centimeters. Then that's still longer than yours, blah. Next person, Fiona. When I heard my name, I walked over, took off my shoes, revealing a pair of exquisite feet wrapped in thick thermal socks, instantly attracting quite a few glances. Those feet are so beautiful. She was already beautiful to begin with, and her figure is great too. It's just that right now she's sealed up by winter clothes. If she revealed those long legs, that would be truly beautiful. Start the measurement. I gave it a firm push, and the pointer slid all the way to the 29.3 centimeter mark. Oh my gosh. 29? That long? Incredible. That's way too amazing. Looking back at mine, it's not even a fraction of theirs. This proves her flexibility is great. The extension curve is truly long. I gave a soft smile, put on my shoes, and walked to the side, keeping my head down to continue looking at my phone very quickly, except for the most terrifying events, the 1,800-meter runs. All the other events had been tested. The bell ending the first period also rang out. The gym teacher was exceptionally understanding, moving the long-distance run to the next period, giving the students 10 minutes of intermission time, which was truly very humane. Very quickly, amid the complaints and groans of the students, the long-distance run still began. This time, the girls ran first. Get ready, go. The moment the whistle blew, 18 girls ran out. I ran right in the middle of the pack, having just finished the first lap. I was already so tired that my breathing was completely labored, panting heavily with every breath. In the end, I was the 9th person to cross the finish line. Trying my absolute best to suppress the urge to sit flat on the ground, propping up my waist, I took slow steps back and forth, using this method to soothe my overly exhausted body. Fiona, are you all right? I brought some water for you. Drink it after you catch your breath. Vincent came over carrying a bottle of mineral water, asking with a face full of concern. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. You should drink it yourself. I'm not thirsty. My face was deathly pale, only feeling a sweet metallic taste in my throat, forcing myself to wring out a smile. It's fine. Since I already bought it anyway, just take it. I'm heading out to run now. Vincent gave a small smile, placed the water beside me, and went directly toward the running track. Hey you, seeing Vincent had already walked far away, I could only accept the bottle of water he handed over. 10 minutes later, I finally recovered. It didn't feel as uncomfortable as it did at first. I unscrewed the cap and took a small sip, looking at the water bottle in my hand, then looking toward a spot not far away, where Vincent was joking around with friends. Vincent, returning this to you. I walked over to Vincent and his friends, holding up the water bottle in my hand as I spoke. Wow. The great beauty Fiona is giving you water. Vince is so lucky. The guys beside him teased. Go, go, go. Don't talk nonsense. Vincent gave them a speechless glance. But his heart was still quite happy. Thank you, then I'll take it. Vincent naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with me. No matter the reason I gave him the water, Vincent would happily accept it. It's nothing. I gave a soft smile, then turned and walked away. Watching my receding figure as I left, Vincent's grip on the water bottle in his hand involuntarily tightened a bit. Fiona, what's wrong with you? Why do I see that your complexion doesn't look very good? At noon in the cafeteria, Brenda carefully observed my face, asking anxiously. It's really nothing. It's just because of the physical fitness test this morning. You also know that normally I don't like to exercise and prefer staying cooped up inside. All of a sudden, I definitely couldn't handle it. I waved my hand, saying with a smile, All right, but seeing you like this makes my heart ache so much, Brenda said with a knitted brow. Hee, having these words of yours is enough. Let's eat. My heart felt sweet. After all, Brenda truly cared about me a lot. Okay, tonight I'll make something delicious for you to nourish your body. Then thank you, Brenda. In the afternoon, the first major specific class of this semester officially began. I naturally didn't dare to be careless, paying close attention to the lecture the entire time, afraid of missing any important point. Ring, ring, ring. Amid the eager anticipation of the massive crowd of students, the dismissal bell finally rang out. All right, this lecture ends here. Class dismissed. Hearing the dismissal bell, the professor looked at the students below who were beginning to stir and said, I let out a long sigh of relief, rubbing my eyes. During the past month of winter break, I had never concentrated so intensely. Suddenly being completely focused like that inevitably made me feel a bit uncomfortable. I closed my eyes and shook my head, wanting to let my eyes relax a bit. A familiar voice suddenly drifted into my ears. Fiona, are you not feeling well? I opened my eyes, raising my head to look toward the voice, instantly seeing Vincent, staring at me with a face full of concern. I let out a soft smile, shaking my head as I said, It's nothing. Do you have something to discuss? It's like this. Vincent pulled out the chair in front of me and sat down. This Saturday is my birthday. I want to invite you to come along. I also invited quite a few people from our class. Can you make it? Being close to the girl in front of him made his heart beat faster. After Vincent finished saying these words, Iggy kept praying in his heart that I would agree, but at the same time, he was a bit anxious, afraid that I wouldn't want to go. After listening to Vincent's words, I froze slightly. After all, he was my classmate. Since he invited me to his birthday, it would be a bit embarrassing to refuse. I thought for a moment, then said with a smile, Sure. When the time comes, you just send the specific time and location to me. Really? You agreed? Vincent was a bit pleasantly surprised. What's wrong? Did you think I was the type of person who wouldn't want to come? I narrowed my eyes, saying with a smile, No, I'm just way too happy, haha. Vincent scratched his head, saying with a laugh, Haha. Then it's settled. I gave a small smile. I think you look very beautiful when you smile. It's a pity it's not something seen normally. Seeing that I agreed to come to his birthday party, Vincent also grew quite a bit bolder, sitting in front of me as he started chatting. Is that so? Then thank you for the compliment, haha. Now everyone just goes home right after class ends. It's not like middle school or high school, where everyone stays in the same classroom after dismissal. It's normal not to see it. Since I had nothing else to do anyway, I simply followed the flow of Vincent's conversation and chatted. He gave a small smile. Then that's a pity. If you could smile every single day, it would definitely charm a lot of people. Is that so? Then are you charmed? Haha, you guess. The scene of the two talking and laughing just happened to be seen by Brenda, who had just finished class and walked over to pick me up. I suddenly felt a wave of chilliness behind my back. For some reason, I found it a bit strange, but I didn't think much of it, only assuming it was an illusion caused by the weather still being very cold. I chatted with Vincent for a few more minutes, until the next period, when students from another major entered this room for their class, and only then did the two of us end the conversation. The moment I stepped out of the classroom, I saw Brenda sitting not far away, on a rest bench, looking at me. Without overthinking, I skipped right over to her. Hello, Brenda. Are you waiting for me? Brenda gave me a deep look, then nodded. Then let's head back now. I didn't notice anything unusual about Brenda, sitting down right beside her as I spoke with a smile. No rush. Class let out 5 minutes ago. Why did you only come out now? Brenda looked into my eyes, asking in a calm tone. At this point, no matter how slow my reflexes were, I also picked up that something was wrong in the air. I hurriedly explained. After class let out, a classmate caught up with me to chat for a bit. So, I came out a bit late. After speaking, I pursed my lips, placing both hands on my thighs, looking at Brenda obediently. Male or female? Brenda asked intentionally. Male, I said weakly. Consider yourself honest for not lying to me. If you dared to lie to me, you'd be finished. Brenda nodded, raising her right hand to place it on my right cheek, gently caressing it, as if muttering to herself. Gus, Fiona, do you still remember what you told me before? You said you wouldn't leave me, right? I blinked my big eyes, my throat moving slightly, nodding as I said, right. Then what if you lie to me? Brenda gave a small smile. I won't lie to you. Look at how long we've known each other. Have I ever lied to you even once? I said seriously. That's good then. You said it with your own mouth. You aren't allowed to lie to me. But Brenda, I feel your current tone is a bit strange. I'm a little scared. I didn't dare to look into Brenda's eyes, my gaze dodging around. As I spoke stammeringly, what are you scared of? Could I actually eat you alive? Brenda looked at me with a beaming smile, gently tapping my nose. Looking at Brenda at this moment, who was giggling non-stop, I involuntarily developed an illusion, as if the Brenda from just a moment ago and the current Brenda were not the same person. Let's go. What do you want to eat? I already promised you that I would make a great feast tonight, to nourish your body properly. Brenda stood up, looking at me with a smile as she spoke. I can eat anything. Brenda, you just cook whatever you think is best. I gave a small smile, saying, then I'll make dumplings for you to eat. How about it? Brenda tilted her head and thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up, as she looked at me and said, dumplings are too much trouble. We'd even have to roll the wrappers ourselves. It's not trouble at all. We can just buy pre-made dumpling wrappers. Well, that works then. Fiona, do you even know how to wrap dumplings? Don't just make things more chaotic for me. Brenda looked at me rubbing my hands, eager to give it a try, and couldn't help but say suspiciously, Brenda, what do you mean by that? Am I that kind of person? Hearing Brenda say that, I was instantly dissatisfied, pouting my lips as I said, then why don't you tell me? What on earth is this thing you're wrapping right now? Brenda pointed at the pile of unidentified objects in my hand, the corners of her lips twitching slightly. For a moment, I was completely flustered. After all, the moment I set my hands to it, everything went to ruin, and I truly couldn't find any excuse. All right. You just stand to the side and watch. That'll do. Brenda snorted and burst out laughing, sitting down and beginning to wrap the dumplings. Wow, so beautiful. I feel like the dumplings Brenda wraps look even more beautiful than the ones my mom wraps. I picked up a dumpling that Brenda had finished wrapping, holding it in my hand, taking a careful look at it, praising her. Haha, it's just all right. Go wash the flour off your hands first, and then help me boil a pot of water. Brenda kept her head down wrapping dumplings, instructing me. Oh, okay. I stood up, but I didn't walk toward the stove. Instead, I sneakily stepped behind Brenda, taking advantage of the moment she wasn't paying attention, suddenly extending my index finger, smearing it across Brenda's face, instantly leaving a streak of flour on her cheek. Being hit by a sneak attack, Brenda turned her head around, watching me sprint into the kitchen, scolding with a laugh, Fiona, are you completely bored out of your mind? Not bored at all. It's very fun. Ha ha ha. How annoying. Even though her mouth called it annoying, Brenda still kept her head down, smiling softly, her face entirely filled with a joyful smile. Is it delicious, Fiona? Delicious, tender, fresh, and juicy. Taking one bite is full of juices. These are just normal buns. Why do I keep feeling like you're describing soup dumplings? Haha, this is the only phrase I could think of. Tisk. Is this the result of you reading books every single night? I severely suspect you're just pretending to read books. Your main goal is just not wanting to warm up the bed for me. Brenda said in a sweet, aggrieved tone. No way. I read books very seriously. At the breakfast table, I held my bowl of porridge, saying with a laugh, all right, just eat your bun. You really are a dummy. Hey, Fiona, let's be honest. Right now, the more I look at you, the more you look like a dummy. Hearing that, the movement of my hands froze. And I said unhurriedly, Brenda, do you really need to put me down like this? And putting me down so seriously, too. Ha ha ha, I was just talking nonsense. Fiona, don't take it to heart. Brenda covered her mouth, laughing as she spoke. All right. I almost forgot. Fiona, you talked in your sleep last night. What did I say? Last night in the bedroom? Fiona, stop reading. This is only the very first day back at school. Do you really need to be this diligent? Your classmates are going to be driven to death by your competitive streak sooner or later. Brenda lay inside the warm, comfortable blanket, only showing her small head, looking at me speechlessly as she spoke. All right, I won't read any more. Happy now? You nag me every single time. I closed my book, turning off the desk lamp. That's more like it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This young lady has already warmed up the blanket for you. Hurry up and get in. Brenda shifted her body, urging me with a laugh. I know. I gave a response, sitting by the edge of the bed, lifting the blanket and slipping inside. Is it warm? Warm it certainly was. But Brenda, can you please remove your forelimbs? Are you trying to drape yourself all over me again? I pouted my lips, letting out a dissatisfied huff. Hee, a conditioned reflex, a conditioned reflex. Brenda let go of me, and instantly the soft feeling in her arms vanished, a sudden wave of emptiness filling her heart. It's 10 o'clock already, time to sleep, Brenda. I closed my eyes, muttering. This early? Are you sleepy already? Brenda turned her head to look at me. I had that physical fitness test today, so now the drowsiness is hitting me. I'm going to sleep first. Brenda, good night. My eyelids grew incredibly heavy, muttering a sentence before losing all movement. Look at you. Brenda looked helplessly as I gradually drifted off to sleep, helping me pull up the blanket on my body, and then checked her phone again. About half an hour later, inside the room, one could faintly hear the sound of my steady breathing. Brenda let out a yawn. Checked the time, turned off her phone, and was preparing to turn off the light to go to sleep. Suddenly, beside her, I uttered a sentence. Brenda, I'm right here. What's wrong? Fiona? Brenda turned her head to look at me, seeing that I didn't respond for a long while. Only then did she know this dummy was talking in her sleep, instantly caught between tears and laughter. Brenda, don't leave. You aren't allowed to leave. Hearing my intermittent sleep talk, Brenda instantly grew curious. She didn't know what this dummy had dreamed about in her dream. To actually tell her not to leave. Could it be that in her dream she dreamed that she wanted to leave her? Truly a little dummy. I'm not leaving. I wouldn't dare to. I'm right here by your side. Rest assured. Brenda gently stroked my head, saying in a soft voice, Ma, I know my mistake now. I won't lie to you in the future. Can you forgive me? I smacked my lips. Brenda could even hear a bit of a tremble in my voice. What on earth is this? Brenda grew more and more curious. It was a pity she couldn't slip into my dream. Otherwise, she really wanted to know what I had dreamed about. To actually be lying to her even in the dream. Waiting for a long while, I didn't utter another single word. Seeing this, Brenda could only turn off the light and also drift off to sleep. Hearing Brenda finish recounting, I said in astonishment, I actually talk in my sleep too? I completely didn't know at all. It would be a miracle if you knew, okay? Brenda used a gaze as if looking at a dummy, to look at me, propping her forehead, saying speechlessly, Hee, a slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. I gave a silly laugh, trying hard to ease the embarrassment. However, Fiona, do you still remember what you dreamed about last night? I'm very curious. Ultimately, what matter did you lie to me about in the dream? Brenda looked at me, saying with deep insinuation, Dreams are just like that. Sometimes you remember very clearly, and sometimes right when you wake up you still have a bit of an impression, but after a brief moment you completely can't remember it anymore. Right now, I don't have a single bit of an impression. I waved my hand, speaking honestly. All right then. Brenda gave a small smile, and didn't continue to obsess over this topic either. After finishing the meal, Brenda said goodbye to me. She had a class in the morning. I watched Brenda close the door and leave, letting out a long sigh of relief. In fact, just now, I still lied to Brenda. Regarding the dream last night, more or less, I could still remember a little bit. It was just a few scattered, disconnected fragments. The majority of it, I still couldn't remember. In the dream, I saw Brenda, looking at me with a face full of anger, even saying that I had lied to her. But as for what specific matter it was, I couldn't remember either. I only knew that in the dream, I felt very uncomfortable, very terrified. And after that, there was no after that. Sigh. I looked up at the sky and let out a sigh, incredibly dejected. Staring out the window all by myself in a daze, I realized half a year had passed without me noticing. A lot of things had happened during this half a year, but most of the time had still been very joyful, after all. Having a great beauty like Brenda right by my side, but what exactly were my feelings toward her? Even I wasn't clear about it. It was all so hazy, unable to be put into words, and impossible to describe. Oh, is the host dreaming about a romantic interest? Inside my head, the system's casual voice rang out again at an inappropriate moment. Hey system, what do you think I should do in the future? I asked. I don't know what will happen to the host in the future, but if you don't complete my mission in a little bit, I'll definitely know how to deal with you. T-esque, you really are an unromantic block of wood. I pouted my lips, muttering under my breath to mock it. The fourth mission. Cook a meal for Brenda, and make her proactively praise your cooking is delicious. Note, the food must not be wasted, and everything must be entirely finished in one meal. The reward is the advanced cooking skill. Looking at the mission on the panel, the corner of my mouth twitched. I couldn't help but roast it. Aren't you just trying to take my life? Oh wait, taking both of our lives would be more accurate. I don't care, do it or don't, it's up to you. Anyway, you already understand the punishment. I grew furious in my mind, resisting the system, and cussing it out continuously for a full 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the system acted as if it had blocked me, not giving a single bit of a reaction. Sigh, there's no helping it. I have to do it whether I want to or not. What a miserable life. Oh, additionally, thank you to all the wonderful readers out there for your love. Thank you everyone for your support. ... Brenda, Fiona, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll buy the groceries and make it for you. Looking at the message Brenda sent over during the class intermission, I blinked my big eyes and texted back against my conscience. I'll go buy groceries in a bit and wait for you to come back to cook. Small matters like buying groceries don't need to trouble you. A moment later, Brenda sent over an animated sticker saying, The two of us chatted for a bit longer, and then Brenda went to her class. Setting my phone down, I let out a groan, lying prone on the desk helplessly, staring blankly straight ahead. I racked my brains thinking about what dish to make for Brenda to eat that would actually make her praise me. I thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. Checking the time. I didn't care about that much anymore, grabbed my phone, and walked out the door. Arriving at the supermarket near the entrance of our neighborhood, I walked over to the vegetable and meat section. Looking at the various ingredients displayed inside, I only felt my head growing twice as large. For someone like me who had never cooked before, going to the market to buy groceries was truly an absolute headache. For a moment, I didn't know where to start, nor did I know which spot to look at first. What should I buy? If I buy too much, and it doesn't taste good, it'll be a waste of food. But if I buy too little, I feel like I don't know what to buy. This is so conflicting. Sigh, there's no helping it. I could only push the cart, wandering around aimlessly. Young lady, what are you buying? Everything over here is fresh pork and chicken. A stall owner, who looked to be around 50 years old, saw me walking past his stall and greeted me with a smile. I cast a glance at the meat on the counter, blinked my big eyes, and my eyes lit up. Half an hour later, I returned in triumph carrying a bag of ingredients. By the time I got back home, the time was already 10 o'clock, which meant until Brenda came back home, there was still about an hour and a half left. Letting out a sigh, I pulled out a bag of middle joint chicken wings, a bag of eggplants, and a large Napa cabbage. First, I marinated the chicken wings with seasonings, leaving them to sit for a period of time. Afterward, I waited until 11 o'clock. Before beginning the preparation work, the first step was washing everything clean. This part was still very simple. Every time Brenda cooked a meal at home, I would always lend her a hand by helping her wash the vegetables. After washing the remaining 2 ingredients clean, following the steps found online, I decided to make stir-fried Napa cabbage with vinegar, braised eggplant, and fried chicken wings. While checking the step-by-step tutorial on my phone, tied on my apron to prepare for cooking. Washing the knife and cutting board clean, I sliced the Napa cabbage diagonally into thin pieces, and then prepared some other side ingredients, heating up the pan, turning on the stove, and pouring in the oil. Ah, shoot! The internet said to put the thick stems of the cabbage in first, and then put the leaves in later. I did it completely backward. The problem shouldn't be too huge. Let's just leave it like this. Shoot, my hand shook, and I poured a bit too much vinegar. After a bout of flustering, the stir-fried Napa cabbage with vinegar finally came out of the pan. Looking at the plate of stir-fried Napa cabbage that lacked color, aroma, and taste, I pursed my lips, truly feeling helpless. Whatever, next dish. The braised eggplant dish could barely pass as decent. After all, I followed every single step, so there shouldn't be any major problems. The final dish was the fried chicken wings. I pulled out the marinated chicken wings, mixed in a little bit of cornstarch, poured oil into the pan, and began frying them. My precious Fiona. I'm back. The moment Brenda entered the door, she couldn't wait to call out. Her expression suddenly shifted, her nostrils flaring slightly. A faint, subtle fragrance was drifting through the air. Brenda, you're back. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. I walked out, saying with a smile, Eat? Didn't you say to wait for me to come back to cook? Did you order takeout already? Brenda asked in confusion. No, just go wash your hands first. You'll know in a little bit. 2 minutes later. Fiona, were these dishes entirely made by you? Brenda looked at the 3 plates of food on the table, turning her head to ask. Yes, it's my first time making them, so they might not taste good. Brenda, don't be disgusted by them. I leaned my body forward slightly, my eyes staring longingly at Brenda, my 2 small hands clasped together, looking as obedient as could be. Even though it's just a gesture from my Fiona, I'm still very happy anyway. Brenda gave a small smile. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of the cabbage stem, and put it into her mouth. After chewing for a bit, she looked at me with a complicated gaze. Fiona, did you put the cabbage stems into the pan first, and then put the leaves in afterward? Huh? Brenda, how did you know? I looked at her in astonishment. Because this thing isn't even fully cooked yet. Brenda gave me a sideways glance. Furthermore, it's way too sour. How many mistakes did you actually commit? I didn't know any better. I lowered my head, not daring to look at Brenda. All right. It's not like I'm genuinely angry anyway, Brenda said with a laugh. This eggplant dish isn't bad either. It's pretty close to how it should be. The fried chicken wings are a bit overcooked, and even slightly charred, but they're still edible, and the flavor is decent too. After Brenda evaluated each individual dish, she set her chopsticks down, propping up her chin as she looked at me with a beaming smile. Really? I raised my head toward Brenda in pure delight. Yeah, I think it's quite delicious. Anything Fiona cooks is delicious. Brenda let out a soft giggle. Hee, since it's delicious, then you should eat a bit more. I picked up a piece of chicken wing for Brenda, placing it into her bowl, just as I was about to withdraw my hand. It was quickly grabbed by Brenda's quick hand. What happened to your hand? Why are there so many red spots on it? Being discovered by Brenda, I tried to pull my hand back, but found her gripping it even tighter, and furthermore, her gaze grew more and more serious. I could only speak honestly. Actually, it's nothing really. It's just that when frying the chicken wings, I accidentally dropped them in a bit too quickly, so the oil splattered out and got on my hand. That'll do. It's not a big problem anyway. No blisters formed. It just looks a bit red. I've already treated it, so rest assured. You really are a dummy, Brenda scolded. I am indeed a bit of a dummy. Can't even cook a meal properly. 6. And ended up making my hand look like this. I pouted my lips, admitting it. I wasn't talking about that. Promise me that you won't cook by yourself anymore in the future, understand? What if you get hurt again? Brenda looked at me, her gaze tender, and her voice softened as well. Besides, isn't there still me? With me around, could I actually let you starve? You little dummy. After speaking, Brenda reached her hand out to gently poke my forehead, saying unhappily, I know now. Hearing Brenda's warm words, I smiled happily. Have you applied ointment yet? A mark here, a mark there. It looks so unsightly with all the redness. Brenda said caringly. Applied it. Just rest assured. Brenda, that's good then. Since that's the case, hurry up and eat. These dishes were all made by you, so you should eat this cabbage dish. No wasting allowed. Brenda pointed at the plate of stir-fried Napa cabbage with vinegar, saying with a sly grin, it's so sour. How on earth can I finish it all? The moment I heard that, I instantly grew unhappy. So you also know that the dish you made is sour? I thought a heartless little thing like you didn't know. Brenda pouted her lips and said with a laugh, "Hee hee, Brenda. Bisty. We're good friends after all. We share the blessings and face the hardships together. Don't you agree? Who is good friends with you? Are you and I even that close? Ah, Brenda, you can't be like that. How can you turn your back on me and pretend not to know me? Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Let's eat together and finish it all up. Fiona, don't cook ever again next time, okay? If I eat like this often, it'd be a miracle if I'm not turned into a sour mess by you." Brenda poked fun at me while washing the dishes. "But before eating, didn't you also say that as long as it's made by me, you'll like it all?" I took the bowl that Brenda had finished washing, rinsed it clean, and put it away in the cupboard. At that time, it was because I couldn't bear to see you lose your confidence. So that's why I said it that way. Otherwise, what did you think? Brenda pouted her lips and let out a huff. "What do you mean? Brenda, you're way too much. The moment you're done eating, you show your true colors." I stood with my hands on my hips, saying in dissatisfaction, "Belia, that's just how I am. What can you do to me anyway?" Brenda didn't even bother to turn her head around, gently swaying her body. This scene fell into my eyes. As a blatant provocation, I didn't say anything either. Stepping slowly closer to Brenda, right at the moment she assumed, I was choked up by her to the point of being speechless, and let down her guard. I instantly extended both hands and lunged straight toward her soft waist. "Ah, hit by a sneak attack," Brenda cried out in surprise. Before she could make her next move, I had already given her a pinch and sprinted right out. "You dynamic Fiona, you stay right there." Brenda, both embarrassed and angry, chased after me. Arriving before my tightly closed bedroom door, she scolded with a laugh. "Fiona, why are you always acting like a kid?" Sprinting right away after pinching me. "Hurry up and come out here." "I'm not coming out. Do you think I'm a dummy? If I go out, I'm a goner for sure." My voice drifted out from inside the room. The reason I only gave Brenda a single pinch was because there was an instance before where I launched a sneak attack on her, originally planning to tickle her so she would obediently give in. Who would have thought Brenda was that strong? In a split second, she turned the tables and pinned me down, leaving me with absolutely no strength to fight back. That instance is still vivid in my memory, even up to now. Having been tickled by Brenda to the point that my tears flowed from laughing. "All right then, you just stay inside there forever. Let's see how long you can hide." Brenda let out a huff and then fell completely silent. I waited for a little bit. There was no more sound outside the door. Brenda must have gone back to the kitchen to continue washing the dishes. Therefore, I let down my guard, secretly opening the door just a crack, preparing to observe the situation. The outside was empty. She must not be there anymore. I let out a sigh of relief, and just as I was preparing to pull the door shut again, I suddenly heard a familiar voice ring out like a ghost. "Fiona, coming out this quickly? Did you miss me already?" I secretly cried out that things were bad, hurriedly using force to prepare to shut the door. Suddenly, a much greater force pushed back, directly catching me completely off guard. "Well, Brenda, let's talk things over slowly. D-Fee. We're good friends after all. Don't bully me, okay?" Seeing that I couldn't escape, I hurriedly switched to a pitiful look, intending to act cute to get through this. Brenda blinked her eyes, saying with a smile, "Fiona, I've found that you're getting more and more mischievous lately. What exactly is going on, Brenda stepped inside slowly, using her foot to gently kick the door. Amid my despairing gaze, the door shut with a click. I couldn't take it anymore. Instead of sitting tight and waiting to be captured, I might as well put up a bit of resistance. "Fiona, why aren't you resisting anymore? Weren't you quite energetic just now?" Brenda bound both of my hands tightly with one hand, sitting on top of me, using her other hand to lift my chin up, saying with a beaming smile, "A person of honor can be killed but not humiliated." I bit my lip, uttering my final grand statement. "Haha, you've already been captured by me. Whether to kill or humiliate, isn't that entirely up to my mood? If you behave well, I won't bully you anymore, how about that?" Brenda said with a smile. "What do you want to do? Call me older sisters nicely. Say, 'Sister, please don't,' and I'll let you off, how about that?" "That's too much talk. Jock, closey, IDs." Brenda raised her eyebrows, her sweet and fragrant breath brushing against me, as she said with a smile, "Sister, please don't." I uttered these 4 words in a low voice. "Don't play dumb anymore." Is that the kind of voice I wanted? "Don't force me to take action." Brenda narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger flashing within her gaze. Oh please, Brenda, can you let me off? This is so embarrassing. Just against that. I shook my head. A few stray locks of hair falling messily across my face, making me look even a touch more captivating at this moment. Brenda looked at me right in front of her, her throat moving slightly, but she still didn't fall into the trap, saying with a smile, "Hurry up." Seeing that Brenda refused to back down, I helplessly gave up struggling. Anyway, the two sides were completely not on the same level. "Sister, please don't." After saying this sentence, I turned my head to the side right away, not daring to look into Brenda's eyes. Hee, so well behaved. Brenda extended her hand, helping me smooth out my messy hair, then let go of me, jumped off the bed, and clapped her hands with a laugh. "Little sister Fiona is welcome to visit again next time. This sister is very willing to entertain you. Get out." I was teased by that sentence to the point that my face flushed entirely red, grabbing the throw pillow on the bed and hurling it toward her. "Haha, goodbye. I'm going to wash the dishes now." Brenda neatly caught the throw pillow, placed it back onto the bed, and then left my bedroom with joyful steps. Sigh. When on earth can I finally turn the tables? Every single time I'm the one being bullied. This is way too difficult. I lay flat on the bed looking at the ceiling, saying helplessly, "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is the advanced cooking skill." The system appeared right at this moment. "Oh right, system. Are there any missions that can help me gain a better physical constitution? I want to turn the tables. Docus. I want to pin Brenda down. She can't just keep bullying me forever," I hurriedly asked. "Yes, and this mission is coming up very soon. Just wait 2 more days. All right then. Fiona, you still have class this afternoon, right? Don't forget about it." After Brenda finished washing the dishes, she walked into the room and said, I remember. That's about all the knowledge for this lecture. There are still 3 minutes until class ends. If you all don't have anything else to do, just read your books." In the classroom, the main lecturer pushed up his thick, black-rimmed glasses, looking at the students below who were already beginning to stir, and reminded them, "Fiona, I've already sent you the time and location. Remember to check it." Vincent, sitting in the second seat to my left, with only one empty seat separating us, said to me in a low voice. The desks and chairs in the small classroom of Electronic University were all arranged neatly in the usual manner. There were 4 large rows in total, with 5 lines in each row, and 2 seats in each line, except for the fact that the second large row and the third large row, the desks and chairs of each line, happened to be connected right next to each other, equivalent to 4 people sharing one long desk. "Oh, all right, I'll be there on time. Just rest assured." I nodded, then continued reading my book. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the dismissal bell rang out. Everyone packed up their things and left one after another. "Oh man, my good bro has been keeping his eye on her for a whole semester now, hasn't he? When do you plan to go confess your feelings?" One of Vincent's roommates draped an arm over his shoulder, looking at me as I kept my head down, walking not far ahead, and said with deep meaning, "I think tomorrow happens to be a perfect day. It's very suitable for a confession. Plus, with so many of us friends backing you up, make it a bit romantic. And who knows, she might actually say yes." Another roommate also leaned in, saying with a beaming smile, "Come off it, come off it, come off it. Don't go messing around blindly. I can see that she doesn't have that kind of intention toward me." Vincent gave a bitter smile and said, "Yet you still hold Fiona in your heart and can't forget her. Do you dare to say that the girl who confessed to you a while back wasn't rejected by you all because of Fiona?" Vincent was choked up, laughing, and nodded, openly admitting that a part of the reason was indeed because of her. Looking at my receding figure, my impression in Vincent's heart couldn't be erased no matter what. How you specifically want to handle it is still up to you. But I guess if you don't take action, sooner or later she'll be snatched away by someone else. The friend who draped an arm over his shoulder jerked his chin forward. Vincent followed his gaze, and happened to see Brenda and me talking and laughing as we walked off in another direction. "Look at that. Her relationship with Brenda is so good." Who Brenda is? It's not like you don't know. The campus belle of our Electronic University. A famous, rich, and beautiful girl. The outstanding men around her are too many to count. Wanting to introduce someone to her is just a matter of a split second. Vincent didn't say anything further, seemingly pondering over his roommate's words. "Brenda, where do you plan to take me?" I was being pulled along excitedly by Brenda, completely clueless in my heart. Taking you to a very meaningful place. Brenda blinked her big eyes, intentionally keeping me in suspense. I was still in a daze, just allowing myself to be led by Brenda, winding around for a while. Isn't this the Harmony Square? What did you bring me here for? Do you want to go on a shopping spree? I looked at the commercial area with people passing back and forth, asking in confusion. Hee tada tada, tada. Does this place look very familiar? The great beauty Fiona. Brenda pointed at the cosmetic store ahead, saying with a laugh, it seems it really is quite familiar. Isn't this the place where we first met? I remembered it now. It was exactly the place where I did my first mission. It was also quite a coincidence. Here, I had accidentally gotten to know Brenda. Then do you still remember what month and day it was that day? Brenda clasped her hands behind her back, leaning over and asking with a soft laugh. September 3rd, I blurted out. Oh, I thought you had forgotten about it long ago. I didn't expect you to still remember. Brenda looked at me in astonishment. Haha, how could I possibly forget? I gave a small smile. Are you kidding? That was after I turned into a girl. The very first time in the middle of a massive crowd. Wearing such a hot outfit. Such an unforgettable memory. It was lucky enough that it hadn't been engraved into my bones. Then, do you know what day today is? Brenda looked at me expectantly. That gaze of hers acting as if saying, hurry up, say it out loud. I thought for a moment, calculating in my heart what day today ultimately was. Brenda's birthday? No, her birthday's in August. So, it's still far away. Wait a minute. Just now she intentionally asked me what month and day it was when we first met. Today is March 3rd. Got it, today. Must be the half-year anniversary of us knowing each other. I said, probing challenge. Voicing the answer I considered most reliable. Go. Today is exactly the half-year anniversary of us knowing each other. Bringing you here is exactly to celebrate it. Brenda laughed joyfully. Evidently, the fact that I still remembered made her very excited. Brenda, isn't it usually a full year? 3 years. That kind of whole number that needs celebrating? I spoke out the thoughts in my heart like a straight woman. Oh please, how can other people be the same as us? In the future, a full year. A year and a half, or even 10 years or whatever. We all have to celebrate properly, Brenda said, pouting her lips. Haha, sure thing. I'll listen to you on everything. I naturally didn't have any objections. But this place is entirely a clothing area. And a daily necessities area. How are we going to celebrate? I asked. Buy whatever you want, just pick it out. I'm footing the bill. Brenda waved her small hand, having quite the momentum of throwing money around like water. Poof, the method of celebration is like this? Then that might as well be going to eat a really delicious meal. Furthermore, Brenda, take a look. Normally, do I look like a girl who likes to dress up and apply makeup on herself? I shrugged, saying with a laugh, oh, that's true. Now that you mention it, it really is like that. You barely ever wear makeup normally, and it can even be said you almost don't use cosmetics. Brenda knit her brows and thought for a moment. It seemed the truth was exactly as I said. Furthermore, buying those things that don't have a huge use is a total waste of money, I said with a laugh. All right, but clothes still must be bought. Let's go buy some best friend matching outfits, okay? Brenda said with a beaming smile. Sure thing. Very quickly after that, Brenda and I had strolled through this entire area, buying 6 sets of best friend outfits with different styles. For matching sister outfits, summer clothes made up the majority, while winter clothes only had 2 sets. Didn't we agree perfectly fine on only buying 2 or 3 sets? How is it that after just walking one round, Brenda, you bought 6 sets all at once? I carried 4 paper bags, saying helplessly, these sets are just too beautiful. I wanted them all. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have bought 5 more sets. Brenda said with a loud laugh. Let's head home. I've already ordered a ton of delicious food online. Tonight, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Brenda said with a laugh while waving her phone. Brenda, how much was it? I'll transfer my share to you. I can't just let you spend money all by yourself. I took out my phone, intending to transfer the money to Brenda. Because I had turned into a girl, Arthur was exceptionally generous. When I returned to school this semester, not only did he agree to cover my monthly rent, but he also gave me $2,500 for living expenses. Compared to before, this treatment was purely blissful. Oh, how can you do that? You are not allowed to transfer any money. If you do, I will get genuinely angry, Brenda said, puffing out her cheeks. But, no buts. Just be good and listen to me. Brenda said, well, all right then. But let me cook dinner tonight. Consider it my way of making it up to you. I patted my chest and said, no way, let me cook. Hearing that I wanted to cook again, Brenda instantly panicked, hurriedly speaking up. Oh, Brenda, can you trust me just this once? This time will definitely satisfy you. Otherwise, I will eat all of those dishes myself. With the advanced cooking skill in my hands, I naturally harbored no fear, directly making a bold guarantee. Seeing that I was so enthusiastic, Brenda couldn't say anything further, lest she ruin my mood. All right, if you want to cook, go ahead. Hee hee, Brenda, just you wait and see. Fiona, were these dishes entirely made by you? Is this for real? You didn't take advantage of me showering to order takeout, did you? Brenda tasted a piece of sweet and sour pork from the plate, and her eyes lit up instantly. It suited her palate perfectly. Hee hee, try this dish too. I gave a small smile, pointing at the plate of potato stewed beef beside it. This is good, really well made. It's delicious. Brenda picked up a piece of potato, which was perfectly tender. Confess honestly, did you secretly order takeout behind my back? Brenda clearly didn't believe that these dishes were entirely made by me. How could that be possible? You only showered for a little over 20 minutes. If I ordered these, the food wouldn't have arrived in time, I said, pouting my lips. Who knows? Maybe you ordered them in advance, just to show off in front of me, Brenda said with a beaming smile. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I made this myself. You must be jealous because I cook better than you. So you're saying that on purpose. Fiona, do you have no shame at all? Brenda was successfully amused by my thick-skinned, shameless words. What do you care whether I have shame or not? Eat if you like, don't eat if you don't. I let out a huff, picking up my bowl to eat by myself. I'll eat. But speaking of which, Fiona, how did your cooking skills improve so quickly? Brenda spoke while eating. Because I'm a genius, obviously. I shrugged, and said with a laugh, how could I possibly expose the system, even if I proactively said it? Brenda would definitely look at me like I was a dummy. Since that's the case, cook more meals for me in the future. I've already cooked for you for half a year. Brenda looked at me and said with a laugh, sure thing, haha. I naturally didn't have any objections. After all, when this advanced cooking skill was given to me, my first reaction was to use it for Brenda. Oh right, Fiona. Tomorrow is the weekend. Why don't we go out and have a total blast together? While eating, Brenda said suddenly, I'm afraid that won't work. I looked at Brenda, saying apologetically, why? Brenda blinked her eyes, looking at me in confusion. A few days ago, I promised a classmate. Tomorrow is his birthday, so I have to attend his birthday party. I said, oh, I see. Brenda nodded. Male or female? Male, I answered honestly. A guy, huh? Hearing that, Brenda knit her brows and looked at me, wanting to say something but stopping herself. But in the end, she didn't voice the words in her heart. After all, this was an invitation from my classmate. By all accounts, she didn't have a suitable reason to decline on my behalf, nor could she forcefully tag along, as doing that would look too impolite. Mom, but rest assured, we are just normal friends, and classmates too. Since he came to invite me, it wouldn't be proper to refuse, right? I said with a smile. Then, how long will you be gone? Brenda let out a sigh, slumping on the table, looking at me resentfully. She asked, staying at home alone, won't I be guarding an empty room? I'll probably die of boredom. Not long, probably just 2 or 3 hours. I'll come back very quickly to keep you company. I ruffled Brenda's head, saying with a laugh, keep going, don't stop. Right when I was about to withdraw my hand, Brenda looked into my eyes and said, why is Brenda letting me ruffle her head today? I said with a beaming smile, placing my hand back down to gently stroke the hair on Brenda's head. I'm just in a bad mood. Brenda pouted her lips. Oh my, no way. I didn't expect our big sister Brenda to actually be a clingy baby. Haha, I couldn't help but laugh and say, you're only finding out now? Brenda gave a huff. Hee hee, Brenda, it's almost 10 o'clock. Can you let go of me? In the bedroom, on the bed, I looked at Brenda, who was wrapping herself tightly around me, saying helplessly, what's the rush? Don't you guys gather at 11 o'clock? It's still early right now. What are you rushing for? Brenda ignored my urging. talking to herself. But it takes half an hour for me to commute over there. Counting the preparation time in a bit. Don't I have to leave an hour early? Be good, okay? I hurriedly softened my voice to coax Brenda. All right then, seeing how polite you are, I'll let you go. Brenda cooperated very well by letting go, looking at me with a beaming smile. I touched my face, asking in confusion, is there something on my face? Why do you keep smiling? Okay, nothing. Haha. Brenda hurriedly turned her head away to suppress a laugh, her body shaking slightly. This left me completely bewildered. Not overthinking it, I stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Not long after, a scream drifted out from the bathroom. Ah, Brenda, tell me, did you do this? I stepped out, both embarrassed and angry, pointing at my neck, where an extremely conspicuous red mark sat, interrogating her. I don't know. Anyway, it definitely wasn't me. Brenda shook her head, trying hard to suppress a laugh. Nonsense, there are only the two of us in this apartment. Could I have done it to myself? I stood with my hands on my hips, glaring at Brenda. I really don't know. However, there is a possibility I did it in my sleep. I think I dreamed about holding a piece of jelly. When peeling the packaging, I couldn't suck it out no matter what. So I sucked hard. I don't remember what happened after that. Brenda spread her hands, speaking innocently. Looking at Brenda's serious expression, I could only let it go. Anyway, Brenda didn't do it on purpose. Then what should be done now? This is way too obvious. It will definitely be misunderstood. I stomped my feet anxiously, saying helplessly, at most, you can just wear a scarf. Brenda said with a laugh. Who wears a scarf out on the street now? Furthermore, even if you wear it, later when eating, you will definitely have to take it off. It's over. It's over. This time, I'm probably going to die on the spot. I was completely out of options. Watching Brenda rolling around on the bed laughing, I gritted my teeth and said, whatever, forget it. I'll still wear the scarf anyway. If I get caught, then I guess I'll just accept my fate. Good luck, Fiona. I believe in you. Brenda pulled the blanket up right under her nose, leaving only half her head exposed, her eyes curving as she laughed. Tisk, it's all your fault. I'm leaving. Feeling aggrieved, I gave Brenda, who was gloating, a sideways glare and walked out the door. Hearing the sound of me closing the door, Brenda let out a meaningful laugh. Wow, our great beauty Fiona has arrived. Inside the private room, several guys saw me push the door open and step inside, and immediately started teasing and making a racket. I'm so sorry. The commute was a bit slow. Vincent, here is your gift. I squeezed out an embarrassed smile, handing the gift to Vincent, who, from the moment I appeared, had fixed his entire gaze on me. Thank you. Just you coming would have been enough. Why did you bring a gift too? Naturally, Vincent was too happy for words, saying with a smile, I intentionally found a seat pretty close to the corner to sit down, next to a few girls from our class. After greeting each other, I sat down. The number of people Vincent invited wasn't large. 5 guys and 5 girls in total. All people he had pretty good relationships with. Fiona, don't you find it uncomfortable wearing a scarf like that? Why don't you take it off? A girl named Rachel sitting next to me caught sight of me still wearing the scarf, and kindly reminded me, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot, haha. Actually, wearing it like this isn't too uncomfortable anyway. I cast a glance over at the guys who were busy bragging among themselves, speaking in a low voice. I think it's still better to take it off. After all, it won't be convenient when picking up food later. Another girl said with a smile. All right. Seeing that both of them were talking about my scarf, it wouldn't do for me not to take it off. The moment I took the scarf off, I politely reached up my hand to cover my neck, but I still underestimated Rachel's observational skills. In just that split second, her sharp eyes caught a clue. Glancing at the others for a moment, Rachel leaned in close, giggling in a low voice. I didn't expect this, Fiona. Is your boyfriend that clingy? Looking at it makes me so envious. Oh, ah. Being seen through immediately, I squeezed out an embarrassed smile, my cheeks turning a bit red, saying sheepishly, no, there isn't. Don't misunderstand, actually. Oh, well, I understand. Hee, no need to explain. I don't want to be stuffed full of your public displays of affection, before I'm even full from eating. I let out a dry laugh, completely unsure of what to say, able only to cough twice to ease the awkwardness. Thank goodness Vincent and the other guys were getting more and more excited as they talked, paying no attention to my unusual behavior. Time trickled by minute by minute. As the gathering drew to a close, everyone was chatting more and more joyfully. Vincent brought his glass over to me, saying with a smile, "Fiona, can I toast you a glass?" "Sure thing." I raised my glass, gently clinking it against his, except I didn't notice that. This subconscious movement caused the mark on my neck to be clearly seen by Vincent. Vincent was instantly too shocked to speak, but he still tried his best to maintain his composure, exchanging a few more polite words with me before walking away. Returning to his seat, looking at me keeping my head down to check my phone, seemingly sending a message, Vincent let out a bitter smile. "Brenda, Fiona, when are you coming back?" "Fiona, don't even mention it. It's all your fault. I was discovered by someone." "Brenda, oh, I didn't do it on purpose. I was having a dream anyway. How could I know at that time the thing I was hugging was your neck?" "Fiona, stop talking about it. Have you no shame?" "Brenda, haha. All right, I won't talk about it." "Then may I ask, precious Fiona, when are you coming back?" "Fiona, in a bit, it's almost over." "Brenda, okay, I'll wait for you." "Hey Vincent, how come you look so downcast during the second half? Didn't Fiona actually show up? She even brought you a gift." One of his roommates asked. "Forget it. Let's not mention this anymore. Let's head back first." Vincent waved his hand, saying with a forced smile, "Precious Fiona, you're finally back." The moment I entered the apartment, Brenda came pitter-pattering over, running in her slippers, making a 90-degree bowing gesture and saying with a laugh, "Aren't you being childish?" "Brenda," I couldn't help but laugh and say, "Not childish, this is my welcoming ceremony for you." Brenda made an inviting gesture. "Where do you plan to invite me?" "Step into the kitchen." "Into the kitchen for what?" "Cook a meal for this young lady." "Fiona, why aren't you saying anything?" Brenda looked at me propping my chin up, with a melancholic expression, asking while slurping noodles, "It's all your fault. The mark on my neck was completely seen by someone." I cast a resentful glance at Brenda, letting out a heavy sigh. "So what? If they saw it, they saw it. What's the big deal?" Brenda suppressed a laugh and comforted me. "You really talk as if it doesn't affect you. The person being misunderstood isn't you." I gave her an embarrassed and angry glare, saying huffily, "Ha, I'm sitting down right now anyway, so my back doesn't ache at all. Come here. Let this sister ruffle your puppy head to comfort you a bit." As Brenda spoke, she took the opportunity to ruffle messily all over my head, looking at my hair being turned into a total mess. She giggled nonstop. "Are you totally bored? Just eat your noodles." I brushed her wandering hand away, giving her a glare. "From what I see, look at how adorable this little hickey is. I wouldn't even have one even if I wanted to." Brenda said with a smile, teasing, "Do you want one? Then I'll give you one." "Sure thing. I couldn't ask for more. Come on over." Brenda laughed joyfully, bringing her face close, tilting her head up, pointing her finger at her own neck, looking at me with a face full of anticipation. "Get away from me. I wouldn't bother touching you." My face flushed completely red, pushing her face away, saying with a face full of disdain. Disdain was certainly impossible to truly feel. When getting close to Brenda, one could smell a faint, subtle fragrance. That was very pleasant, and furthermore, her skin was also very well taken care of, fair and smooth. If you won't touch me, you won't touch me. Who knows how many people out there want to touch this beauty anyway? Giving you a chance, yet you don't know how to cherish it," Brenda said, pouting her lips, letting out a huff. Oh, I wouldn't dare. I am completely willing to yield this chance to others. Do I need to make myself scarce tonight, so as not to disturb Big Sister Brenda's wonderful time? "Fiona, do you want to die? What on earth are you talking about?" Hearing that, Brenda gave me a glare. I was just following up on your own words anyway." Very quickly, the weekend passed by, and the standard routine of daily life restarted. The only thing that made me feel a bit pressured was that when I walked into the classroom, I noticed the gaze Vincent gave me was very strange. I couldn't really explain it clearly either, always feeling like it was a look of unresigned frustration, yet at the same time, like he had completely accepted his fate. I didn't think much of it either, and still went to class as usual. Only when class let out, "Fiona, do you have a minute? I want to talk to you." Just as I was about to put on my backpack and leave, Vincent stepped up and spoke to me with a conflicted look on his face. Behind him, those roommates of his were looking at us with knowing smirks, whispering and muttering to one another. "What's up? Yeah, I'm free." What's wrong? Is something the matter? I raised my head and looked at him in confusion. Can we walk and talk? Sure. The two of us walked shoulder to shoulder, along a small path on the Electronic University campus. The path was bustling with people passing by, but not many paid any attention to the two of us. Nowadays, a guy and a girl walking together on the street was all too common. What is it that you want to talk about? Why haven't you said anything yet? I blinked. From the moment we left the classroom, Vincent hadn't said a word, leaving me completely bewildered. Vincent, looked at the girl beside him whom he had longed for day and night for over half a year, suddenly not knowing how to open his mouth. I just want to know how you feel about me. Hesitating for a moment, Vincent finally let the words out. Hearing this question, I froze slightly. As someone who used to get perfect scores on reading comprehension, I naturally understood what Vincent meant by saying this. Furthermore, ever since I transferred majors into this class last semester, he would usually approach me intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to talk to me more. I wasn't a fool. I understood what those actions represented. It was just that I didn't have those kinds of feelings. So I kept pretending not to know, remaining polite and courteous on regular days. About that, we're classmates, and you even invited me to your birthday party. I feel like our relationship is that of pretty good friends. I gave a small smile, not wanting to hide anything, and spoke honestly. Just friends? Vincent pursed his lips and let out a bitter smile. I know how you feel, and I can see it too. It's just that right now I have no intention of dating. I think it's better if we just remain friends. What do you think? I said softly. Vincent caught on to a key piece of information and quickly asked, You have no intention of dating? Then the mark on your neck at the gathering the other day, I saw it. Seeing Vincent nod, I wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That was just a prank by my friend. She's my roommate who co-rents with me. You absolutely mustn't misunderstand, I hurriedly explained, terribly afraid that Vincent might accidentally let it slip to others. If that happened, my reputation would be completely ruined. At first, I really did misunderstand, thinking that I didn't stand a chance anymore. Understanding the whole story, Vincent's mood instantly lightened up quite a bit. Even the gloominess caused by me tactfully rejecting him just now dissipated to some extent. If it was a misunderstanding, then it means you're still single. Does that mean I still have a chance? Vincent said with a smile. Huh? Did you not understand what I said? Right now I have no intention of dating, I said seriously. I know. Not having the intention right now doesn't mean you won't in the future, right? Vincent caught the loophole in my words and said with a smile. For a moment I was tongue-tied, unable to say a word. How could I possibly know about things in the future? See, you're at a loss for words. That proves I still have a chance in the future. I won't give up. Please don't. Look at how many girls there are at our electronic university. Why do you have to pin yourself to a crooked tree like me? Hearing that, this guy Vincent actually wanted to persist. I hurriedly said, How can they compare to you? I only like you. But I don't like you. I stopped walking, looked at him, and said seriously, I'll make you like me. Vincent stopped as well, looking at me, looking helpless in front of him, and said with a grin, Fiona. Just as I was about to say something more, I heard Brenda's voice coming from not far away, and instantly felt as if I had received a grand pardon. I looked over. Fiona, why did you run all the way over here? I went to your classroom specifically to look for you for nothing. Brenda ran over, adjusted a few stray hairs on her forehead, and said with a smile, My classmate had something to ask me, so we were talking while walking. We're finished talking now. Let's go. Not daring to look at Vincent, I pulled Brenda and walked straight away. Watching me flee, Vincent smiled slightly and turned to walk in another direction. There's one more chapter to be posted later. Hee. Brenda turned her head back, expressionlessly watching Vincent's receding figure gradually disappear into the distance, then turned around and said to me, Fiona, who was that guy just now? What did he want with you? What's your relationship right now? What did you guys talk about? Stop. Hold on, Brenda. Why are you acting like a machine gun, firing rapid shots without stopping like that? Asking so many questions all at once. My head is about to explode. I hurriedly stopped Brenda. If I let her keep asking, I would definitely go crazy. But I want to know, what if he has improper intentions toward you and tricks you? What then? I'm looking out for you. Brenda puffed out her chest, speaking with an aura of righteousness. Oh please, who could trick someone as smart as me? Seriously, can you stop overthinking it? I let out a helpless laugh. I don't care. You must tell me. Brenda knit her brows, her gaze shifting slightly as she looked at me, and spoke. All right, I'll tell you. I spoke as we walked, and only after 2 minutes did I clearly summarize the relationship between the two of us, recounting everything to Brenda in full detail. After listening to my words, the slightly grim look on Brenda's face finally softened up a bit. Under my astonished gaze, right in the middle of a public place, Brenda reached her hand out to caress my face, speaking slowly word by word. Fiona, I'm also doing this for your own good. I don't want you to be blinded by someone else's sweet talk. I'm the person who treats you the best, right? I felt the warm temperature from Brenda's palm and gently nodded my head. It's good that you know. So well behaved that I won't punish you anymore. Brenda withdrew her hand and said with a smile, What punishment? Punish me with what? This time it was my turn to be dazed. I'm not telling you. Brenda let out a playful laugh. Whatever. I didn't think much of it either. If I had known what Brenda's method of punishment was, I would probably immediately run as far away as possible. In the evening, it was still my bedroom. Still my bed. Brenda, right away, held me tightly as soon as I crawled under the blanket, saying with a smile, Starting tomorrow. If I don't have class, I'll go to class with you, and audit your lectures for a bit. After Brenda held me in her arms, she buried her face in my freshly blow-dried hair, greedily inhaling the scent that belonged to me. Why did you suddenly think of going to class with me? I let her hold me, asking with a smile. A knight of justice naturally has to protect the princess. Brenda closed her eyes and said, But in the end, don't princesses always marry princes? My lady knight, I said with a laugh. Go, go, go. You only know how to ruin the mood. Brenda gave me a slap on the back of my head, saying speechlessly, It was originally like that anyway. When you can't outtalk me, you get physical and bully me. So annoying. I turned over, facing my back toward Brenda, letting out 2 huffs. You're bad-mouthing me again, aren't you? Brenda said fiercely. Brenda, we are co-renting an apartment. Why do you run into my bedroom every single day? Is your bedroom not being used anymore? I complained. In this cold weather, holding my precious girl is still warmer. Brenda gave a small smile, shifting her body, and got a bit closer to me again. This time, I truly had nothing left to say. Every night being able to hold a soft, pleasant-scented, beautiful girl to fall asleep was truly such a wonderful thing. But every morning upon waking up, I would always be wrapped up by her octopus-like clinginess, squeezed to the point of being unable to move a single bit. It could be described as a mixture of pain and happiness. The next morning, in the classroom, looking at Brenda sitting beside me with a calm expression, the other people in the international trade class, especially the crowd of guys, could not remain calm. Hey, look over there. Isn't that your goddess Brenda? Why did she come to our class to audit a lecture? She must have come to look at me. You're beyond saving. Next person. Do you even need to ask? She definitely came along with Fiona. She and Brenda are very close. Sure enough, beautiful sisters only hang out with beautiful sisters. No, she came to look for me. It's just that there are a lot of people, so she's embarrassed. Assessment finished. Completely beyond saving. Fiona, I didn't expect your class has quite a few girls, huh? Brenda looked around for a round and then leaned close to me, speaking in a low voice. A few? I think it's pretty normal anyway. I shrugged and said, I think it's quite a small amount. Speaking of it like that, with a face like yours, aren't you very popular? Brenda said half-jokingly. No way, I don't feel anything at all. Everyone just arrives when class starts and leaves when class ends. There's nothing special. Really? I don't believe you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Very quickly, I finally endured until dismissal time. Brenda and I were preparing to leave, when a guy stepped over. Under my gaze of watching a good show, he spoke to Brenda. Brenda, what do you want to say? Brenda completely changed her attitude, looking at that guy, her words cold to the extreme. Completely the appearance of an icy goddess. Can I ask for your contact information? No, I don't add strangers. Brenda straight out refused without a single bit of hesitation. Oh, all right then. Looking at that guy's lonely receding figure, I couldn't help but say, Brenda, why are you so heartless? Declining tactfully a bit would have been fine too. Refusing straight out like that isn't very nice. Brenda turned her head to look at me, saying seriously, Fiona, you have to learn to say no. You must know how to refuse. Declining tactfully is only appropriate in certain situations. Other times, just handle it how it should be handled. Refusing straight out to cut off his thoughts is much better than me using ambiguous words to make him hold on to hope. I nodded in sudden realization, raising a thumb to praise her. Brenda, you're right. It's good that you know. Class is over, let's go. I won't, he. I'm practicing what I just learned. I stuck out my tongue, saying with a laugh, you have to know one thing. You aren't allowed to say no to me. Brenda stood up, looking down at me from above. Based on what? I was instantly unresigned. Based on the fact that you can't beat me in a fight. Brenda said teasingly. It's already been over half a year since you transferred majors into here, hasn't it? I have also observed you for a very long time. Your performance has always been very good, and you also did very well on the final exams last semester. Your major ranking within the academic year is also quite high. For this major competition, I saw that you also submitted a piece to participate. A few of us teachers have also looked at your work, and we all feel it's very decent. I want to ask you if you are interested in representing the school to participate in the provincial competition. In the office, Mrs. Davis looked at me, as I sat neatly right in front of her, saying with a gentle smile, Huh! Me? I said in astonishment. Right after class let out, Mrs. Davis had sent a text message to me, telling me to come to the office for a visit. As it turned out, the moment I sat down, I heard her make such a proposal. I've only been studying this for a week, so there are a lot of things I'm still not familiar with. Furthermore, there are a lot of classmates in our class who are also excellent. Why did you look for me? I pursed my lips, saying with a bit of hesitation, the content from last semester. If one didn't have a solid foundation from freshman year, then it would be completely impossible to score above 90 points on the final exams. Fiona, aren't you being a bit too humble? Mrs. Davis saw right through my thoughts with one glance, saying with a half smile, I'm embarrassed, Professor. I scratched my head. I smiled sheepishly. Can you have a bit of confidence in yourself? I feel that you have a lot of potential. Anyway, there are still a few days left. You just go back and think about it first, and it'll be fine to give me an answer tonight. Mrs. Davis looked at me, her expression gentle. After all, my hard work was entirely seen by her, and my grades were also as clear as day. Yes, I understand, Professor. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. I stood up, my body leaning slightly forward, gave a small bow, and then turned to walk away. Having just walked out of the teaching building not too far, I already saw Vincent standing a short distance away. I let out a breath, withdrawing my gaze, turning my body around to walk toward another direction. In my heart, I kept praying that Vincent wouldn't spot me. These past few days, basically every single day, Vincent would come look for me. I had already made it very clear to him, but he still ignored it, strictly insisting on pursuing me. I was truly incredibly helpless. Very quickly, a series of hurried footsteps drifted from behind. Fiona, hearing the call, my steps conversely quickened a bit more. It truly had the appearance of, if I can't beat you in a fight, don't tell me I can't even hide. What are you running for? Vincent directly accelerated to catch up with me, saying with a laugh. I stopped, looking helplessly at Vincent, who was grinning in front of me, trying hard to use a calm tone to speak. Do you have something to discuss with me? I wanted to ask if you were free to have dinner together. Vincent gave a small smile, his smile being very radiant. But to me, the damage power was 0. No need, I already have plans. I refused directly. I still had to go back early to cook a meal anyway. After all, there was still a dummy who was in class, waiting to return home so she could eat the meal I cooked. Is that so? Then that's a pity. Vincent nodded, feeling a bit regretful. Then what about tomorrow? Vincent followed up. I originally assumed Vincent would just give up like that, but I didn't expect he would actually ask if I was free tomorrow. I've been very busy lately. Vincent still wanted to ask something more. Stop messing around. Didn't I make it completely clear already? We aren't a good match. Aren't there other girls who like you? Why do you strictly insist on pursuing me? I recalled Brenda's advice, and straight up told him frankly. I'd made it very clear too. You're different from them. Vincent said, as firm as a nail on wood. Different in what way? Don't we all have 2 arms and 2 legs? I still have things to do, so I'm heading out first. I didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. directly stepping around Vincent to walk toward the school gates. Watching me leave resolutely without any hesitation, Vincent let out a helpless sigh. You want to go enter the competition? That's a good thing anyway. My Fiona is getting more and more outstanding. It truly makes it hard for me not to fall in love. At the dining table, Brenda spoke with a smile while drinking porridge. The competition venue is in another city. Furthermore, it'll take me a full 3 days for this trip. I took a small sip of porridge, looked at Brenda, and said. Brenda's hand holding the spoon froze. Then she said with a laugh, "Oh please. Then just rest assured and go ahead. I will always support you." Mom, but if I leave, what will you do if you can't sleep at night? I thought of something, covering my mouth as I said with a laugh. What are you laughing at? Do I look like the type of person who is exceptionally dependent on you? Without you here, I can still sleep soundly and eat healthily as usual. Brenda set her bowl down, pouting her lips as she spoke in dissatisfaction. Haha, I recall a few nights ago someone told me a sentence exactly like this. Fiona, I strictly must hold you to sleep. Without holding you, I can't sleep. I mimicked Brenda, her tone and expression at that time, acting it out very exaggeratedly. Do you want to die? Was I really that sickening? Brenda glared at me in embarrassment and anger, speaking fiercely yet adorably. Haha, you certainly were. It was so cheesy. Fiona, you dare call me cheesy. I see you must be tired of living. Inside the little apartment, the two girls laughed out loud and tangled into a scuffle together. From time to time, an astonished cry would ring out, making this place look even a touch more lively. 5 minutes later, I smoothed out a few messy locks of hair on my face, looking at Brenda, with a glimpse of spring radiance revealed at her collar, saying with a laugh, Brenda, you're no good at this. Brenda pouted her lips. Too lazy to adjust her collar? Letting out a huff. That's just because I let you win. Otherwise, if I pinned you down every single time, it wouldn't be any fun anymore. Phooey, 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 Professor. I've made up my mind. I should still go give it a try. Holding the blanket as I sat on the bed, I finished drafting the text message and sent it to Mrs. Davis. Very quickly, I received her reply. Okay. Come to my office tomorrow morning after class finishes. I will tell you about the specific matters for that time. Yes, Professor. I turned off my phone, and right when I looked at the screen, on the phone screen, Brenda beside me was blinking her big eyes, also looking at the screen. Brenda, this look of yours is way too dorkily adorable. I looked at Brenda on the phone screen blinking her eyes, her face expressionless, and couldn't help but say with a laugh, Your laughter threshold is this low every single day. Don't you find yourself boring? Brenda pouted her lips, complaining a sentence. You truly are exceptionally dorkily adorable anyway. Looking at you makes me want to squeeze you. I leaned my body over, lowering my head down, looking at Brenda who was lying with her head on the bed, saying with a beaming smile, How about Brenda lets me squeeze you once? Go, go, go. If you dare to lift a hand, don't even think about sleeping tonight. Brenda bared her teeth in a threat, except this fierce appearance of hers, in my eyes, carried absolutely no destructive power. Let me try a little bit, okay? I pleaded. No way. Brenda closed her eyes and shook her head. I didn't say anything, directly reaching my hand to touch the side of Brenda's cheek. It felt cool to the touch, the sensation being surprisingly good, soft and smooth, very comfortable. Oh my gosh, this feels amazing. I couldn't help but give it a gentle pinch. Seeing that Brenda didn't react, I became even more devoid of any restraint, poking once one moment, pinching once the next, completely having no intention of stopping, poking to the point that Brenda directly opened her eyes, brushed my mischievous hand away, and said huffily, all right, you've touched it already. Go to sleep. Hee hee, sure thing. Fiona, have you gotten used to it over there? How is the environment? In the evening, Brenda made a video call to me, asking with a face full of concern. Rest assured, it's very good on my end. The school funding is plenty. The others and I each have our own room. Hee. I held the phone and spun around once in the room, and only then did I set the phone back down on the desk stand. That's good then. Have you checked the hotel room? Are there any hidden pinhole cameras? Rest assured, there absolutely won't be any. This is a hotel the school specially selected. Their main service is to accommodate teachers and students from various schools. They won't smash their own brand reputation. It's very safe anyway, I said with a smile. That's good then, since I'm not by your side. You must take good care of yourself. Remember to think of me, understand? Brenda lay prone on the bed, pouting her lips as she instructed. Furthermore, if you meet some strange guys coming to strike up a conversation, you absolutely mustn't pay them any attention. Just tell them straight out that you have a boyfriend. This last sentence, Brenda used an extremely serious tone to speak it to me. I know already, am I that kind of person? In my heart, there's only big sister Brenda all by herself. Right? Haha, I said half-jokingly. Cut the sweet talk. Even though her mouth said that, yet when Brenda heard me utter words like that, her heart was still exceptionally joyful. This sentence felt even more like a certain promise, gently tugging at Brenda's heartstrings. Look at you, look at you. There it goes again. I spoke completely from the bottom of my heart. Yet, you actually don't believe me. Brenda, you're too hard to serve, I complained. Brenda let out a proud huff, and then asked caringly, Fiona, what time is your competition tomorrow? How about you rest early tonight? It starts tomorrow morning at 9:30. It's still early right now anyway. I waved my hand, saying with a smile, furthermore, I want to look at you a bit longer. Why did you suddenly say something like that? I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Brenda covered her mouth and let out a laugh. What do you mean? Before sleeping, admiring a beautiful sister helps one sleep soundly. This is what I used to. Getting halfway through the sentence, I realized something was wrong, hurriedly stopping myself. This is what you used to what? Fiona, you make it clear to me. Brenda narrowed her eyes, slowly uttering word by word, her speech entirely filled with an ominous aura. No, nothing, haha. I hurriedly waved my hands, letting out a dry laugh to gloss it over. Very well. I was wondering why you used to secretly wear headphones and wouldn't even let me look at the screen. Tell me, did you secretly admire other beautiful sisters? With a living, breathing person lying right there beside you. You didn't look at her, but went to look at others instead. You unfaithful playboy, Brenda accused angrily. I know my mistake now. Furthermore, those were all entirely past habits. In the future, I won't watch them anymore, I swear. I raised 4 fingers, saying with a smile, I don't believe a word of your nonsense. Just wait until I get back to see how I deal with you. Please don't, Brenda, show me some mercy. Then I'll punish you by making you cook for me for a week, and afterward wash the dishes for a week. Boo-hoo, all right then. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm easy to deal with. Greetings, honorable judges and teachers. I am contestant number 26, Fiona. The topic I am researching is, I stood on the stage, not at all shy, introducing my work in a tone full of emotion. 10 minutes later. Not bad at all. Fiona gave a very good presentation. When answering the judges' and teachers' questions, she also spoke clearly and confidently. Great job. Mrs. Davis didn't hold back her praise. Hee, thank you, Professor. I smiled. The final result still had to wait for a bit, as it couldn't be announced until tomorrow. Since the competition was finished now, you can head outside to stroll around for a while to relax. But don't wander too far away, Mrs. Davis instructed. Yes, all right. Click, click. I took pictures of the scenery that I saw along the way. After editing them a little, I sent them all to Brenda. Light breeze, beautiful, isn't it? Brenda, who was feeling bored, the moment she saw the message I sent over, replied almost instantly. Thin ice, it's beautiful, oh my god, what a pity. Light breeze, what's a pity? Thin ice, it's a pity that beside you, there's a lack of a great beauty like me to go along. Light breeze, keep being narcissistic. Thin ice, what's wrong? Am I not beautiful? Image. I opened it to take a look. Inside, it was Brenda winking, while pouting her lips, taking a selfie with her phone, looking both sweet and seductive. She was beautiful to the point of being speechless. Light breeze, beautiful, 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 very beautiful. You truly are the dream lover of countless young men. Thin ice. Then are you as beautiful as those sisters? In the video you watched last night, Light breeze, you are definitely still more beautiful. They all use beauty filters anyway, so watching a lot of them isn't interesting at all. Light breeze has recalled a message. Thin ice, smiling, just smiling. I was truly on the verge of tears. How did I end up falling into the trap again? This time, it really looks like I'm done for. The phone rang, and I looked. It was a video call from Brenda. My throat moved slightly, pressing the answer button. Hello? Fiona, what did you tell me last night? How did you forget so quickly? Brenda's voice on the phone was very gentle. But since I knew her, I knew. This was just the calm before the storm. I still intended to stubbornly resist, saying, Brenda. Actually, I can explain. Brenda absolutely didn't want to hear my excuses. This jerk is truly getting more and more mischievous. It seems I've been managing her too loosely. I must make it so that in Fiona's eyes and heart, there's only me. 1 month. Boo-hoo, Brenda. Okay, I agree with you. In the end, I still swallowed my tears and agreed to Brenda's unequal condition. Who told me I couldn't beat her in a fight anyway? Inside this house, in the end, it was still whatever Brenda said that counted. After hanging up the phone, Brenda opened her photo album, where the majority were photos of me, and photos of the two of us together. Naturally, the ones there were more of were still photos of me. Looking at these familiar photos, Brenda gave a small smile, a hint of sweetness rising in her heart. Fiona, you can't escape. Fiona, you've won an award. Why do you seem unhappy? On the high-speed train, Mrs. Davis sat beside me, looking at my slightly downcast eyes, my appearance looking a bit dejected. Being called by the professor? I snapped out of my chaotic thoughts, giving a small smile. It's nothing really. I'm just a bit tired. Perhaps I didn't rest well last night, haha. Is that so? But I still have to congratulate you. The first time participating in a competition like this. You've already achieved such good results. If you had studied under us, ever since freshman year, after such a long period of learning, I believe you would definitely be able to win the special prize. Mrs. Davis didn't hold back her praise, saying with a smile, Thank you, Professor. I will try my best, I said with a small smile. Just now, I truly was a bit unhappy, or to be more precise, I was a bit frustrated. Everything had to start from last night. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, I stood up to open it, only to discover it was Mrs. Davis. Professor Davis, do you need something from me? Fiona, do you want to go out for a stroll? It was difficult to finally make a trip to Bishi City, so it would be a shame not to go out to play for a bit. Mrs. Davis stepped into my room, looking at me and saying with a beaming smile, Right now? I said in astonishment. Yes. Stop looking at me with that gaze. I'm only 7 or 8 years older than you. Not even 30 yet. Outside of school, I'm also someone who loves to have fun. No need to be as restrained as you usually are at school. All right then. Hearing that, I readily agreed. I had heard long ago that the night market in Bishi City was very famous. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it truly lived up to its reputation. Mrs. Davis walked shoulder to shoulder with me. She looked at the street before them, the stalls stretching all the way to the end of the road. Unable to help but marvel, it's true indeed. It's so fragrant, very much full of the breath of daily life. I nodded, saying with a smile. The two of them walking down the street attracted quite a few gazes. One dignified adult, one pure and sweet girl, standing next to each other created a massive visual appeal. Oh right, you're so beautiful. Do you already have a boyfriend? I chatted with Mrs. Davis while walking, her open-minded and approachable personality, also leaving me with a very good impression. Unable to help but gossip a little. About that, of course I do. We're about to get married, actually. Mentioning the person she deeply loved, Mrs. Davis's face was full of a happy smile. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have asked. Isn't that just asking to feed myself dog food? I said with a helpless laugh. Haha, this is something you asked yourself. I only answered your question, so you can't blame me for it, okay? Mrs. Davis covered the corners of her lips and said with a laugh. However, I'm sure classmate Fiona must also have quite a few admirers, right? Mrs. Davis's eyes darted around, saying with a meaningful smile, It's normal, I suppose. I waved my hands, saying, Then have you met someone who made your heart flutter? At your age, it's probably the most suitable time to be in love. Without any burdens, you can freely enjoy the sweetness of love. Unlike me, who had many twists and turns, tasting enough bitterness of love. Only then meeting the right person, Mrs. Davis said with a laugh. Actually, I don't think about it that much. Just letting things take their natural course is fine. Outwardly, I said it that way. But when I heard Mrs. Davis's question, in my mind, very naturally, a familiar, beautiful figure appeared. Engraved deep in my heart, the memory vivid. Thinking about how, at this moment, the two of us were in two different places. At present, I really wanted to talk to Brenda, wanted to hear her laughter, wanted to feel the sensation like before, being able to look into her eyes. Then the two of them looking at each other and smiling. Look over there. Those girls in front are dressed so thinly. Aren't they cold? Mrs. Davis's suddenly spoken sentence interrupted my distant thoughts. I looked in the direction of Mrs. Davis's gaze, and sure enough, I saw 3 girls, simply draped in a hoodie, wearing short skirts paired with socks. The rate of people turning their heads to look was extremely high. It's already April anyway, so it's probably all right. I actually didn't find it too strange, even though the amount of fabric on my body was much more than theirs. Sigh, I'm truly old already, not able to keep up with the rhythm of you kids anymore. It's time for me to prepare a thermos with goji berries soaking in it. Mrs. Davis lifted her head and sighed. Class, marveling. Professor Who, you're saying that a bit too early. Yeah, Fiona. Why didn't you reply to my message last night?